Chapter 109. Even though she had lived in this world for more than 10 years, Jingwan had only heard about the grand occasion where the top scholar, the second scholar, and the third scholar paraded through the streets. It was only her first year in the capital, and she had already encountered such a lively event. Naturally, she wanted to join in. It had to be said that in this imperial examination, there were 3 people in the first place, while the first, second, and third places were the real deal. Moreover, there was only one every 3 years. It was unlike his previous life, where there were many top scores here and there. What were the second and third place scores? He had never heard of them, and there were new ones every year. All right, he had to admit that they were also very good. However, in comparison, this imperial examination was much more difficult, right? All the examinees in the country, from a few years ago, more than 10 years ago, and even decades ago, were all gathered together. It was like thousands of soldiers fighting over a single log bridge. As for the specifics, Jingwan had not personally experienced it, so she did not comment. She just watched and enjoyed it. Jingwan and the others came from the minister's residence, so they had already booked a good restaurant. Anyway, at this time, the people on both sides of the street, no matter what business they were doing, did not think about making money. They just wanted to watch the fun. As for the restaurants, tea houses, and private rooms, they had already been booked by the officials and nobles. Of course, they could take advantage of this to make a profit. After all, other than the private rooms, it was not easy to raise the price for the nobles. There was also the main hall below. At this time, even if the price was a little higher, no one would bargain. Even those jewelry stores, rouge and powder stores, as long as the second and third floors were basically occupied. Of course, most of these places were still occupied by women of high status. When they left, they would probably take away a lot of things that would make the shopkeeper smile from ear to ear. In the process of waiting, if there was nothing to do, they would eat some food, drink some tea, and chat idly. Because of special reasons, the place was only so big, but there were too many people watching the fun, so it was inevitable that they would share a place with others. For example, in this private room of the Luo family, there were many juniors of the Luo family's relatives and friends. Fortunately, relatives could occasionally meet each other, and there were many people, so there was no need to pay special attention to the boundaries between men and women. Even so, there was a clear distinction between men and women. Jingwan didn't know many of them. Thinking about it, after entering the capital, she spent more time with people outside and made more friends. Then, she gradually understood the reason. It was nothing more than a matter of status. Although her status was low compared to Sun Ijia and the others, her status was still much higher than these people. Even if her father's official position was about the same, she still had a grandfather who was a first-rank official. Furthermore, she was doted on by her grandmother. These were all things that raised her status. It was not an exaggeration to say that she was the most honorable girl in the Luo Shangshu. Usually, there would be people coming to the Luo family from time to time, but there were very few people who were worthy of being received by old Madame Luo personally. Madame Wang was more than enough to receive them. It was good enough to have the opportunity to meet old Madame Luo and greet her. After Jingwan entered the capital, she basically didn't have any free time. Therefore, old Madame Luo basically didn't let Jingwan come out to entertain these girls. Jingwan's reputation in the capital was now well known. It could be said that she was as famous as Sun Ijia and Ruan Fangfei, or even better than the two of them. However, her limelight was temporary. If she didn't do anything eye-catching for a long time, she would probably gradually be forgotten. Unlike the two of them, who relied on their own talents to accumulate over the years. The above was enough. It was enough for these girls to curry favor with her. Most of the girls actually didn't have any bad intentions. At most, they just wanted to use their friendship to increase their own value. This was very normal. As long as they didn't do it too deliberately, act too lowly, or have bad intentions, Jingwan could talk to them calmly. If she could meet someone who was compatible with her, she didn't mind having another little sister. Of course, after a round, Jingwan felt that she was thinking too much. After all, they were different from her. At least in terms of thinking, they couldn't be open and had a strong sense of hierarchy. When they talked to her, They always had a purpose and were very careful. Even if she didn't dislike them for being childish, there was no possibility of them becoming friends. Along with the faint sound of gongs and drums, the crowd began to boil. She's here, she's here. Everyone knew that the person they were waiting for had finally appeared. The older brothers of the Luo family were all there. Although it wasn't the first time they had seen such a scene, when the younger sisters went out, they were duty-bound to escort them. Because the girls were too excited, they all squeezed toward the window. Jingwan frowned slightly. It was better for her to step back a little. But because she was close to the window from the beginning, it wasn't easy for her to step back now. A hand reached out from the side, grabbed her arm, and pulled her in that direction. Jingwan raised her head. Seeing that it was her brother, she smiled and walked over with his strength. Because he was a man, the other girls who looked at him blushing and refused to look away subconsciously avoided him. Then, Jingwan smoothly occupied the best position on the man's side. Seeing Luo Jinghua do this, the other girls of the Luo family were also brought over one by one. They did it naturally and felt guilty for not doing anything. If you're a man, step back, Luo Jinghua said with a bit of smile. Jinghua, you can't be like this. You can't disregard your brotherhood just to please your younger sister. That's right, that's right. The others also joined in, but they didn't have any ill intentions. Luo Jinghua lifted the corner of his mouth. The people parading the streets are all men. It's fine to let the girls see something new. What? Do you want to throw down some sachets, handkerchiefs, or something like that? As soon as he said this, many people had goosebumps. Even if they wanted to join in the fun, they didn't dare to look. They all cursed Luo Jinghua. Speaking of which, Luo Jinghua didn't have to be polite to these brothers who often hung out with each other. Laughing and scolding were common occurrences. One had to know that currently, even when facing his grandfather, Luo Peishan, he wasn't as angry as when facing his younger sister. Wherever his younger sister was, he had to protect and take good care of her. Everything else just stood aside. Jingwan covered her mouth and laughed. Her brother's character was really good. He was open-minded and didn't care about trifles. He was straightforward and didn't have many sneaky thoughts. After being with him for a long time, one would probably feel happy. However, one shouldn't think that he was especially naive and ignorant of worldly affairs. In fact, with his grandfather Luo Peishan teaching him from time to time, none of the brothers of the Luo family were good people when it came to serious matters. The group of young masters were all pushed to the back, so the girls in front didn't have to squeeze too much. Look, they're coming, a young girl at the side shouted excitedly. Jingwan also saw them. They were tall horses with big red flowers tied together with red silk on their chests. The top scorer in the middle looked to be in his 30s. His facial features were very regular and square. It was said that one's appearance was born from one's heart. It wasn't completely unreasonable. This person gave others the feeling that he was at least an upright gentleman. On the top scorer, he looked to be in his 30s. Moreover, Jingwan could faintly see the shadow of Elder Jiang on him. Was he from the Jiang family? Needless to say, the top scorer on the right had a handkerchief, a sachet, and even some flowers that never stopped. Jingwan wasn't surprised that Chun Jingmin could appear. The people of the Luo family weren't surprised either. Third Miss Luo, you must have specially come to see the top scorer. A young girl at the side pretended to tease and said. When these words were said, the people of the Luo family were stunned. Even the younger siblings who were in their early teens couldn't help but look at Jingwan's expression. They might have been hidden from the adults about Li Ruyu causing trouble at their door, but they basically knew that their third sister had broken off the engagement. Perhaps they didn't know what this meant, but they knew that it wasn't a good thing. Jingwan was also very helpless about this. She clearly didn't care, but some people felt that she was very sad. Now that her ex-fiancé had become the top scorer and was favored by the ladies, she was probably even sadder. Jingwan smiled faintly. Before the court examination results are out, who knows who the top 3 will be? I'm just like everyone else. I'm just here for the fun. Looking at the 3 people who were getting closer and closer, the smile on Jingwan's face suddenly widened. Those who didn't know would think that she was proud of the person who came in third, but those who knew were a little confused. Third sister, What are you smiling about? Luo Qi asked curiously. And third sister feels that the three of them must be in a state of ice and fire. What do you mean? There are so many things falling on their bodies. It must be very painful, but they can't avoid it. They must be really happy. Is this considered a state of ice and fire? If third sister didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. There are so many things falling on their bodies. If there are beads in the sachets and they don't pay attention, they might be bruised after the parade. Once these words were spoken, everyone looked at each other in dismay. In that case, this parade was actually a very torturous thing to do. Jingwan turned around and asked her brothers, "Are there any students who have failed the exam out of jealousy and vengeance, who purposely took advantage of this time to put stones in their sachets?" She asked her brothers curiously. "I don't think so," Luo Jingda said uncertainly, "but you can't rule out this possibility. Who knows? Because of the special occasion, those people will definitely be careful and only throw stones on their bodies. Little sister, I told you that you can only bear with it." So, Luo Jingbua touched his chin. "If you have the chance, ask Shengmin." At this moment, there were screams coming from below. It seemed that Xie Yuan's nose was bleeding. Could it be? Jingwan covered her mouth with a brocade handkerchief. Did she have the potential to jinx it? The parade stopped, and it seemed that Xie Yuan was seriously injured. Several brothers of the Luo family came forward, and some girls spontaneously stepped back. Luo Jingda looked outside carefully. It seems that someone is deliberately making trouble. Jingwan also noticed that it was not only Xie Yuan who was injured. If Jingwan was right, Chen Jungmin should have been hit the most. It was just that he was not unlucky enough to be hit on his face. He seemed to be holding something in his hand. Although there was no expression on his face, the veins on the back of his hand were almost popping out. It seemed that he was really angry, or maybe he was really in pain. Chen Jungmin was 16 years old. There were many people in their 40s and 50s in the spring examination. There were even some in their 50s and 60s. They had worked hard for many years, but still failed. Seeing them in high spirits, and Chen Jungmin's success at such a young age, it was inevitable that he would feel unbalanced. The rational ones might just feel jealous in their hearts and leave sadly. But in a moment of anger, it was normal to do something impulsive. Xie Yuan's nose was simply treated. His nostrils were stuffed, and the parade continued. However, things obviously didn't end there. Some of the city guards rushed into the crowd and mercilessly pressed a few people to the ground and quickly dragged them away. "No, they're not from the city defense team," Luo Jingda said. "They are from the blackguard. The man on the horse in front of them is Zui Qianshi of the blackguard," Luo Jingbua said. Jingwan heard this and looked over. The leader of the parade was a young man in his early 20s. His face was a little sharp, and there was a faint evil spirit. Jingwan was not sure if the blackguard was the same as the genie guards in the history of the previous world. If it was, then this group of people was really not to be trifled with. It seems that this situation has been expected. Otherwise, the blackguard would not have been dispatched. Luo Jingbua said again, "I also know this Zhuang Yuan. He is from the Xie family. As for the second place, he is from the Jiang family. It seems that only Zhengmin can be considered as a person from a humble family. Sure enough, in this aspect, the gentry has the advantage." Luo Jingda continued, "Zhuang Yuan is representing the Xie family. If he continues to parade with this dignity, then the Xie family will be laughed at for a period of time." Luo Jingming, the second young master of the Luo family, continued his cousin's words. Today's event can be considered to be extremely lively. As the parade went away, the people who had already seen it were satisfied. They did not continue to swarm forward. Instead, they left in groups of 2s and 3s. Some of the young ladies and young ladies of the common family were laughing and joking with each other. 99% of the people were purely there to watch the fun. The real common people at the bottom did not have any feelings of jealousy. They were born at the foot of the imperial city and grew up at the foot of the imperial city. It was enough for them to be safe and happy. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the street was quickly cleaned up. People continued to do what they were supposed to do. There was no trace of the previous bustle. Seeing that it was about time, The young men of the noble families in each building walked out of the private rooms one after another. Perhaps they wanted to take the opportunity to walk around, or perhaps they wanted to go home directly. Jingwan and the others had just walked out of the private room when they saw the person coming out of the private room next door. It was a more unexpected person. It was Ruan Fangfei, the youngest daughter of the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. She was still so gentle and elegant. Those who followed her were probably her nephews and nieces. Perhaps the youngest one was her grandnephew? After all, Ruan Ruizhong was much older than Luo Peishan. Luo Peishan's great-grandchild was already in his mother's belly. It was not strange for Ruan Darren to have a great-grandchild. Jingwan was a bit embarrassed. The Prime Minister, who looked amiable and would snatch the treasure of the heart, like other people, was also a typical example of an old cow nibbling on young grass. However, no one felt that there was a problem. They were used to it. If Ruan Darren still made one of his concubines pregnant at this time, others would only say that he was old but vigorous, making people envious. Therefore, one really could not use the standards of her previous life to measure the men here. Otherwise, one would feel stifled all the time. Thinking about her previous life, there was no lack of 60 or 70-year-old men nibbling on underage young ladies. In fact, the root of men's inferiority was the same everywhere. Those in her previous life were mostly restrained. The etiquette and rules of inferior first, then superior, were the same everywhere. After Jingwan and the others greeted them, Ruan Fangfei and the others also followed suit and greeted them. However, there were a few people who looked arrogant with their noses up, seemingly disdaining to pay attention to them. Jingwan did not pay attention to these people. Although Ruan Ruizhong was the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, his age was there. How many more years could he sit in that position? As an official of the same court, father, son, grandfather, and grandson could not all be third-grade officials. And within the same clan, there could not be more than 3 third-grade officials. Could the Ruan family immediately have someone enter the 3rd grade after Grand Elder Ruan retired? If it was possible, it was only one person. As for the others, when their uncles were promoted compared to when their grandfather was still in the position, it was a completely different matter. Under the same roof, they would become 2 families. Naturally, their value would plummet. Ruan Fangfei was the same. If Grand Elder Ruan suddenly retired or disappeared, would she still be the moon, surrounded by stars? Jingwan felt that Ruan Fangfei's eyes were always on her. Although there was a slight smile on her face, her eyes made people uncomfortable. The key was that the others did not seem to feel it. On the day of Great Elder Princess's birthday, the flower that my father brought back died the next day for some reason. My father was very distressed. "Miss Luo, do you know the reason?" Ruan Fangfei suddenly said. "What other reason can it be? The lowly thing can't adapt to our mansion." A person behind Ruan Fangfei immediately made an excuse disdainfully. "Xiaowu, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Shut up." The beauty's face darkened, but still had a different beauty. The young man immediately shut up and begged Ruan Fangfei for mercy with a smile. Jingwan knew very well that even if she ignored the flower, it could live for 10 days to half a month. It was impossible for it to die in one night. There was only one reason, it was man-made. However, in the Ruan family, who dared to touch Lord Ruan's things? Jingwan thought of Ruan Fangfei's previous guess. Was she really that kind of person? Ruan Fangfei noticed that the way Jingwan looked at her changed slightly. Did she feel something? That was more interesting. She would definitely be more interesting than those people who died without knowing anything. She was gentle, kind, open-minded, and steady. In her father's words, she was a phoenix among men, far better than herself. She just didn't know that such a person would one day lose her reputation. Oh, right. It was a scandal that she had done herself. She didn't know if those people who praised her would be heartbroken because of her misjudgment. That scene must be very good. The smile on the corner of her mouth became more obvious. Ruan Fangfei had never thought that she was that kind of person in essence. She didn't need others to frame her. When her ugliness was exposed in front of people, It really made many people want to dig their own eyes out. Jingwan's heart skipped a beat. Did she meet a pervert? Or a pervert who inexplicably targeted her? However, Jingwan immediately straightened her attitude. In her previous life, she had encountered a lot of things in the last few years. She had met many different kinds of people. If she really met one, she would just deal with their moves as they came. Who was afraid of who? The others probably didn't notice the back and forth between Jingwan and Ruan Fangfei. Towards the Ruan family's words, there were naturally people who were angry, especially Luo Jingbua, who had a sister complex now. A lowly thing that was also brought back by the Grand Secretary. A lowly thing that was fancied by your grandfather. What do you mean by this? Are you questioning your grandfather? Or is it that in your eyes, your grandfather is also a lowly thing? That youth's face flushed red in anger. Xiao Wu, I told you to shut up. Sorry, Miss Luo, young Master Luo, my nephew is not sensible. We definitely didn't mean that. We simply wanted to ask Miss Luo if you know the reason. Ruan Fangfei apologized very sincerely. The Luo family's faces relaxed. Miss Ruan, you don't need to apologize. It's just a small matter. It's not to the extent that the elders should apologize for the juniors. Jingwan didn't care about the other side's change of expression. As for the death of one knight, the biggest possibility is that the root was injured. Maybe it was a child's mischief, or maybe someone accidentally spilled hot water on it. Ruan Fangfei seemed to be enlightened, or it's because the servants didn't take it seriously. This idea was really vicious. Now, Jingwan was at least 70% sure that it was done by Ruan Fangfei. Naturally, there were not only these two families here. Other families appeared one after another. Even those who had a higher status than Jingwan took the initiative to greet her. It could be seen that what happened in Great Elder Princess's mansion had a great impact. Ruan Fangfei received the same enthusiasm as before, but she was unhappy in her heart. They parted ways and went their separate ways. Jingwan saw that her sisters seemed to be very interested in the outside world. In fact, she was also a little interested. After all, she hadn't had a good time since she came to the capital. However, today was indeed not the right time. Luo Jingbua got married only 3 days ago, and the family was still busy. It was not easy for them to come out and join the fun today. After a few days, I'll take you out for a walk. Jingwan was a little rich woman among the sisters of the Luo family. As for how much money she had, no one knew, but it was definitely not a small amount. If they went out with her, they would naturally get some benefits. Luo Qi knew this best, so she nodded vigorously. After returning to the Luo family, they went back to their own courtyards and went to the begonia house. Miss, I think there is something wrong with Miss Ruan. You'd better stay away from her in the future. Not only did Li Hongyuan tell Nanny Gong, but Nanny Gong also noticed the clue. Before leaving the capital, Nanny Gong was also Li Hongyuan's secret guard, but these secret guards had their own things. Nanny Gong might have been prepared by Li Hongyuan for Jingwan from the beginning, so she had less time to show up and didn't know much about Ruan Fangfei. The Ruan Fangfei she knew was also the one the world knew. Li Hongyuan did not deliberately remind her. Before she entered the capital, she had told Jingwan about Ruan Fangfei. Most of the things she said about Ruan Fangfei were positive. After being in close contact with her, even if she still knew nothing about the real Ruan Fangfei, she would probably feel something. Nanny, don't worry. I won't have any contact with her under normal circumstances. If I really meet her, I'll be careful. Nanny Gong looked at Jingwan and asked, Miss, you've noticed it? How can I not notice when I'm being targeted? Nanny Gong raised her eyebrows. So, Ruan Fangfei deliberately showed her tail in front of Miss and let her notice it at the same time? That was right. If not, Ruan Fangfei would be the first to be noticed by her father. There will be a Qianglin banquet tonight. Probably tomorrow, the matter between Li Ruyu and Cousin Min will be solved. In fact, Lu Qingdi was anxious. Before tomorrow, before lunchtime, Jingwan received a message from Madame Luo that she would be taken to the palace in the afternoon. She didn't say anything more. Jingwan was speechless. Grandma really trusted her so much. Was she sure that she wouldn't be timid? And didn't she have any taboos about what she was wearing? Well, Nanny Gong used to be an aunt in charge in the palace. Although she had little power, she still remembered the rules and etiquette clearly. Did Jingwan have stage fright? Of course not. In her previous life, she was taken by her scumbag father to see the world when she was only the size of a palm. As she grew up, that scumbag climbed higher and higher, and the people she met were naturally of higher status. It would be strange if she had stage fright when she was used to it. After lunch, Jingwan dressed up and went to the main courtyard. Then, for the first time, she saw Madame Luo in the dress of a first-rank madam. She felt a little different from the usual Madame Luo. Even though she still had the same expression, she still made people feel that she was much more dignified. Madame Luo looked at Jingwan from head to toe and nodded with satisfaction. Nanny Gong is very attentive. Madame Luo, you flatter me. It's my job. Because her skills were not as good as other places, Jingwan only brought Nanny Gong with her, and Madame Luo only brought a steady maid. It was Jingwan's first time coming to a place like the palace. It was not much different from the ancient ruins she saw in her previous life. There were carved railings and painted buildings, and it was magnificent. However, those in her previous life were probably just for people to visit, and it lacked the aura of people who lived there for a long time. The biggest characteristic of the palace was probably its strict rules and tight security. They got off the carriage outside the palace gate, and then they had to walk step by step to show respect to the royal family. However, the palace was such a big place. It was okay for young people, but if they were older, it would be a bit difficult to walk all the way to the harem. Fortunately, it was already spring, and there was no coldness of winter nor the heat of summer. Otherwise, it would be even more annoying. The royal family only cared about their dignity and did not care about human feelings. It was really unlikable. Jingwan was in good health, so there was no problem for her to walk faster or slower. However, Madame Luo could not. At first, she could barely maintain her speed, but later, she became slower and slower. In these years, Jingwan spent a lot of effort to take care of Madame Luo's health. She could not ignore Madame Luo's health just to not let those so-called nobles wait for a long time. Therefore, when Madame Luo wanted to speed up, she deliberately slowed down. Wan. Madame Luo did not know what to do with Jingwan's temper. When it came to her health, her granddaughter was like a stubborn donkey. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. Her slow speed was comparable to taking a stroll after a meal to aid digestion. It was very leisurely. The eunuch leading the way could not help but urge, "Hurry up, nobles." Jingwan pulled a long face. "Don't you see that my grandmother is old and can't walk fast? What, she gets tired? Can you bear the responsibility? Or are you saying that after becoming a eunuch, you have forgotten your ancestors and don't know filial piety? Even if you don't know, the words of respect for the elderly set by the founding ancestor are just empty words? Nobles, and so on, what can they do? If they can't wait, they should prepare the sedan earlier. Could it be that their own mother and grandmother also rely on a pair of legs to enter the palace and have to be in a hurry?" The more Jingwan said, the angrier she became. What is this all about? The eunuch's face suddenly darkened. Jingwan's words were not malicious. She even accused her of despising the founding ancestor. "You Wan." Madame Luo was also anxious. These words were really disgraceful. How could she lose her sense of propriety at this time? What? Despising nobles? Disrespecting the royal family? Is 20 strokes enough? If not, add 20 more. Did Jingwan not have a temper? Sorry, when her temper was up, even 9 oxen could not pull her back. Although there were only a few people nearby, further away, there were palace servants coming and going, as well as palace guards. Jingwan did not deliberately lower her voice. Almost everyone heard it. Hiss, whose family's daughter was this? She was too bold. Jingwan's face darkened. The eunuch also knew that he had met a stubborn master. What should he do? Admit defeat? He still had some status in the Kunyi Palace. If he admitted defeat this time, wouldn't everyone step on him next time? Moreover, this sedan was not ordered by the higher-ups. Who would dare to use it casually? Madame Luo saw Jingwan's stubbornness and sighed slightly. She did not say anything. In the end, this granddaughter of hers was looking out for her. For a moment, The situation was in a deadlock. "What's going on?" A man's voice sounded from behind. Jingwan turned around and saw 4 men getting down from the palanquin. This time, she was furious. A group of men with good arms and legs, but they don't know how to walk. They need people to carry them. The 4 lords, the 4 princes, no matter how slow they were, could see that Jingwan was angry now. Li Hongming, who just spoke, was facing Jingwan's anger directly. To be honest, from birth until now, except for Lu Qingdi and noble consort Su, no one had been angry with him. Those who dared to be angry with him would not do so easily. The rest, needless to say, were harmful. Anger flashed in his eyes, but he still smiled good-naturedly. What made 3rd Miss Luo so angry? 3rd Imperial Brother, are you blind or deaf? Li Hongyuan's pleasant voice sounded. However, sorry, Jingwan did not feel it all. Which palace are you from? Don't you prepare a sedan to welcome Madame Luo into the palace? The eunuch who was glaring at Jingwan earlier suddenly became a soft-footed prawn and knelt on the ground with a plop. Are replying to Wang Ye, this servant is from Kunyi Palace. Oh, someone from the Empress Palace. Although Li Honyuan just repeated it lightly, everyone knew what he meant. Li Hongming temporarily forgot Jingwan's big disrespect, and Li Hongyi's expression was good. He did not think that his mother would make such a mistake. He took a few steps forward and kicked her. Cheap servant, you really have guts. You dare to accuse the Empress. Tell me, which palace are you from? Prince, please spare me. Please spare me. This servant is really from the Kunyi Palace. Really. Big brother, don't be angry. Whether you are from the Empress Palace or not, you will know later. It's more important to quickly ask someone to bring the sedan. Li Hongming turned and bowed to Madame Luo. Madame Luo has been tired. Prince is too polite. This servant is not tired. Li Hongming smiled and looked at Jingwan. 3rd Miss Luo's expression said otherwise. Jingwan was expressionless. This servant is not grandmother. Naturally, I don't know if grandmother has been tired. However, after walking for so long, this servant feels that her feet are sore. Grandmother is old but strong. Her body is probably better than this servant's, so she doesn't feel tired. After all, the old people are still active now, but young people like us have become soft bones. Walking a few more steps will tire us to death. Li Hongming choked on his sobs. It was fine if that bastard Li Hongyuan scolded him openly and secretly. He could pretend that he didn't hear it. But now that he was being scolded indirectly by a little girl, he had to endure it. It's all because of the palace's incompetence that Miss has been tired. I will definitely punish them and strictly enforce the palace rules. Those people from Kunyi Palace are pretending to be good people. Were they? Jingwan sneered in her heart, but her expression still did not ease. Li Hongyuan snickered inwardly. Wang was really becoming more and more likable. That angry appearance was really like an angry kitten. Her little claws scratched and scratched, causing people's hearts to itch. This ability to slander others with her mouth was really taught by this prince. However, one day he must let her scold whoever she wants. She can point at the other party's nose and scold them until they don't dare to say a word. Moreover, she doesn't need to beat around the bush. The matters in the palace are handled by the Empress and Mu Fei. Now that there are no courtiers, 3rd Imperial Brother doesn't need to pretend for anyone. You don't feel tired. Lao Lu. Jingwan seemed to have heard the sound of Rui Qinwang gritting his teeth. She shot a glance at Jin Qinwang. Living a life of suffocation and humiliation, going to curry favor with others in exchange for affection, it was better to live a happy and carefree life, acting recklessly and oppressing others. This living king of hell was considered to have done this to the extreme. Unfortunately, not many people had his capital. Just at this time, another person hurried over with 2 small palanquins. Without saying a word, he directly knelt down to beg for forgiveness. Wang Ye, it's this old servant's dereliction of duty. In a moment of carelessness, this old servant has made a mistake. Wang Ye, please punish me. This was the steward of Kunyi Palace and was deeply trusted by the Empress. Li Hongyi naturally would not punish him. Just as he was about to appease him, the living king of hell spoke again. Since it's like this, then hand this matter over to the steward of the inner court to investigate. As a person of the Empress Palace, doing something like neglecting a court official's wife can be resolved with a word of dereliction of duty. You all did not do your job well. Not only did you implicate the Empress' reputation, but you also gained the reputation of being lax in governing. If you all are not removed and replaced, wouldn't it be difficult to establish the Empress' dignity? Li Hongyuan, Li Hongyi's gaze was as if he wanted to eat Li Hongyuan alive. What? Does eldest imperial brother have an opinion about Ben Wang? Or is it that Ben Wang said something wrong? Jingwan slightly raised her eyebrows. Should she say that he was indeed the living king of hell? Grabbing a handle, he directly stepped on it to death. Asked Prince Rue, did he dare say this? Did he dare to so brazenly offend the Empress? Even Lu Cheng Emperor had to give the Empress some face many times. Even if the people of the Empress Palace were in the wrong, it was also handed over to the Empress to deal with. The steward of Kunyi Palace directly collapsed to the ground. He had a grudge with the steward of the inner court. This time, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He regretted it. He shouldn't have allowed his subordinates to plot against each other just because he received benefits. Originally, this kind of thing had happened before, but as a woman with a title, in the end, she could only grit her teeth and persevere. She apologized, and the other side naturally wouldn't shout for her master to come forward. This kind of thing didn't only happen in Kunyi Palace. However, today he met Jingwan, this kind of person who didn't care about anything and made a scene because she loved her grandmother. He also ran into the hands of the living king of hell, so he completely fell. Prince Kong was angry, Prince Rue was happy, and Prince Gong pretended to be mute from beginning to end. He probably thought that Li Hongyuan was helping imperial concubine Su. In fact, if you make Ben Wang's wife unhappy, you can go die. This was the real reason. Halfway through, they parted ways. Several princes went to see Lu Cheng Emperor. Jingwan and old Madame Luo's group went directly to Kunyi Palace. It could be assumed that this matter had already been known by many people. There were a lot of people in Kunyi Palace. Not to mention the main imperial concubines, there were also many imperial concubines, and even a white-haired old prince who was said to be a character of Lu Cheng Emperor's grandfather's generation. The Empress was also a person who could put down her status. After Jingwan and old Madame Luo bowed, she directly apologized to old Madame Luo. As for the matter of her being replaced, she didn't even frown and didn't mention a word. You're the Luo family's third miss? You're really a beautiful girl. The Empress smiled gently. In the depths of her eyes, there was an unknown shock. It could be said that she had been raised to be an empress since she was young. But this little girl had the self-restraint that she had after being an empress for several years. Most importantly, this was not something that was cultivated, but something that was naturally brought out from her bones. Isn't that so? This empress also likes you very much. Imperial concubine, Su said with a smile. The corners of her eyes were completely open. She was naturally charming, but there was also a trace of heroism, causing her entire aura to be fully released. She was not inferior to the Empress. So what if the nobles wait? Did you say that? The originally peaceful atmosphere was broken by a sentence. Jingwan looked in the direction of the voice. This was the first time she saw such a naturally resentful face. The corners of her eyes were drooping, and the corners of her mouth were drooping. There were crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were cloudy, but she still looked like she had just cried. How could this kind of appearance enter the imperial family? Yes, the subject said so. You're quite bold. All right. The little girl was just angry and didn't choose her words carefully. Besides, we have nothing to do. We haven't dealt with the emperor yet, and Princess Consort Chung and her daughter haven't entered the palace yet. So what if we wait? We're already so old. Why are we still arguing with a little girl? The white-haired old prince spoke. Many of his teeth had fallen out, so his speech was uneven, but he spoke slowly, showing his excellent manners. The dignity of the royal family cannot be undermined. I said, that's enough. The old prince glanced at the old princess consort. telling her to shut up. The other sisters-in-law of the same generation, and the younger niece-in-law, all curled their lips in disdain. She always talked about the dignity of the royal family, but the only one who could truly represent the dignity of the royal family was the emperor. His son and the empress had some status, but the others who were gradually drifting away from him were not the same. If she wasn't Emperor Li's elder, how could she have the right to sit here? Dream on. It was mainly because Li Ruyu's scandal this time was too embarrassing. Now that they knew, they could not ask. In fact, they just needed to listen. They didn't have the right to interrupt. Then, Princess Consort Cheng and Li Ruyu arrived. Jingwan glanced at Li Ruyu. She didn't look too good, and her clothes weren't the usual flamboyant red. Was she pretending to be pitiful? When she met Jingwan's eyes, she instinctively wanted to curse. Little. Fortunately, she realized where she was and swallowed it back. It seemed that it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change a person's nature. A beating was too light. However, after that, Li Ruyu was exceptionally well-behaved. She had no choice but to be well-behaved. Everyone's gazes landed on her. They were like knives that wanted to slice her alive. A young lady like Li Ruyu couldn't take it. She couldn't stop trembling. His Majesty has arrived. Li Ruyu was immediately thrown aside, and everyone stood up to welcome him. Emperor Lu strode in, followed by the 4 people Jingwan had met before, and 2 older princes, Prince Cheng, Luo Peishan, and Chun Zhengmin. Chun Zhengmin, who was walking at the back, saw Jingwan at first glance. He secretly clenched his fists, then relaxed them, looked away, and lowered his eyes. After Emperor Lu sat down on the main seat, everyone knelt down to greet him. Emperor Lu hurriedly asked them to get up. He first asked the granduncle, who was a little inconvenient to move, about the food, clothes, and whether the servants served him well. Jingwan could feel that Lu Chengdi was genuinely concerned about his elders and was not acting. After a while, Emperor Li's eyes fell on Jingwan. After looking at her for a while, he suddenly laughed. "I didn't know that you little girl are so bold and have a bad temper. You also know that you'll be beaten if you don't respect the imperial family. Tell me, should I beat you or not? Whether you beat me or not, it all depends on your Majesty. You are the boss. Everything is up to you. I asked you, but you threw it back to me. But since you dare to say that 20 is not enough, I think you are not afraid of being beaten. Your Majesty, not being afraid is one thing. Not thinking is another. This subject's daughter is not afraid of being beaten, but I don't want to be beaten. Little girl, you are quite cunning. For the sake of you finding me a few talents, I won't beat you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I am also doing it for the sake of your filial piety. I heard from your grandfather that when you were in Qi and Manor, you personally took care of your grandmother. It is really commendable that you can do this at such a young age. Grandmother dotes on me and protects me. She treats this subject's daughter like a pearl and a treasure. Then, this subject's daughter should take care of grandmother. According to what you said, if your grandmother didn't treat you well, would you not be filial to her? Your Majesty, if this subject's daughter said that this subject's daughter is still filial to her wholeheartedly, even though grandmother trampled this subject's daughter like mud, would you believe it? This subject's daughter has always believed that the feelings between people are mutual. If only one party gives and the other party is indifferent or even ignores it, then sooner or later, one's heart will be cold. This subject's daughter does not think that she is a foolish filial person. Perhaps I will still do my part, but that is from the perspective of an outsider. For example, if grandmother is ill and I don't take care of her by her bed, but hide far away and copy Buddhist scriptures, saying that I am praying for grandmother's well-being, who can say that I am not? If I don't ask her what medicine she takes or what diet she eats, and only ask a few perfunctory questions when paying respects to her, won't others be able to blame me? Lu Qingdi narrowed his eyes and stared at Jingwan for a long time. Jingwan herself didn't feel anything, but the people around her broke out in a cold sweat for her. What she said was really against filial piety, but as she said, who could say that she was wrong? Lu Qingdi suddenly smiled. Girl, you really dare to say that. This subject's daughter knows that these are all facts. There is nothing that I dare not say. That's not right. There are some facts that few people dare to say. When Lu Qingdi said this, both his tone and expression were a little cold. Some people present had cold sweat on their backs. What Jingwan said was exactly what they did. That's for an outsider to see. That was the worst part. However, as the emperor, it was a serious crime for his son to pry into his illness. So these are all bullshit. Whether or not they had the heart was not only reflected in this point. Lu Qingdi recovered his smile in an instant. Little girl, go sit in the side hall first, or go outside for a walk. After I deal with this matter, you can come back and chat with me. Yes, Your Majesty. Jingwan bowed to the others one by one and smiled at Madame Luo before leaving. Madame Luo, I heard a lot about that little girl from Minister Luo. How about you tell me about your affairs in Qian Mansion? If Your Majesty doesn't find those trivial matters annoying, this subject's wife will tell you everything. Madame Luo knew what Lu Qingdi wanted to hear. Our family's third daughter is a good child who has been doted on since she was young. She said that the feelings are mutual, which is true. This subject's wife was seriously ill in the early years, and it was very repetitive. Wanwan didn't do anything else but accompany me all day. I told her to stay away so that she wouldn't pass the illness, but she always smiled and said that she wasn't afraid. If you were really angry and drove her away, she would come back in less than 2 hours. She would tell you in a soft voice what she had done in the past 2 hours, what she had seen, where a beautiful flower had bloomed, where a bird had fallen from a tree, or what story she had heard from the teacher. She would tell you everything in great detail. For a person who was sick and couldn't leave the house, there was nothing more comforting than hearing these things. When you were really tired, she would be quiet again. I don't know if that girl knows something, but I don't know how many times I could see her when I opened my eyes. Whether she was reading or writing, she would always find out what I needed before the servant girls. Before you could open your mouth, she would sweetly call you grandmother. That soft and gentle voice could instantly calm the panic in my heart. Madame Luo was immersed in the meeting. As she spoke, she couldn't help but wipe her tears. In the early years, I had many grandchildren by my side, but none of them were like this girl. Even if they learned from Wanwan, they were absent-minded. It was annoying to look at them. And every time the doctor came for an examination, Wanwan would be more anxious than anyone else. She would ask the doctor many questions repeatedly. Sometimes the doctor would be impatient, but she would still keep a straight face and chase after the doctor, making the doctor afraid of her. Speaking of this, Madame Luo couldn't help but laugh. If this happened again, the doctor would tell her in detail. Wanwan always remembers what should be done, what shouldn't be done, what can be eaten, and what can't be eaten. She knows better than anyone else. I always told her that these things were left to the servant girls, and she didn't need to do it. But she said that she would only do what she could do. Moreover, how could a servant compare to a relative? That's right. How could a servant compare to a relative? This subject believes that this subject's health improved because Wanwan played a far greater role than those medicines. As Wanwan slowly grew up, this subject could also walk outside. She would follow by your side and gently hold your hand. It was said that sick people were easily capricious. Sometimes, after walking for 2 steps, they would feel tired and not want to walk anymore. The doctor said that this subject's wife needed to walk more. She was like coaxing a child, incomparably patient and patient. In fact, she was the child that needed to be coaxed. Seeing her like this, who could bear to refuse? How could they not care for her in the depths of their hearts? Moreover, Wanwan had been smart since she was young. She could always think of some strange, but especially useful things. This subject's wife couldn't leave the house for a long time, so she thought of a way. She had the carpenter add wheels to the chair and nail a pedal that could be placed on it. She used this method to bring this subject out. She was also worried that the roads would be uneven and bumpy, so she had people lay down bluestone slabs in and out of the residence. It could be said that she had put in a lot of effort. 3 years ago, this subject's wife, other than fourth uncle's family, was only Wanwan. In fact, the people in the capital didn't know that this subject's wife fell seriously ill again. This subject's illness came with a vengeance. This subject almost died. 3 days. This subject's wife was unconscious for 3 days. One also didn't sleep for 3 days. She probably didn't know that this subject's wife was conscious. The first time she found out, she was so angry that she didn't even recognize her family. She poured a torrent of abuse on her fourth uncle's family because they said that this subject's wife couldn't take it anymore. At that time, she couldn't swallow the medicine anymore, so she thought of ways to force it down. From the beginning to the end, she held this subject's wife's hand tightly and talked nonstop. This subject's wife could feel her tears falling on my hand, but you couldn't hear her cries. This subject's wife thought, "My good granddaughter is still so young, and her mother is so unreliable. If this subject's wife left like this, she would have no one to love her, no one to take care of her, and wouldn't she have to shoulder everything on her own? How could I just leave her like this?" This subject's wife had to watch her grow up, watch her get married, watch her have children, watch her live a happy life. Unfortunately, Wan's marriage didn't go well. Old Madame Luo's gaze fell on Chen Jingmin. Everyone also looked at Chen Jingmin. His head was buried so low that his expression couldn't be seen. However, everyone could feel that he was suppressing himself. He was trying his best to endure. If it wasn't for Wan, this subject's wife's grave would have grown grass long ago. This isn't just a saying. Therefore, Your Majesty, please don't blame Wan for being disrespectful to the imperial family. She didn't do it on purpose. The main thing is that this subject's health is involved. She's like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Old madam, you're thinking too much. I originally didn't blame her, but after hearing your words, I'm even more likely to blame her. Then, now, Ryu, tell me, what exactly is going on with you scheming against Chen Jingmin? I don't want to listen to your sophistry. I just want to know what the truth is. I didn't wait for a few days in vain. I've already investigated everything that needs to be investigated. Now, I'll listen to what you have to say. As a princess of the imperial family, you did such a shameless thing and brought shame to the imperial family. If you still dare to lie, you'll be punished even more. Chapter 110. While waiting for Li Ruyu to speak, the two of them were probably not the only ones with complicated feelings. As for Luo Peishan, he really didn't know that his old wife almost died 3 years ago. He had always known that he owed his old wife a lot. Fortunately, he had an obedient and delicate granddaughter like third girl to accompany her and take care of her. Otherwise, he would have to treat his granddaughter better in the future. It wasn't just because of his old wife. As the girl said, feelings were mutual. Moreover, this girl was someone who would treat you all 10 times better if you treated her well. Wasn't Jingwa's matter the best proof? He also wanted to experience the feeling of being treated wholeheartedly by his granddaughter. Now that he thought about it, why didn't he get along well with his granddaughter at that time because of his parents' death? Why didn't he think of taking more time to accompany his sick wife? However, it was strange. According to his old wife, third girl was always by her side. Why was it that the number of times he saw her could be counted on one hand? It shouldn't be. Li Hanyuan fell into silence. Before Wan came to the capital, although he had been paying attention to her for the next few years, the hidden guards had only sent back a few words. How could he have the feelings of the person involved? He thought that he was a cold-hearted person who had seen through everything in his previous life. He even suspected that if Wan hadn't died in his previous life, and he could have gotten what he wanted in the end, then when he had another chance in life, he might still want to marry Wan, but he shouldn't have such a deep obsession. But in reality, after listening to old Madame Luo's words, he felt that his obsession would only be deeper. It was said that he was the final winner in his previous life, but the victory was too tragic. He had to spend several years to rectify the situation and stabilize the country. His body couldn't take it anymore. If Wan was by his side, she would definitely be by his side at all times, taking care of him carefully and never leaving him. She has been taking care of your sickly body for 10 years. When you have a healthy body, will you abandon her? No. He would only hold her tighter in the palm of his hand, occupying all of her care and attention, stingily sharing it with others. Wan had touched him beyond his imagination. If he couldn't get what he wanted in this life, he would probably go crazy. Moreover, He had always thought that imperial concubine Su treated him wholeheartedly, except for one or two things. But obviously, that was not the case. She was truly wholeheartedly devoted to him and would definitely not mix in anything bad. The other people present, especially those old princes and princesses, used to think that their children were very filial and showed off outside from time to time. Fortunately, they didn't meet someone like Madame Luo. Otherwise, wouldn't they be waiting to be slapped in the face? It was said that without comparison, there was no way to distinguish between good and bad. Compared to Madame Luo's words, she even began to suspect that those juniors were acting. There was a saying that touched his heart the most. How could servants compare to family? Thinking back, how correct it was. If you were surrounded by servants who were meticulous and considerate, you would probably feel annoyed and rarely smile. However, if your family was by your side, even if it was just a casual chat, you would feel happy. As expected, none of those filial sons and grandsons were truly attentive. Otherwise, how could they not know what the elderly really needed? After the suspicion, they were a little angry. After the anger, they began to envy. Why didn't they meet such a good grandchild? This Luo Chansher was too lucky. Therefore, this group of living ancestors began to nitpick after returning. In the past, everything was good, but now everything was not pleasing to the eye. However, these living ancestors still had a temper and refused to say what their children and grandchildren did not do well. In their minds, if the other family's granddaughter could think of it, could it be that they were made of wood and couldn't think of it? This made the children and grandchildren badly battered. Those who were truly filial repeatedly begged for mercy when they were lectured. As for those who were really just putting on an act, they were caught off guard and thought that they had exposed themselves. In a moment of carelessness, they panicked. This time, they really exposed themselves. Well, they didn't get the treatment they wanted for the time being. Instead, they exposed the true and false feelings first. Naturally, they were furious when they found out that they had spoiled an ingrate. Jingwan probably didn't expect that she had inadvertently cheated so many people. At the moment, Li Ruyu stammered for a long time and couldn't say anything. As for Commandery Prince Chung, his heart was like dead ashes after Madame Luo's words. After hearing Emperor Li's words, he was completely numb. Therefore, when Li Ruyu looked at her for help, she didn't respond at all. Ruyu, you don't need to look at your mother. His Majesty is asking you. You just need to tell him everything in detail. The Empress said lightly. She didn't speak harshly, but the women in the harem all knew that she had completely given up on Li Ruyu and didn't intend to help her at all. They thought in their hearts that she was really heartless. However, if they were in her shoes, they would also give up Li Ruyu without hesitation in the current situation. It was a pity that they couldn't use this matter to attack the Empress. However, the Empress had suffered a great loss today. Tears began to fall from Li Ruyu's eyes. In the harem, Lu Qingdi had seen a lot of women cry. They looked pitiful, pear blossoms in the rain, stubborn and aggrieved. Those were his women. When he had the intention, he would coax them. Li Ruyu was nothing. She was just his niece. Originally, he was busy with government affairs and had to solve these trivial matters. Moreover, there was Jingwan in front of him. Now that he saw Li Ruyu like this, he became more and more impatient. Enough. If you don't want to say it, I'll make you unable to say it in the future. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Li Ruyu repeated this sentence as she cried. And it was this sentence that seemed to convince herself. It's all that little bitch Luo Jingwan's fault. If it weren't for her, Brother Lin wouldn't dislike me. She stole the person I like. Why can't I steal her fiancé? The more she said, the more she felt that she was right. In the end, she even shouted loudly. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Madame Luo's face was livid. She only thought that Wanwan had embarrassed her. She didn't expect that it was such a groundless accusation. Wait, Ryu, is the Brother Lin you mentioned? Is there a fourth person involved in this matter? Your Majesty, Ryu is talking about Yilin. The Empress dispelled Emperor Lu Qingdi's confusion. The Luo family's girl stole Yilin? What kind of nonsense is this? Your Majesty, Princess Ryu is purely slandering. When I first entered the capital, I took my granddaughters to Duke Ding's manor as guests. Because Third Miss has been infatuated with flowers since she was a child. When she was talking about flowers with the young miss in Duke Ding's manor, Sun Bingbai accidentally overheard it. Hearing that Sun Bingbai was also someone who loved flowers and plants very much, he probably said a few words. At that time, Princess Ruyu wanted to beat and kill him, without the slightest bit of a girl's upbringing. Princess Ruyu insulted and hurt people first, so my granddaughter was angry and humiliated her. Because of similar matters, Princess Ruyu has laid her hands on quite a few young ladies. Sun Bingbai has long hated her actions to the core. On the spot, he declared that even if he became a monk, he would not take Princess Ruyu as his wife. However, Princess Ruyu blamed this on my granddaughter. This is simply unreasonable. Madame Luo's sharp gaze stared at Li Ruyu. A girl's reputation was greater than the heavens. How could she let others ruin it? Now that Madame Luo has mentioned it, this prince also remembers. Li Ruyu, this prince seemed to have told you to stay in seclusion for 3 months to learn the rules. Jumping out so early. Are you ignoring this prince's words? Li Hanyuan said in a somewhat cold voice. Li Ruyu almost reflexively trembled and shrunk into a ball. TSK, look at you, and you call yourself a princess? Li Hongyuan's tone was very cold and disdainful. Lu Qingdi glanced at his evil son. In fact, he still didn't understand. Why did this evil son come to join in the fun? Shouldn't he be the most impatient with this kind of trivial matter? Shut up. Li Honyuan looked back at Lu Qingdi indifferently and then looked away. He gave his father face and didn't speak again. Just because of this, you sacrificed your virginity to scheme against Chun Jung-min? Lu Qingdi felt very speechless. Was there something wrong with his brain? When he looked at Li Ruyu's expression, it really was because of this. At the start, Chundi Wangfei only thought that her daughter had a grudge against Miss Luo, or that she liked Chen Jingmin. After all, Li Ruyu changed her servant girls frequently. The 2 servant girls on the day of the incident didn't know the reason and only knew that Li Ruyu was scheming. Now, she just wanted to open Li Ruyu's head and see what she was thinking. Chen Jingmin, what do you want to say? Emperor, can I ask Junju a few questions? Lu Qingdi nodded. Chen Jingmin looked coldly at Li Ruyu. Did you hear Sun Bingbai say that he likes Third Miss Luo? Li Ruyu dumbly shook her head. Have you heard or seen them interact in private? Li Ruyu continued to shake her head. So, just because they both like flowers, you think that Sun Bingbai likes her? Without her, Sun Bingbai will marry you sooner or later. This time, Li Ruyu first nodded and then shook her head. My mother said that I can never marry Lin Gage. Since I can't get what I want, Luo Jingwan, that fickle little bitch, what right does she? Shut up, Chen Jungmin said coldly. Then he suddenly laughed. His laughter was icy. Everyone could feel it. He wanted to reach out and strangle Li Ruyu. But because he still had his reason, he didn't do such a thing. After all, it was a serious crime to murder the imperial family. Chen Jingmin had originally thought that there was someone else who had coveted Biao, made a scheme against him. The most likely person was Sun Yilin. It seemed that he had thought too much. Junju, I only know today that there is someone as stupid as you in the world. You did such a thing to scheme against me. Why didn't you scheme against Sun Bingbai? If you succeeded, wouldn't you be able to get what you want to marry him? Why did you scheme against me? You broke up Biao Mei and me, and then you might let Sun Bingbai and Biao Mei get together. So you were so selfless when you admire someone. Even if you have to sacrifice yourself, you want him to find someone he likes? Chen Jingmin felt that it was not easy for him to not make a move now. This time, Li Ruyu was completely stunned. She seemed to have realized that her actions were not only not appeased, but also, how could she be so stupid? And the same question appeared in everyone's mind. Damn, how could this person be so stupid? In fact, when Li Honyuan was scheming against Chen Jungmin, his final idea was to strip Chen Jungmin and Li Ruyu and throw them together. Then he would let someone catch them red-handed. However, in order to reduce the trouble in the future, he wanted Li Ruyu to understand Chen Jungmin first. He also needed an excuse to put the blame on Li Ruyu. In the end, this person was too smart. The person he sent changed his mind at the last minute to see if he could induce her to do it herself. Haha, Not only did she do it, but she also did it to the extreme. This result was really unexpected. All right, Li Hanyuan only needed to send someone to see how things went. Princess Chung stared blankly at her dazed daughter. She actually gave birth to this idiot? Could it be that she was swapped after she was born? If she really had the courage to scheme against Sun Yilin, she might even praise her. Then, she would work hard to marry her back to Ding General Manor. But this idiot, Prince Chung, was also in a mess. He wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. Chun Jingmin wiped his face helplessly. Chun Jingmin, Your Majesty, I was tricked by such an idiot. Does it mean that I'm also hopelessly stupid? Lu Qingdi wanted to nod, but when he thought of Chun Jingmin's talent and the articles he wrote, there were not many smart people in the world if he was really an idiot. He coughed dryly. As the saying goes, people make mistakes and horses stumble. You probably didn't expect this to happen. It's pardonable that you were careless. But my cousin and I have broken off the engagement. A single mistake could lead to everlasting regret. How could Lu Qingdi not see that this guy was deeply in love with Miss Luo? So now, what do you think? Can I ask your majesty to kill Li Ruyu? Can I ask your majesty to grant a marriage between my cousin and me? Chun Jingmin stared at Lu Qingdi. Lu Qingdi was speechless. Did he need to ask? He was not a child. Could he say something more reasonable? Li Hanyuan just thought that he would let bygones be bygones and let him go for the sake of marrying an idiot. But this time, he still dared to covet his wife. If this could be tolerated, what else could be tolerated? No, then I will marry her, Chun Jingmin said with an extremely indifferent expression. But everyone knew that Li Ruyu would not have a good life after marrying him. An enemy who ruined a good marriage. How could you expect him to treat you well? There was no such good thing in his dreams. No, I don't want to marry him. No matter how slowly Ruyu was, she could feel Chun Jingmin's hatred for her. Even if she was a commandery princess, he had no respect for her. If she married him, she would end up miserable. Isn't it too late to say this now? Lu Qingdi said coldly. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you did such a shameless thing? If you don't want to marry, you can either become a monk or die suddenly. Chun Jingmin doesn't want to marry you. If you die, everything will be over. Li Ruyu immediately shut her mouth. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. Monks of the imperial family would be expelled from the family, just like ordinary monks. Moreover, there would be a special place to watch over them. Because they were members of the imperial family before they became monks, they were more likely to be abused. This was because the people who watched over them could get pleasure from abusing them, who were of noble status. Was this the end of the matter? No, of course not. As a member of the imperial family, Li Ruyu enjoyed the honor of being a commandery princess, but she did not cultivate her body, did not cultivate her character, did not follow the rules, did not have decorum, and was easily angered. She was irritable and impulsive, and even more shameless. She ruined her chastity, ruined her reputation as a commandery princess, and brought shame to the imperial family. Commandery Prince Chung. No, your majesty, you can't do this. You can't. Oh, what Li Ruyu cared about the most was her commandery princess position. It should be said that all those who were inferior to her, including Sun Yijia and the others, were all bitches. She did not dare to say it out loud, only because she could not provoke Sun Yijia and the others. Now that she had become a commandery princess, a bitch in her mouth, how could she bear it? Moreover, to a certain extent, the status of those who were demoted in the imperial family was actually lower. They all had the same mentality. How satisfying it was to trample on those who were once noble. Moreover, Li Ruyu was notorious, so she would only be trampled on more severely in the future. Those who were bullied by her would find ways to bully back. It was not that no one could say no to Lu Qingdi, but that person was definitely not Li Ruyu. Therefore, as soon as she opened her mouth, she was directly blocked by the palace servants of Kunyi Palace. Lu Qingdi coldly glanced at Li Ruyu, clearly showing her what it meant to have the power of heaven that could not be swept away. He then looked at Commandery Prince Chung with hostility. Commandery Prince Chung, you enjoyed the salary of Commandery Prince, but did not think about improving your family. You did not teach your adopted daughter well. Today, you are demoted from Commandery Prince Chung to Duke. I hope that you will teach your children more in the future. If similar things happen again, you will be severely punished. This subject thanks your majesty for your grace. Commandery Prince Chung knelt on the ground and did not get up for a long time. He was not as stupid as Li Ruyu. At this time, if he obediently accepted the edict, perhaps he could save some face. If he disobeyed the edict, he might be demoted to the bottom. This will end here. Dismissed. Lu Qingdi stood up and walked to the imperial granduncle. The old prince hurriedly stood up, and Lu Qingdi reached out to support him. Thank you, your majesty. Imperial granduncle, you're too kind. I've troubled you to come here today. As a member of the royal family, it's natural that this kind of thing happened to the royal family. However, your majesty has handled it properly, and we old guys don't need to say anything. Even though they were members of the royal family and had a lot of say in some aspects, they also had to know that it was better not to intervene in things that the emperor needed to deal with. If they dared to take advantage of their seniority, they would not have a good end. Originally, this matter should have been handled by the empress, but it was Luo Peishan who brought it up, and he had not been idle these days. If people thought that Commandery Prince Chung was demoted only because his adopted daughter did not teach him well, they were very wrong. Many people wanted to push Commandery Prince Chung down. In addition to the fact that Commandery Prince Chung was not liked, it was also a factional struggle. On the surface, Commandery Prince Chung was the son-in-law of Ding General Manor, so he naturally belonged to the Empress's faction. Therefore, it was not appropriate for the Empress to deal with this matter, so Lu Qingdi made the decision to deal with it personally. Now that the fun was over, the concubines and members of the imperial clan could leave. As for the princes, it was their own business whether they wanted to find their mothers, deal with official business, or leave the palace to do their own business. As long as it did not affect the business, Lu Qingdi did not bother to pay attention to them. Madame Luo wanted to immediately take Jingwan out of the palace, but Lu Qingdi said that he wanted to talk to Jingwan. Therefore, Madame Luo stayed in the Kunyi Palace. When Lu Qingdi stepped out of the gate of the Kunyi Palace, Lu Qingdi suddenly stopped. Empress, I don't want to see this kind of thing again. Yes, your majesty. This kind of thing did not only happen in the Kunyi Palace. With Lu Qingdi's words, the Empress did not hesitate to rectify it. If others could dismiss her people, as the head of the harem, it was not difficult for her to dismiss people in other palaces. While Madame Luo was changing clothes, Prince Kong wanted to leave at this time, but the Empress stopped him. My son, how about letting third Miss Luo be your step-princess? She is 14 this year and will be of marriageable age next year. At that time, you can remarry. Prince Kong was surprised. He originally wanted to say that the status of Luo's third young lady was a bit low, but on second thought, even if he wanted to marry a noble lady, there was no suitable one now. Besides, it was only a second Wang Fei, so it should be better if her status was lower. Another advantage was that the threat to the legitimate son left behind by the first wife was relatively low. Most importantly, how could he say no to what his Empress mother had decided? It's fine as long as mother decides. The Empress looked at him indifferently. I know what you are thinking. You dislike her status, but she may not like you. Don't think that all the girls in the world will yearn for the royal family. What's more, we are not the only ones who have eyes on this girl. Although her status is low, there are a lot of young masters of equal social status for her to choose. From Chen Jingmin, it can be seen that the Luo family doesn't choose her husband based on social status. Besides, because of what happened in Great Elder Princess's mansion, her social status has doubled. You also saw the situation in the palace examination today. Your father praised her highly, and there are many noble families who want to marry her. It's not easy for her to be your step-princess. Then, what should we do now? Mother, please tell me. Before seeing this girl, I actually want Yilin to marry her. After seeing her, maybe she is more suitable to be your princess. Putting aside her family background, this girl is definitely more presentable than your previous consort. Prince Kong did not expect his mother to think so highly of third Miss Luo, but he believed in his mother's judgment. She rarely misjudged. Mother, after seeing her, Lady Su will not give up easily. What's more, Ijia has married into the Luo family. They will naturally want to capture this girl. Lady Su does not have a suitable son, but her maternal family does. Her cousin is the right commander-in-chief, and she has a son who is also very outstanding. Now, we can't do anything, so we will wait and see. After all, the Luo clan's attitude towards this matter is also very important. You have to know that unless your imperial father decrees the marriage, the Luo clan has the possibility of rejecting the marriage. But in fact, your imperial father also knows that this young lady is involved in a lot of things. It's already good that he can sit by and not help either side. While old Madame Luo is still in Kunyi Palace, I will sound her out later. At this time, go to your father's place. If the other brothers are not here, you can go to your own things. If one of them is here, you can stay. Therefore, in order to maximize the benefits for people like them, not to mention the matter of changing relatives, they could even change a few more people. Yes, Mother. Prince Kong was about to leave when he remembered something. Mother, the chief steward in your palace. What, my son? Do you think I only have one available chief steward? This son is overthinking. This son will take his leave. It's only one chief steward. Without one, I can still bring up 8 or 10 more. The Empress was quite indifferent to this point. If one person could really affect the overall situation of her Kunyi Palace, then she could not continue to be the Empress. When noble consort Su brought her 2 sons to Jade Essence Palace, she was also talking to them about Jingwan's marriage. As the Empress guessed, noble consort Su's first choice was her cousin's son. The Empress's first choice was Sun Yilin. Now, I'm afraid the Empress prefers third Miss Luo to be her daughter-in-law. Therefore, the women in the harem were not much different from each other. Li Honyuan seemed to be listening casually, but in his heart, a storm was gathering in his eyes. Although he knew that Wan would be spied on and schemed against if she broke off the engagement, he couldn't help but be furious when he heard these people betrothing Wan to this person, and that person without considering her own thoughts, let alone her happiness. Although these things, whether they considered or not, Wan could only belong to him in the end. However, whether they considered or not affected Li Hongyuan's perception of them. If they considered her when they schemed against Wan, then when he dealt with them, he might be gentler. Yuan, what are you thinking about? Noble consort, Su suddenly turned to look at Li Hongyuan as she spoke. I'm bored. I also think that you've been really bored recently. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to the palace today. Li Honyuan faintly hummed in acknowledgement. When he heard how Wan asked Luo Jingbua to guard against other women, he knew that Wan was very disgusted with those people and those things. He felt that even if he was just putting on a show, he should try his best to reduce the number of people in the courtyard. Although he didn't mind Wan settling accounts with him in the future, those people might delay the time when he won Wan's heart. However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized that since he learned that Wan was going to the capital, he hadn't played 7 Days of Love. It turned out that he didn't need to reflect deeply on himself and subconsciously restrained himself. When did he, Li Honyuan, become so obedient? Very good. He found another reason for Wan to compensate him. How about letting third Miss Luo be your princess consort? Noble consort Su said with a smile. Mother, Li Hongming subconsciously wanted to stop her. This matter couldn't be done like this. Noble consort Su glanced at him, and Li Hongming could only shut his mouth. Li Honyuan didn't react. Mother, do you want to become enemies with Luo Shangshu? It mainly depends on whether you like it or not, Yuan. Everything else doesn't matter. It's just that this girl's status is still a bit low. If her father sits in the position of a 4th-rank official, then let Luo Shangshu retire early and promote her father. Everything will be fine. Unfortunately, however, she can still be your consort. In front of the throne, this son's everything is not important. The most important thing is to win the support of the courtiers. The implication was that he should shut up and not make such meaningless jokes. He only needed to wait for his father to take the initiative to grant him and Wan's marriage. Before that, he only needed to clear the obstacles for himself and Wan, then clear them. See, it was just a matter of a sentence. How simple. Simple? Damn, There were too many people watching Wan Wan. It would be very tiring to deal with them one by one. It wasn't simple at all. Wan Wan's current situation was much more complicated than in his previous life. At that time, he didn't know the specifics, but at most, the Chun family would break off the engagement in 2 days. Princess Chun Jingmin still had some say, but she was unknown. It was only a month later that she was suddenly schemed against and set up a second fiancé. Then, she got married not long after she became of age, and it was when the man was in mourning. However, she didn't have to wait for another 3 years. Speaking of which, at that time, the Luo family actually wanted her to wait for 3 more years, right? Why'd they let her get married at that time? There must be a reason behind it. Unfortunately, Li Honyuan basically didn't know about Wan Wan at that time and didn't pay attention to her at all. How would he know the reason? Old Madame Luo's words indeed have an impact on Yuan right? Noble consort Su sighed softly. Li Honyuan frowned slightly and looked at noble consort Su. Imperial Mother is thinking too much. It's not like I can't feel how Imperial Mother treats me. There's no need for Imperial Mother to use this method to prove anything. Yuan Imperial Mother first wants the best for you. Everything else can be considered later. Li Honyuan glanced at Li Hongming. Sacrificing the interests of your own son to fulfill the love of your adopted son. It's no wonder your biological son always thinks that you're biased towards your adopted son. You've already done those 2 things. What's the point of doing these things to this extent? Imperial Mother, you don't have to worry about me. Noble consort Su smiled. That's right, Yuan Imperial Mother heard that you asked for a secret skin, nourishing recipe from the Luo family's 3rd young miss and prepare to give it to Imperial Mother. Imperial Mother has been waiting, but I haven't seen it until today. I forgot, Li Honyuan said indifferently. Noble consort Su covered her mouth and laughed because she felt her son's awkwardness. That Luo family's 3rd young miss is really too much. If you didn't ask her for it, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to give it to you. She took the initiative to give it to me? Does she still want a reputation? All right. Remember to give it to Imperial Mother to try. Imperial Mother sees that Luo family's 3rd young Mrs. Skin is so good that I have nothing to say. I know. Li Honyuan was a bit impatient. Women are troublesome. Little brat, what are you saying? Noble consort Su raised her hand and patted him. Li Honyuan frowned and resisted the urge to avoid it. Seeing that her son was really annoyed, noble consort Su refused to let him go. Imperial Mother looks, Yuan-er's skin is also good. As a man, your skin is a bit darker. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to escape being a natural beauty. Li Hongyuan's face darkened. Imperial Mother, that's enough. Noble consort Su couldn't help but laugh. Li Hongming looked at the 2 of them, joking intimately, as if there was no one else around. And he was like an outsider. If there was someone who didn't know, who would think that he was noble consort Su's biological son. He clearly knew that the reason for these things was that Imperial Mother had strict requirements for him to be the heir apparent, but she was truly raising Li Honyuan as her son. But he still couldn't help but feel jealous. Li Honyuan had taken all of Imperial Father's indulgence and doting, and Imperial Mother's care and love. Even if Imperial Mother had promised him that Imperial Father would pass the throne to anyone but Li Honyuan, what could he do? He had received too much, so much that it was unbearable. He had to wait until Imperial Father passed away to clean up. But other than enduring, he could only endure. Li Hongming's throat moved, swallowing down the bitterness and unwillingness. Li Honyuan didn't need to look to understand. He sneered in his heart. Noble consort, His Majesty had people send Luo family's 3rd young miss out of the palace. He also sent people to Kunyi Palace to pick up old Madame Luo. Noble consort Su was surprised. So fast. It seems that there's an emergency. I see. If it was an emergency, then it was no wonder. When it came to emergency, everything else had to be put aside. His Majesty actually directly sent her out of the palace. It seems that he doesn't want to leave her in the harem for us to meet alone. What do you think His Majesty means? Could it be that he had some thoughts? Imperial Mother, Imperial Father wouldn't be so out of line. Li Honyuan interrupted her. If he really had such thoughts, even if it was his father, Li Honyuan, he wouldn't be able to avoid committing regicide and killing his father. Anyone who tried to snatch her away from him, no matter who they were, would become his enemy and be killed without mercy. All right. After all, this girl isn't the daughter of a local official. Your imperial father hasn't held a draft for many years. The young and beautiful girls in the harem were basically sent here by the local officials. Noble consort, Sue said with a cold smile. That's why I say that women are troublesome. Your patience with women can never exceed 7 days. Akin will leave first. Li Honyuan impatiently turned and left. I'll go get the secret recipe for you. Imperial consort Sue smiled. Her son probably didn't have much patience for the same woman. However, as his mother, she had always been an exception. Even when he was young and was so irritable that he smashed things, he would still listen to her until the end. Although he would respond impatiently and act as if he had forgotten about it, in reality, he would remember everything clearly. Li Hongming remained silent. If he opened his mouth now, he would probably only be scolded. Li Honyuan rudely stopped Jingwan. Third Miss Luo, don't you still owe this prince something? Jingwan nodded. Prince, can you send someone to the Luo family to get it later? No need. You can open a shop yourself. It's really useful. This prince will take the things and directly send them to the palace. How much money do you want? Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands? It's up to you. What this prince lacks the least is money. https:///11/11807/6653023. Chapter 111. Li Honyuan saw that Jingwan was obviously speechless at him, but she still answered him seriously. Her expression was really, what should he do? It was as if he wanted to hug her, kiss her, and rub her. His fingers twitched, but he controlled himself and didn't really reach out. This fragrant and fatty meat was right in front of his eyes. Would he be able to eat it openly? The current situation was a bit complicated. Compared with his plan, there was a slight deviation. However, it hadn't reached the point of losing control. He wasn't sure when he could take her down. It wasn't good to be unknown. It was too attractive. It seemed, well, he still preferred to see the radiant Wanwan. As for the wolves, if there were one, he would kill them. If there were two, he would kill a pair. Wanwan, what was with this anxious and worried voice? It sounded like he would eat her granddaughter. He really wanted to eat her. Jingwan turned her head and saw her grandmother coming down from the palanquin. The one who came down from the other palanquin was actually her grandfather. Didn't they say that there was an urgent government affair? Grandfather couldn't be needed, but he was a first-rank minister. He should be able to listen in. Madame Luo quickly stepped forward, pulled Jingwan, and subconsciously pulled her behind her. Then she saw Li Hongyuan's dark face and realized that she had overreacted. However, what was done had been done. Greetings, Your Highness. Forget it. Li Hongyuan's body was overflowing with hostility. His eyes were dark. Even if I'm a wolf, tiger, or leopard, I still have a sense of propriety. Madame Luo, you don't have to be so guarded against me. You know what kind of reputation Your Highness has. What I'm guarding against is not you, but those rumors. Li Hongyuan's face was extremely dark, but this person was an elderly person and Wanwan's grandmother, so he really couldn't do anything to her. Instead, he took out his anger on Luo Peishan, who was slowly walking over, and left in a huff. Jingwan stood behind her grandmother and actually felt very happy. Putting aside that her grandmother did not yield an inch to protect her, the main reason was that Jin Xinwang's temper was not as bad as the rumors said. At the very least, he still respected the elderly. Seeing Li Honyuan get on Jin Xinwang Fu's carriage, old Madame Luo slightly breathed a sigh of relief. When facing Jin Xinwang, although she appeared unyielding on the surface, her heart was actually quite nervous and apprehensive. She was afraid that he would do something to her, but the main thing was that she was worried about really arousing his anger. If he really did something to Wanwan, that would really be a matter of life and death. Madam, you don't have to do that. Luo Peishan walked in. These people actually saw it the clearest. If Jin Xinhuang's bad reputation outside was 12 points, in reality, it was only 7 or 8 points at most. Old Madame Luo looked at him with dissatisfaction. Is this what this concubine is worried about? I am worried about being seen. All right. Once the third young lady was involved, he would have to stand aside beside his old wife. Luo Peishan also felt that he was in the wrong. He silently stroked his beard and looked at Jingwan. Why did Jin Xinhuang look for you? The matter of the secret skin nourishing recipe. Luo Peishan nodded. At that time, he was also present, so naturally, there was no need to ask. Will you give the recipe to him? No, probably because he found it troublesome. Jin Xinhuang let his granddaughter directly open a shop and buy the finished product for him. And this is also good. If Jin Xinhuang spends money to buy it, I believe that other people will not reach out for it. Third girl, you don't have to suffer a loss. But there is one thing that is not so good. If something goes wrong in the middle, third girl, the responsibility you bear is too big. The harem is originally a place of trouble, and there is not a single day of peace. Opening a shop is also not a simple matter. I have never done this before. The most troublesome thing is that it is hard to find a master who can make the rouge and powder. Moreover, Wanwan uses flowers and plants, and also needs to be planted in a large area. I'm afraid that this will not be done in a short time. Old Madame Luo followed up. Grandfather and grandmother don't need to worry. In fact, I have already thought about it. It will be fine as long as we transfer all the responsibility. Luo Peishan's eyes lit up, and old Madame Luo more or less understood Jingwan's meaning. Wanwan, you mean when I go back and make some finished products, I will write down the recipe. Then I will go to Rouge Pavilion. What kind of place was Rouge Pavilion? Even Luo Peishan, a big man, knew about it. Just from a name alone, one would know that it was a place that specialized in selling rouge and powder. There were shops in all the big and small cities in the entire Qi Yuan dynasty, and even in the surrounding countries. The concubines in the harem, except for some of their own secret recipes, all used rouge and powder from Rouge Pavilion. It could be said that Rouge Pavilion was really famous all over the world. Jingwan cooperated with Rouge Pavilion, so it could be said that even if something went wrong, she would have no responsibility at all. She did not have to worry about the workers, the flower fields, or anything else. The only thing she had to do was to come up with the recipe and then sit back and collect the profits. Our third girl is so smart. You came up with a solution so quickly. Jingwan smiled. Grandfather, you flatter me. In fact, I had this plan for a long time, but I didn't find the time. Now, the timing is just right. You are really not polite. Aren't you afraid that they will not agree? Jingwan smiled and looked meaningfully at Madame Luo. Grandfather, do you think they will not agree? Madame Luo reached out and patted her. You're getting more and more outrageous. You even dare to make fun of your grandparents? Jingwan immediately dodged nimbly and jumped behind Luo Peishan. She stuck her head out and said with a smile, Grandfather, am I wrong? Luo Peishan looked at Madame Luo's face. Not only did she have fewer wrinkles than her peers, but she also didn't have those spots. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, You're right. Jingwan smiled even more happily, but Madame Luo couldn't help but blush. She spat at Luo Peishan. Old man. Luo Peishan also couldn't help but laugh. His wife was in good health. Although his children and grandchildren were a little unsatisfactory, they were all okay overall. Moreover, he had such a lovely and obedient granddaughter like third girl. He had been in a good mood recently and was full of energy. And to be able to have such a good life today, what more could a husband ask for? Girl, let's go. Let's ride together with grandfather today. Grandfather, you don't have to go to the Ministry of Rights Yamen and can go straight home. And you can go straight home. Since that was the case, Jingwan didn't say anything else. As for why he didn't have to participate in the urgent government affairs, that wasn't something she could ask. Thus, she directly took Luo Peishan's arm and supported him like she usually did with Madame Luo. Grandmother, then I will go with grandfather? Madame Luo looked at Luo Peishan's very satisfied expression and couldn't help laughing and nodding. Madame Luo got into the Luo family's other carriage, but Mama Gong didn't follow. Instead, she chose to follow Luo Peishan's carriage. After the accident at White Dragon Temple, Mama Gong didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Even if they were in the city, it was impossible to prevent an accident when it happened. Luo Peishan's manservant didn't dare to see a middle-aged mama follow the carriage while he sat next to the coachman. Thus, he obediently gave up his seat and walked by himself. Mama Gong glanced at his small body that wasn't very strong. Walking back from here, was he sure he wouldn't be tired and out of breath? However, she didn't refuse. The manservant was puzzled by her gaze, but he felt that there was something wrong with the mama's gaze. Your mama is very conscientious and loyal. Luo Peishan nodded in the carriage. Isn't that the person you found in the capital? Yes, your eldest aunt found her. She put in a lot of effort. Luo Peishan said lightly. As for the daughters-in-law, they naturally had very little contact. It was already good enough that they didn't confuse the daughters-in-law when they met. Eldest aunt is naturally good. Luo Peishan didn't comment. She wasn't his biological daughter, so it was good enough that she put in half of her effort. To find someone who was good in all aspects was a stroke of luck. It was also his third daughter's luck that she should have such a person by her side. There was a battle at the border, but it shouldn't be serious. Grandfather couldn't play any role in it, so he took the initiative to ask the emperor to leave early. The emperor let Min Gear stay. Luo Peishan suddenly said. When Luo Peishan told her this, Jingwan wasn't surprised. That's Cousin Min's good fortune. Is the girl unwilling? Unwilling? No. There's nothing to be unwilling about, and there's nothing to be unwilling about. Even if Cousin Min has a bright future, and I'm poor and miserable. If it's not meant to be, then don't force it. If you insist on what doesn't belong to you, then you're just asking for trouble. If there's anything bad about you, girl, it's that you're too rational and think too thoroughly. If you don't try to ask for some things, how do you know that it's not meant to be in your life? Grandfather's words are right, but your granddaughter's nature is lazy. I don't want to ask for things that slip away from my hands. Grandfather, you should think this way. If it's gone this time, maybe there will be something better that will come to you. That's reasonable. If you're really poor and miserable in the future, then the heavens are really unfair. Grandfather, don't say that. The heavens can't control so many people. Moreover, it's possible that people's fate isn't controlled by others at all. If everyone's fate isn't good and they blame the heavens, then how innocent is the heavens? Luo Peishan laughed heartily. You're a girl with a pile of logic. Grandfather can't win against you. I'm just speaking the truth. Fine. Grandfather won't argue with you. That's right, girl. When grandfather was still in Qianfu, weren't you always by your grandmother's side? Why didn't grandfather see you more than a few times? Jingwan stared at him with a "you don't even know the reason" expression, causing Luo Peishan to think that he had become stupid. Slightly annoyed, he bent his finger and knocked on Jingwan's head. Jingwan covered her head and pursed her lips, looking at Luo Peishan with an aggrieved expression. Luo Peishan thought that he had hurt her and was somewhat regretful. Girl, my good granddaughter, does it really hurt? Grandfather wants to take a look. Jingwan giggled as she dodged. No, I'm just playing with you. But grandfather, you can't hit me next time. All right, I won't hit you. Grandfather isn't as smart as our family's Wan. Wan, tell grandfather the reason. Granddaughter was just thinking that grandmother should want grandfather to accompany her more. When you're around, all the other irrelevant people should naturally disappear. Don't you think so? Jingwan blinked. How old were you at that time? How could you think of such things? Luo Peishan looked incredulous. Granddaughter couldn't think of it, but didn't our second branch have a ready-made one? My mother couldn't wait to stick to my father all day long. If my father didn't go out on a day, she would definitely send me away early. Jingwan didn't blush at all when she pushed the blame to her mother. Besides, she wasn't lying. Her mother had really done such things before, and it wasn't just once or twice. That's why granddaughter thought that grandmother must be the same. Luo Peishan's old face was both red and black. He was red because he didn't even realize that such a young granddaughter could think of such things. He was black because those two bastards, they didn't care about you when you were so young. They only knew how to be lovey-dovey all day long. Fortunately, you were a director. Otherwise, you would have been led astray by them. Jingwan thought that she had to be sensible. She wasn't really a child at that time and didn't want to be blinded by her parents. She couldn't make a scene, roll around, and refuse to leave as a third wheel. Even if she was a daughter, it was still annoying. Jingwan hurriedly smoothed her angry grandfather's hair and diverted Luo Peishan's attention. However, Jingwan was even a little gloating when she saw that her grandfather was going to hold a grudge against her father. She was afraid that it would have nothing to do with her father anymore. At that time, she also suffered a lot of psychological damage. Those 2 days were spent in front of flowers and under the moonlight. She was lonely at a young age and had no one to accompany her. Luo Jingyu was also born, but even if she could barely overcome her dislike of her stepsister, she did not want to play with real children all the time. Occasionally, they could be considered teasing, but often they would play together and cause her breakdown. Therefore, now that her father was going to be punished by her grandfather, she couldn't be blamed for being unkind. Along the way, they talked and laughed. Putting aside the unhappiness, Luo Peishan felt particularly comfortable. She was really a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. Madame Luo could hear Luo Peishan's laughter in the carriage behind them and smiled unconsciously. However, when she thought of the Empress's intention, the smile on her face faded and her eyes were covered with haze. If Emperor Lu Qingdi didn't send people, she was afraid that she didn't know how to deal with the Empress. Why couldn't those people be more peaceful? Why did they have to use anyone who was beneficial to them as a pawn? Couldn't they have a little bit of humanity? Thinking of this, Madame Luo laughed at herself. Did she expect those people to have a little bit of humanity? She was really old and confused. Back at the Luo family, Jingwan went back to her small courtyard. Luo Peishan didn't go to the front study, but followed Madame Luo to the backyard. Obviously, he had something to say to Madame Luo. Obviously, Madame Luo also thought of the same thing. So, what they wanted to talk about was actually very clear. Quickly find another person like Chun Zhengmin and get engaged? Obviously, this was unrealistic. Maybe it would anger those concubines and princes. After all, Chun Zhengmin's situation was different from the one that was hastily decided. The former was already decided in advance. It wouldn't make people angry, but it would only make people feel pity. The latter was obviously done deliberately to stop them. It was so obvious that they disliked them. Were they looking for death or seeking death? Maybe they would do something unreasonable. Whether it was for Jingwan, for the Luo family, or to not implicate the innocent, Jingwan's marriage couldn't be decided easily, let alone at will. However, to let Jingwan's marriage become another competition between those people. Whoever won would have the final say. Madame Luo was extremely angry, and Luo Peishan wasn't any better. However, they were powerless. Their thin arms couldn't break the other party's thick legs. Fortunately, it was Jingwan. She did what she was supposed to do. If it was another person, who knows how many times she would cry. Jingwan was in a good mood. She was preparing the things to take to Rouge Pavilion. There were still some things that she had finished before, and there were also a lot of semi-finished products. Now, it didn't take too much time. She could go to Rouge Pavilion tomorrow. When Jingwan was done, her wet nurse brought 2 servant girls to see her. She said that they were bought not long ago and added 2 more servants to Jingwan's place. Now, these 2 were just brought for Jingwan to take a look. If she wasn't satisfied, they would be sent elsewhere and replaced with someone else. The 2 maidservants were a pair of beautiful twin sisters. They looked very similar, but one of them was fairer while the other was darker. Their skin was darker than most people's. Moreover, it was obvious that they were not tanned. They were naturally tanned, because whether it was their necks or their hands, the color was very uniform. As for their faces, it was not worth mentioning. These 2 people should be fraternal twins. In fact, when Jingwan's wet nurse was called to pick servants, she only picked the fairer one. She didn't want the darker one at first, but the 2 sisters begged the wet nurse, and the wet nurse brought her back for her young lady to take a look. When the darker servant girl saw Jingwan looking at her, she shrank back uncomfortably. She knew that she was dark and not very likable, But if the young lady couldn't keep her, she wouldn't have a good time. After all, they were deliberately sent to the Luo family to serve the Luo family's third young lady. Young lady, don't drive this servant away. Although this servant is a little ugly, this servant is very capable. This servant can do anything you want. Jingwan laughed. I didn't say I wanted to drive you away. Besides, even if you're a little dark, you're still a little beauty. It was just that her clothes were a little too horrible to look at. In the Qi Yuan dynasty, white was the most beautiful thing. This dark girl also tried to make herself look fairer. She used a lot of powder and put on some rouge. Jingwan wanted to cover her eyes. Her clothes didn't match her skin and naturally made her look dark and ugly. In fact, her facial features were the same as her sister's. She was just a little fairer and looked beautiful. How could she be ugly? Perhaps it was the first time that the girl heard someone call her beauty. She wasn't sure whether Jingwan was mocking her or thinking that she was beautiful. She looked very helpless. Young lady, don't laugh at this servant. Why would I laugh at you? Go and wash your face. In a while, I'll teach you how to put on makeup that suits you. I guarantee that you'll be as beautiful as your sister. Young lady, are you telling the truth? The other servant girls covered their mouths and laughed. The most lively one, Qing Ju, directly pulled her hand. Young lady has never lied. Let's go. I'll take you to wash your face. After the two of them left, the fairer girl directly knelt down and kowtowed to Jingwan. Thank you, young lady. Quickly get up. Then, Jingwan asked about the origin of the two, because Jingwan saw that the hands of the two sisters were somewhat different from the hands of ordinary girls. The calluses were thicker and the knuckles were thicker. It turned out that the two sisters were born in a hunter's family. They learned martial arts and hunting from their father when they were young, especially the black sister, who was very skilled in martial arts. Her archery skills could be said to be 100% accurate. However, later on, the family met with a disaster and the two sisters were forced to flee. Because the two of them were skilled in martial arts, they were able to move to the capital with the refugees. However, they didn't have a household registration and were also girls. They couldn't find a place to stay and couldn't work as helpers, so they had no choice but to sell themselves as slaves. However, they didn't meet any black-hearted human traffickers. It was just that the two of them were only good at martial arts and strength, but they weren't good at anything else. In addition, the black sister wasn't likable, and the white sister didn't want to be separated from her sister. In these 3 years, not to mention other things, there was no problem with this rule at all. Moreover, although the white sister was only 15 years old, she was very calm and her temperament was more similar to that of Qingzhu. In fact, when Jingwan saw the white sister, she knew the reason why the wet nurse chose her. Qingzhu was already 17 years old, so it was basically impossible for her to get married with Jingwan. Therefore, it was more convenient to choose a girl with a similar temperament to Jingwan. Then in the future, they can stay here with me. First, take the salary of a second-class maid. The wet nurse will arrange for them to take the money directly from me. First, make some clothes. White sister will be called Bai Xiao in the future. Black sister will still be the same name. I don't need to care about the white sister's clothes, mainly the black sister's clothes. Choose dark purple, gray-green, brownish red, brownish yellow, and other colors. I don't want light and soft colors. The embroidery on the clothes should be simple and matched with warmer colors. That's all. The people around Jingwan would not question Jingwan's words. Although Bai Xiao muttered in her heart that her sister would look old-fashioned in those colors, this was the master's absolute order, so they only needed to obey. After washing off the things on her face, the black sister looked much more pleasing to the eye. Jingwan wanted to put makeup on her, which was not appropriate, but other people did not know how to put makeup on people with dark skin. Jingwan was a little itchy to do it. However, Jingwan could not use the things that she usually used, otherwise Nanny Gong would really scold her. However, Jingwan was never a stingy master, so the things that her maids used were absolutely not bad. The black sister's skin was not bad. Besides, as a 15-year-old girl, it was at least 30% worse. Jingwan carefully put makeup on her. She threw away all the rouge and finally asked Qing Mei to comb her hair again. The new black sister looked like a completely different person. Her face was still the same black face, but she looked radiant, lively, and had another kind of indescribable beauty. Nanny Gong's eyes were the sharpest. At a glance, she could see that the black sister now had something that was very attractive to men, but she did not know how to describe it. If she asked, Jingwan would tell her that it was vitality, beauty, and the release of the true wildness. Yes, the black sister was born as a prey. She was skilled in martial arts, so she was different from ordinary girls. Once she released it, it would arouse men's desire to conquer her. Jingwan said that the black sister was still young. When she put makeup on her, she had tried to restrain herself as much as possible. In a few years, when she was fully grown, she would be really charming. When she was at home, she did not pay much attention to it. After she came to the capital city, she was criticized again and again. The black sister began to care about her face and her skin color. She envied her sister's fair and beautiful skin and even gradually became a little self-abased. She was silent, and she was not as reckless as she used to be in the forest. Later, when she was training, she did not care about her life. Seeing this, Bai Xiao's heart ached. In fact, her sister was not ugly at all. She just did not find the right way before. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, the black sister was a little nervous. What's wrong? Jingwan smiled. Go and get the glass mirror. It was the first time that the black sister used a mirror that could reflect people so clearly. Looking at herself in the mirror, she could not believe it. Is this really me? After getting the confirmation again and again, the black sister was so happy that she was about to kneel down and kowtow to Jingwan. Jingwan pulled her and smiled. I didn't do anything. I just restored a little beauty. The black sister was not an inferior and timid girl. The problem that she was originally concerned about disappeared in an instant. Her whole person was glowing with vitality and even showed signs of returning to her original nature of running in the forest. Her whole person was in high spirits. When her spirit came back, she was naturally more dazzling. If the wet nurse had not been looking at her all the time, she would never have believed that this was the girl she had brought back. But she still clicked her tongue in amazement. If you walk out, those people will definitely not recognize you. But if we say that our girl is amazing, others don't have this ability. The others nodded in agreement. Well, go and do your work. That night, Nanny Gong told Jingwan that in the future, at least one of Bai Xiao and the black sister should be with her when she went out, or she should not leave her side. Jingwan also knew that Nanny Gong had been blaming herself because of what happened in White Dragon Temple. She blamed her for not protecting her well and was even a little frightened. Now there were two more girls who knew martial arts, which was probably just what she wanted. However, in less than half a day, Nanny Gong was relieved to let them protect her. Did she trust these two girls so much? Jingwan agreed. The next day, when paying respects to Madame Luo, Jingwan took the black sister, a unique beauty, out to show off. When this group of people was bought, Madame Luo had seen them once. Because the black sister was very unique, she naturally noticed her. However, she did not look like a crafty girl. Since she had already entered the mansion, she should keep her. But she did not expect that when they met again, she was not only in the third girl's courtyard, but also completely changed. She is a good girl. In the future, she will serve your girl with all her heart. Don't worry, Madame Luo. I will serve you well. Madame Luo nodded again. She had been taught the rules well. She also asked Madame Luo about going out, and naturally, she agreed. Jingwan knew that Luo Jingying had been looking at her, but she did not say anything. It could be seen that she would not make trouble for the time being. When they went out, Jingwan was going to choose two of the four maids. However, Qing Zhu took the initiative to ask Bai Xiao to replace her. It seemed that she also understood the meaning of Bai Xiao's existence. Jingwan did not object. The Rouge Pavilion was located in the most prosperous area of the East District. Although there was no obvious distinction between the wealthy and the commoners in the capital, most of the valuable things were still concentrated in the East District. Most of the people who came in and out of the Rouge Pavilion were dressed in luxurious clothes. The curtain was lifted a little, and Jingwan looked at the bustling scene outside. There were many people like Jingwan coming and going, so she did not have to worry too much. "Young lady, we have arrived at Rouge Pavilion." Jingwan alighted from the horse carriage. No matter what, there were fewer people entering Rouge Pavilion than she expected. Wasn't it famous? Perhaps Nanny Gong saw Jingwan's confusion, so she explained, "Young lady, there are several Rouge Pavilions in the capital city. The things in this place are the most expensive and the best. Rouge Pavilion has been around for so many years, so basically everyone knows what is in it. Basically, everyone has something they're used to. When they run out of things, they could just ask the servants to come and buy more. There's no point in staying there, so after a long time, it has become like this." Upon closer inspection, it was true that many of the well-dressed and exquisitely dressed girls were actually servant girls. Most of them came and went in and out alone. Jingwan and the others entered the store. The store was filled with dazzling items. There were actually quite a number of people buying things. Just as Granny Gong had said, if they wanted anything, they just had to say it. The waitresses in the store would take the things for them. They paid and left. Basically, no one stayed. The waitresses in this shop were naturally very perceptive. When they saw Jingwan and the others, they could tell that they were new customers. Hence, a waitress came up to them with a smile. "Young lady, how may I help you? I am looking for your shopkeeper," Jingwan said bluntly. The waitress was slightly taken aback. "Young lady, please wait for a moment." She asked another waitress to go upstairs, while she led Jingwan and the others to a place inside. Jingwan did not expect that there would be an elegant little compartment here. Through this little compartment, Jingwan knew that the person who decorated this place was very interesting and tasteful. Jingwan looked at the things on display in the treasure pavilion. They were not expensive, but each one was very exquisite and had their own uniqueness. It seems that third young lady Luo likes the things here. Jingwan turned around and saw a middle-aged woman. She obviously had the dignified temperament of a noble woman, but the way she dressed was dusty. Of course, this was only the opinion of Nanny Gong and the others. In Jingwan's eyes, she did not feel that way. She just wore a little thinner, and her clothes were a little tighter. Furthermore, her figure was a little better. She was not particularly beautiful, and there was a red mole below the corner of her right eye. It was not big, but it was so red that it seemed like it was going to drip blood. This was a very charming woman, not to mention when she was young. Even now, she was very popular among men. "Madam, do you know me?" The woman laughed and trembled with laughter. "Oh, it's the first time that someone called me madam. You can call me Yin Yang. That's what others call me. I was also there on the birthday of Great Elder Princess." Jingwan nodded. "Yin Yang, are you the shopkeeper here?" "No, but Rouge Pavilion is mine," Yin Yang said with a smile. "Oh, it seems that I came at the right time today." Yin Yang's smile deepened. Few people were not surprised to know that she was the owner of Rouge Pavilion, especially a little girl who was born in the backyard of a mansion. However, it was also possible that she had limited knowledge and did not know what Rouge Pavilion meant. However, judging from her performance in Great Elder Princess's mansion, she did not seem to be a short-sighted person. "Miss, please sit down." Then, she asked the waitress to serve Jingwan tea. "Miss, you came to see the shopkeeper as soon as you came here. What's the matter?" At Jingwan's signal, Bai Xiao put the wooden box in her arms on the table and opened it. "These are some things I often use. Yin Yang, can you take a look?" Yin Yang narrowed her eyes slightly. She had basically known the purpose of Jingwan's visit. "No need to look at them. I can look at you." She took out a flat jade bottle and tried to open the lid, but failed. Qing Lan stepped forward, twisted the lid twice, and opened it. Yin Yang stroked the two threads on the edge of the jade bottle and said, "What a delicate idea." Then, she dipped her finger in some milky white lipstick and gently rubbed it on the back of her hand. There was a faint camellia fragrance. Then, she looked at Jingwan's face and hands and said, "No wonder you dare to bring these things to Rouge Pavilion. So what do you think, Yin Yang? It's such a good thing. If I refuse it, I may regret it for the rest of my life." Yin Yang took out a box of various skincare products. The paper under the box was the real treasure. "I want 30% of the profits of all the recipes I give, and I don't care about the rest. Yin Yang sighed helplessly and said, "You're really free and easy to leave everything to others. That's because I'm afraid of trouble. Otherwise, 2 years ago, your Rouge Pavilion might have a difficult opponent." That's really lucky. Although she said so, Jingwan could feel that she didn't take it seriously. After all, how could she, a woman, keep the Rouge Pavilion as a money tree without any support? I have a little suggestion. Yin Yang, you can listen to it. Of course, if you're willing to accept it, you can accept it. If not, just ignore it. Third Miss Luo's suggestion to Great Elder Princess caused such a sensation. I think it's definitely not a wise decision to ignore it. You're flattering me, Yin Yang. Jingwan just talked about the packaging. There was no need for publicity at all. After all, Rouge Pavilion was so famous. Fine packaging was definitely a great way to increase the value of goods. When the quality was improved, the value of the goods might soar 10 or even 100 times. Wooden boxes, silver boxes, gold boxes, jade boxes, and those inlaid with gems. Wooden boxes can also be made of different kinds of wood, and then they can be packaged in a set of several kinds. As for the packaging of a single item, there can be a relatively common box, and naturally, there can also be a special box that belongs to a certain person. Yin Yang's eyes were full of splendor. She looked at Jingwan with disbelief. "Little girl, you're really amazing. If I let you do anything, I'm afraid your companions won't have anything to eat. You're exaggerating. I can only come up with some ideas. In fact, I know nothing about it." Yin Yang shook her head with a smile and then went to write the contract. 40% of the profits? Yin Yang, it's too much. It's not much. The value of your ideas is far more than the 10% profits. Although I'm a businesswoman, sometimes I just want to do what I want. Then it would be impolite to refuse. Then, Luo San Gunyang, do you have any other requests? For example, if your family comes to buy, I'll charge you 10% of the selling price. However, everyone has a monthly quota. The excess will be the original price. I can't let Yin Yang suffer a loss. Oh, by the way, if my family's fourth sister comes to buy, you can raise the price a bit. Even if she took out the money, Luo Jingying wouldn't be able to afford it. As for whether Luo Jingying would rob other people, it was none of Jingwan's business. After all, except for Yin Yang's, Luo Jingqiang's things were not easy to rob. However, Yin Yang didn't have much money. Would she be willing to give all of her share to Luo Jingying? Hee hee. Chapter 112. Don't say that Jingwan was black-hearted and set such a high price for the things she took out. From the beginning, her things could not be sold as commoners. How could you try to sell things that were sent into the palace as commoners? In this way, she might as well set the price as high as possible. No matter where it was, there was a mentality that the higher the price, the better the item. The more unique it was, the more it could stand out from the masses. This often meant that it had an extraordinary status. Many people also enjoyed the unique sense of superiority of, I have something that you don't have. If they pushed it out in this way, there was no need to worry that no one would buy it. As for those who did not have the money but wanted to pretend to be rich, let's set up a system. There are some things that cannot be sold even if you have the money. This shouldn't be difficult for Yin Yang, right? After all, Rouge Pavilion has been in the capital for so long. You must know the background of those madams and ladies. As for how to set the threshold, Yin Yang should know better than me. Yin Yang smiled charmingly. Miss is really kind. There's no need to be so polite to those vain people who overestimate themselves. Even if they lose their family fortune, it is because they asked for it. Rouge Pavilion's original items may be inferior to Miss's, but they are still good things. However, even if they're the best, they may not be suitable for everyone. Some people simply do not understand that the most suitable for them should be the best, but they choose the most expensive ones. Not only is it a waste of money, it may also cause them to suffer. In the end, they will blame it on Rouge Pavilion. This servant is too lazy to care about them. In a place like the capital, there were as many officials and nobles as dogs. There were too many people who could not be offended. Yin Yang dared to speak so arrogantly. Her backing was probably not small. It must be said that the strongest backing was none other than the person who was in charge of the world. Yin Yang was a middle-aged woman, but she was still charming. She was even more charming than many young ladies. Could it be that she was a Lu Chengdi who had some unclear first, second, third, and so on? For a moment, her imagination ran wild. Yin Yang saw that Jingwan was looking at her in a daze. She touched her face and revealed a particularly charming smile. Could it be that this servant is especially beautiful today, and even Miss has been charmed? Jingwan, who was being teased, didn't have the slightest self-awareness. She smiled in all seriousness. Yes, Yin Yang is indeed very charming. One had to know that sincere compliments from the same gender were often more pleasing than compliments from the opposite gender. Obviously, Yin Yang was really pleased by Jingwan, and once again, she laughed until she was trembling. "You are such a lovely girl." No wonder great elder princess, who doesn't like to get involved in other people's affairs, likes you so much. Yin Yang is flattering me. Jingwan became more and more interested in Yin Yang's origin. Because Yin Yang urged her to stay, Jingwan stayed in the Rouge Pavilion for a while longer. The tea and snacks were very good. During the period, they also talked about a lot of other things. Then, Jingwan found that Yin Yang was actually a talented woman. She knew history, was good at poetry and music, and was also very good at painting and calligraphy. The paintings on the wall in the compartment were the best proof. When Jingwan was looking at the wall, Yin Yang was really looking at Jingwan. "It's good to be young. After all, I'm old. No matter how much I raise you, you can't be so tender. In the future, any man who marries you will be really lucky." Yin Yang smiled meaningfully. Jingwan pretended that she didn't understand. Nanny Gong coughed discontentedly. Yin Yang glanced at Nanny Gong and curled her lips. She had seen too many people, and Nanny Gong deliberately showed something that she usually hid. How could Yin Yang not see that this nanny was not an ordinary person? Since Miss Luo can be so beautiful, it's definitely not as simple as using these things. What other secret methods do you have? Can you share them with me? To say that Jingwan could be well, it was not only because of those things. If it was really so magical, she didn't need to do anything else. She just needed to apply those things on her body. Then, all the people who had used these things would be like Jingwan. Then, the beauty industry would reach the peak at this time, and there would be nothing left for the later generations. In fact, Jingwan didn't use many things to maintain her skin. They just played an auxiliary role. Most of the time, she nourished her skin internally. Her endocrine was balanced, and there was no toxin in her body. In this way, it was difficult for her to look bad. Therefore, Jingwan was not stingy. She simply told Nanny Gong some methods to maintain her health. In fact, it was not only Jingwan and Nanny Gong who knew these methods. Many people knew them. It was just that what Jingwan knew was combined with what Nanny Gong knew. In addition, Nanny Gong put in a lot of effort on her, so the best effect was achieved. Therefore, after Jingwan said those things, Yin Yang thought that Jingwan was hiding something. However, she was not a narrow-minded person. She didn't have a bad opinion of Jingwan because of this. Anyway, she was just a little girl. "I have something to do, so I can't keep you here. After the things are made, I'll ask someone to send them to you. If there is something not satisfactory, you can tell me." Jingwan also saw that Yin Yang didn't believe her, so she didn't say anything more. She just got up and left. Yin Yang asked someone to pack a large bag of various rouge, face powder, and creams from Rouge Pavilion for her. Of course you don't like these, but there should be many people who like them. After all, there are several kinds of them, which are used by the concubines in the palace. Yin Yang smiled and winked. Jingwan saw what was in the bag with her own eyes. After thinking about the selling price she had seen before, she roughly calculated that it was close to 10,000 taels of silver. Yin Yang gave it to her without blinking her eyes. Seeing this, Yin Yang was quite speechless. They were all rich people. Jingwan, who thought that she was a little rich woman, would never think of herself as a rich person in the future. Jingwan, who was shocked, left Rouge Pavilion expressionlessly. She didn't think about it. She gave away treasures like the 18th scholar, just like that. That was more valuable, okay? After Jingwan and the others left, the smile on Yun Yang's face disappeared. At that moment, her aura became fierce. Even though she was still wearing clothes, you couldn't feel the slightest bit of the aura of a prostitute. If Jingwan saw her now, she would probably use 2 words to describe her, queen. She casually ran her fingers through her hair. Take the things away and let the masters quickly make it. Then, make a place for her in the shop. As for what third Miss Luo said, you all heard it. I don't think I need to tell you the specifics. Yes, mistress. The 2 maids beside her respectfully replied. Yin Yang picked up the teacup and took a sip. Her movements were elegant and noble, and her expression was somewhat unpredictable. In the Luo family's carriage. Nanny, do you know the origin of Yin Yang? Jingwan asked. Nanny Gong's expression was somewhat grave and hesitant. It was the first time Jingwan saw such an expression on her face. Jingwan became more and more curious. What's wrong? Does Nanny not know? Or is it inconvenient to say? Young miss, if this servant's guess is correct, Yun Yang's identity is not ordinary. Nanny Gong looked at the 2 maids in the carriage. It's not good to know too much. Jingwan understood that Yun Yang was not like what she thought. She had the emperor as her lover, so she must have some other background. Yun Yang was a woman who looked like she was tainted with the dust of prostitution. She was the kind of person that the women in the inner residence hated the most. However, they didn't refuse the things from the Rouge Pavilion. On one hand, it might be because the things from the Rouge Pavilion were really good. On the other hand, it might be because they knew that Yun Yang was an indecent person. As for Yun Yang's identity, she would have to find another time to ask in private. Jingwan returned to the Luo family. Then, she bumped into Luo Jingying in the garden. Jingwan wasn't sure if she was waiting for her. However, this time, she was very well-mannered and well-mannered. Naturally, she saw the things in the maid's hands. Rouge Pavilion was the best place. How could Luo Jingying not know about it? She had only been there once. After that time, she didn't dare to go again. It wasn't that the things were bad. If she could, she would have emptied the place. However, the cheapest small box of rouge there cost more than 100 taels. Moreover, such a small box could barely last for a month. Third sister went out this time and bought a lot of things. Fourth sister, are you talking about these? I didn't buy them. The owner of the Rouge Pavilion gave them to me as a gift. Third sister is really likable. The things that cost at least a few thousand taels were given as a gift. She is really generous. Yes, Yin Yang is really generous. Yin Yang, although Rouge Pavilion was a place that sold things for women, it was such a big business that it couldn't be a private property of a woman, right? Luo Jingwan was puffing herself up at her own cost, or she didn't dare to admit it. Fourth sister doesn't know that the owner of Rouge Pavilion is called Yin Yang. I thought this was a well-known thing. Of course, younger sister knows. Could she admit that she had been in the capital for a few years and still be so ignorant? Jingwan nodded. The reason why Yin Yang is so generous is all thanks to fourth sister. Because of fourth sister, Jin Xinhuang found out about third sister's secret skincare recipe and wanted to give it to noble consort Su. However, Jin Xinhuang didn't want the recipe. He wanted the finished product. But the things in third sister's hands, people who used them all said that they were good. They felt that when the time came, the people who used them wouldn't only be noble consort Su. No matter how capable third sister is, you can't make that much. It's too troublesome to open your own shop, so you simply went to Rouge Pavilion. Unexpectedly, you just happened to run into Yin Yang. Sigh, elder sister is still troubled over how to deal with it. After all, fourth sister also knows that elder sister usually doesn't use these things. You don't want to give them all to me. Luo Jingying almost shouted out these words. Fortunately, she held it in, but she pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. She didn't open her mouth for a long time. She was worried that once she opened her mouth, she would lose her composure again. What really made her eyes red was that 40% bonus. 40%, she didn't know how much it was, but she was sure that even if Luo Jingwan didn't do anything for the rest of her life, it was enough for her to squander. Fourth sister tried every means to dig out the secret recipe from my hands. Now that she got what she wanted, I believe that it won't be long before Rouge Pavilion will release the first batch. However, listening to Yin Yang's words, it will probably be a bit expensive. It will probably be a few times more expensive than the ones in her shop, a dozen times, or even 100 times more expensive. Fourth sister, have you prepared the money? Luo Jingying's fingernails dug deeply into her palms, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. Was this the result of all her calculations? Not to mention that she was locked up for 10 to 20 days, she couldn't afford to use those things now. She suddenly regretted. She regretted being so impulsive. If she had held back and waited a little longer, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. She clearly wanted to get the secret recipe and make sure that Luo Jingwan didn't get any benefits. However, she didn't achieve any of her goals. Jingwan chuckled as she approached Luo Jingying. After all, it's my recipe. If my family buys it, it will only cost 10% of the price. Of course, no one has a fixed amount every month. Luo Jingying's face lit up with joy. However, that doesn't include you. If you buy it, it will cost 10 times more than the original price. Luo Jingwan, fourth sister, lower your voice. You just came out of the small temple. Don't tell me you want to be locked up again. Luo Jingying was filled with hatred, but she couldn't do anything to Jingwan. I heard that third sister's engagement was broken off. Jingwan's smile became playful. Her pink lips parted slightly. Childish. Then, she brushed past Luo Jingying. Luo Jingying trembled with anger. She didn't expect that she didn't manage to hurt Luo Jingwan, that little bitch. Oh, that's right. There's one more thing that fourth sister should know in advance. Jingwan stopped after taking 2 steps. Yesterday, Li Ruyu's status as a princess was revoked by His Majesty. There will probably be an official imperial edict about this matter in 2 days. Luo Jingying's body couldn't help but sway. The servant girl beside her hurriedly reached out to help her, but she slapped her hand away. Luo Jingying didn't know the reason, but Luo Jingwan just had to tell her at this time. She couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. And the more wrong it was, the more she let her imagination run wild. Originally, because she had been locked up for too long, her body was weak. Now, she felt like she was about to collapse. After walking far away, Jingwan looked back. Her expression didn't change at all. As the saying goes, the sins of heaven can be forgiven, but the sins of one's own are the hardest to bear. Luo Jingying brought this upon herself. On the other side, Luo Jingxiang originally wanted to avoid Luo Jingying. She didn't expect third sister to come back. Thus, she heard every word of their conversation. She touched the back of her left hand with her right hand and sneered in her heart. She was the only one who went against third sister. Look at the other sisters. Which one of them didn't get third sister's favor? Now, she went for wool and came home shorn. She should have bought those things at a low price. But even if it was only 10% of the original price, she probably couldn't buy them every month. However, it didn't matter. She was going to get married in less than half a month. She could give her share to others. Not only could she please her in-laws, she might even be able to exchange it for benefits. In short, she just didn't want to give her Luo Jingying. If she gave it to others, she would at least return a smile. But if she gave her Luo Jingying, even if you gave her your own flesh and blood, she would probably still dislike the fishy smell. In that case, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to be submissive to her Luo Jingying. That's right. Luo Jingxiang was going to get married in less than half a month. It would be 10 days after Luo Jingbua married Sanijia. However, everyone in the Luo family was preparing for Luo Jingbua's wedding. It was as if she had completely forgotten about it. She didn't really care. After all, she was only a concubine's daughter. Among the many girls in the Luo family, she was one of the few with the lowest status. The other few were still very young. If she had the same attitude as Luo Jingying, she was afraid that she would have died long ago. Luo Jingxiang openly left from behind the flowers. She was clearly telling Luo Jingying that she had heard everything. Luo Jingying wanted to vent her anger on this concubine's older sister. Unfortunately, She had the heart, but was powerless. She shouted twice, but Luo Jingqiang simply ignored her. Luo Jingying almost had a heart attack. Now, even this bitch, who used to wag her tail behind her, dared to show her disdain. She was really too kind to her in the past. Jingwan returned to the Haitang house and divided the rouge and powder she brought back. Her mother, aunts, including Mrs. Liu, everyone had a share, but there were differences in quality. Then, she gave Luo Jingqiang a share. As for the other sisters, Luo Jingyu was 13 years old. In this place, she had already entered the ranks of the big girls, so she also reserved a share for her. Even so, there was still a lot left. She wanted to give it to her maidservants, but Mama Gong didn't allow it. The maidservants used the same things as their masters. There were no rules. If other servants in the mansion knew about it, there would be more trouble. So, the maidservants didn't want it. Thus, Jingwan decided to give her eldest cousin sister and her aunts a portion each. She gave her eldest cousin sister's portion to her eldest aunt so that she could send someone to deliver it to her. She gave her aunt's portion to her grandmother. As for the remaining portion, she gave half to her mother so that she could give it to her close friends. She gave the rest to her grandmother so that she could decide who to give it to. As a result, all the maidservants in the Haitang house went out together to send the gifts to each branch. All the servants in the mansion saw this and were all amazed by the third young lady's wealth. Jingwan took advantage of this time to ask Mama Gong about Yun Yang's identity. Young lady, if I'm not wrong, Yun Yang is His Majesty's little aunt. She was once married to the northern Xiongnu people for peace. Although Jingwan had thought highly of Yun Yang's identity as much as possible, she was still shocked by Mama Gong's words. This princess was very famous in the Qi Yuan dynasty. She had been a figure for more than 30 years. These young ladies had heard of her glorious achievements. Princess Heong was only a few years older than Lu Qingdi. She was the daughter of Lu Qingdi's grandfather. It could be said that she was raised by Lu Qingdi's father. Although this princess was a woman, she had the heart of a man. Of course, it didn't mean that she had the ambition of coveting the throne. It was just her temperament. She knew everything that a woman should know. She also knew everything that a woman shouldn't know. She knew how to play with books, swords, and spears. Most importantly, she was uninhibited by nature. Li Ruyu was nothing compared to this princess. To her, these were not worth mentioning. Chapter 113. Princess Heong didn't choose a prince consort, even when she was 18 years old. It was not only because she had a bad reputation and kept several male companions, but also because she didn't care about those so-called young talents, let alone those who could become her prince consort. According to her, those who couldn't even compare with her in terms of appearance shouldn't dream of marrying her. It would be better if she didn't kill him on the wedding night. Princess Heong was raised by her brother like a daughter. At that time, even the empress had to give in to her, let alone discipline her. As her brother, he had a headache and was helpless. Could he let his sister be like this for the rest of her life? Later, the northern Xiongnu people suddenly proposed to marry the princess of the Qi Yuan dynasty as their empress and establish friendly relations. In the eyes of the Qi Yuan dynasty, the northern Xiongnu people were a barbarian land. Not only was it barren, but they were also a group of barbarians who drank blood and ate fur. They went there to suffer because there was no royal princess. Originally, they were ready to choose a daughter of a minister and confer the title of princess to go there. Unexpectedly, Princess Heong took the initiative to stand out. Even if Princess Heong stayed in the Qi Yuan dynasty and did whatever she wanted, she had her brother to back her up. After her brother died, she still had her nephew to back her up. No one could do anything to her. However, she took the initiative to choose this time to marry the northern Xiongnu people. Of course, her brother strongly disagreed. No one knew what Princess Heong said to him, but he relented. The courtiers who had a bad impression of her changed their attitude in an instant. A princess who could sacrifice herself for the country, no matter how bad she was in other aspects, was worthy of respect. Princess Heong, who was dressed in luxurious clothes, looked back at the capital. Her eyes were shining. and her lips were curled. She was full of vigor. Her face, which was not very beautiful, bloomed the most dazzling charm in an instant. At that moment, everyone felt that she was not a princess who was going to marry the northern Xiongnu people, but a king who was going to conquer that land. All the courtiers and people knelt down. Princess Heong might not have been accepted in the Qi Yuan dynasty, but she was very popular among the northern Xiongnu people. She made the northern Xiongnu people crazy for her. Princess Heong even dared to openly keep a gigolo in the Qi Yuan dynasty, so she naturally didn't mind being entangled with the northern Xiongnu nobles. Even though the northern Xiongnu king was furious, he couldn't bear to kill her. Princess Heong played them in the palm of her hand and provoked them to fight among themselves. As for the northern Han king, the man who rightfully occupied her, he naturally became the public enemy of everyone. His sons joined forces to kill him. Thus, the northern Han people fell into a struggle for the throne. Princess Heong only said that she would only submit to the strongest man and then watch them fight to the death in leisure. Just as there was a result, Qi Yuan sent out their troops at this time. The new northern Xiongnu king was furious and wanted to kill Princess Heong, but Princess Heong smiled carelessly. The northern Xiongnu king grabbed her tightly and pressed his blade against her neck. Blood seeped out of her skin, but Princess Heong still had the mood to tease him. There is a saying in Qi Yuan, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. Since I marry the northern Xiongnu people, I am naturally one of them. My king, you can kill me or torture me as you wish. These words dispelled the northern Xiongnu king's killing intent. After showing off his beast desires, he took Princess Heong with him. Then, at the crucial moment of the battle, Princess Heong killed the northern Xiongnu king. In that battle, Qi Yuan naturally won and almost destroyed the northern Xiongnu people. However, it was a pity that the northern Xiongnu people were all martial artists. They were brave and good at fighting, so it was very difficult to destroy them. The northern Xiongnu people suffered heavy losses. It could be said that it was the biggest victory over the northern Xiongnu people in the past hundreds of years, including the previous dynasty. It severely weakened the Qi Yuan's biggest enemy in the north. Princess Heong's contribution was indispensable. It was enough to be recorded in the history books and praised by future generations. However, everyone thought that after Princess Heong killed the northern Han king, she lost her life in the hands of those generals. In short, there was no news of her at all. Who would have thought that not only was this princess alive and well, she had returned to Qi Yuan and was even living happily. If Yin Yang was really Princess Heong, then it was natural that she could protect Rouge Pavilion and no one dare to touch it. Her backer was indeed Lu Qingdi, but their relationship was completely different from what Jingwan had thought. Whoever dared to touch Rouge Pavilion would definitely have their hands chopped off by Lu Qingdi. Of course, in the official history of Qi Yuan, only Princess Heong's achievements would be recorded, and her romantic history would appear in many unofficial histories and novels. Even in the novels created with her as the model, no one would deliberately blacken her name. This woman was a legend. Princess Heong should be in her 50s, almost 60 years old, but Yin Yang seems to be in her early 40s. So I'm just guessing. I'm not sure. However, the prince would never be wrong. Since he said that the boss of Rouge Pavilion was Princess Heong, it could not be wrong. But she did not expect that she would meet her on the first day when she went there. So many people deliberately wanted to find her, but failed. Then why do you think Yin Yang is Princess Heong? I once saw a portrait of Princess Heong in the palace by accident. It was very similar to Yin Yang. Jingwan glanced at Nanny Gong. This kind of portrait should not be seen by everyone. When Nanny Gong was in the palace, she should not be the kind of aunt in charge who had little power. However, Nanny Gong knew martial arts. Ordinary aunts in the palace did not know these things. Could it be that Nanny Gong knew? Jingwan coughed softly and dispelled those messy thoughts. If that's the case, Nanny Gong's guess is very likely. Then what do you want to do in the future? Of course I'll do what I should do and pretend that I don't know. Besides, this is the first time I go there, and I've basically settled everything. I'm not interested in the things in Rouge Pavilion. I won't wander around if I have nothing to do. So the chances of meeting her will be very small. Nanny Gong nodded. She was not in a good situation now. It was fine to have a dangerous person like the prince, but it was not a good thing to provoke Princess Heong. When Jingwan was talking to Nanny Gong, there was a rumor in the mansion that Third Miss did not like her eldest sister-in-law. Last time, Third Miss did not give First Young Madam a share of the cosmetics she gave to other girls. This time, except for the younger girls, all the madams above have a share. Even First Young Madam, who is married, has a share. Only First Young Madam and Fourth Miss do not have a share. Third Miss has always been at odds with Fourth Miss, so it's reasonable that she did not give Fourth Miss anything. But what about First Young Madam? Was she disliked like Fourth Young Lady? When Third Miss came to the capital with Old Madam, First Young Madam gave her a gift. That was a bracelet worth more than 1,000 taels. She really gave. What are you talking about? Luo Jingda came back and heard the maids talking. He frowned slightly. The maids were shocked and hurriedly saluted. First Young Master. Go and do something. Don't stand around and gossip. Yes. The maids hurriedly left. Luo Jingda entered the room and saw his pregnant wife leaning on the big pillow. He was a little unhappy. What's wrong? He walked forward and sat down beside her. He carefully touched her belly. Is the child bothering you again? No. Little Wang also told him that she did not get any rouge or face powder. You don't have anything? Luo Jingda was quite speechless. Is it just a matter of a little thing? Little Wang raised her voice. Except for me, only fourth sister and I don't have any. Is it because fourth sister and I are disliked by her? The servants will make up stories about me. They will say that I must have done something bad to annoy her. I can't bear such a reputation. Don't be agitated. Calm down, Luo Jingda comforted her. So, this matter was not as trivial as he thought. I know a little about third sister's character. Except for fourth sister, she has never targeted anyone. You have been taking care of the fetus and have only seen her a few times. Naturally, there can be no hatred between you. There may be some misunderstandings or reasons that we don't know. Don't worry, let me ask her about it. Ask? How? If you go to her, people may think that I am short-sighted and only care about her things. Are you stupid? Of course I will ask third brother. You can't go by yourself. Forget it. Third brother will get married the day after tomorrow. He is busy. It is difficult to bother him for such a small matter. Don't worry about it. I will figure it out myself. Okay. I will do as you say. Just be careful. Don't get angry. What if you hurt the child? Don't worry. I'm not really angry. The husband and wife talked about other things, and the atmosphere quickly eased. Thus, other than the people of the second branch, everyone else knew about this matter. After Madame Luo heard it, she said, Wan Wan has always been careful and considerate. She will not make a mistake in this matter. She must have her reasons. When I pay respects to her tomorrow, I will ask her. Pass the word that this matter is strictly forbidden. Whoever dares to gossip will be severely punished. With Madame Luo's words, naturally, no one dared to say anything. However, many people muttered in their hearts that Madame Luo would protect third young lady no matter what. Thus, when Jingwan went to pay her respects the next day, she had a rare chance to see her eldest cousin-in-law. She saw that her eldest cousin-in-law's belly had grown a little bigger. Although she knew that her eldest cousin-in-law's condition wasn't very good, and she was a little scared, she was still happy that she had a new life. Jingwan couldn't help but smile. Little Wang sure was puzzled. She did not look like she had a problem with her. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Even if little Wang sure still had a knot in her heart, she basically answered all of Jingwan's questions. In fact, most people were puzzled about this matter. Madame Luo called Jingwan to her side and said a few words. Then, she directly asked, You sent things everywhere yesterday. Why didn't your cousin-in-law have any? Isn't cousin-in-law pregnant? Jingwan blurted out without thinking. Madame Luo's bluntness was surprising, and Jingwan's answer was even more surprising. What did this have to do with pregnancy? What's wrong with being pregnant? Don't you need to wear makeup? It was common knowledge that pregnant women could not wear makeup. All right, Jingwan suddenly realized that this was common knowledge from her previous life. It was not common knowledge here. She also finally understood why cousin-in-law looked at her strangely when she came in. Jingwan wanted to cover her face. It seemed that she had accidentally made a low-level mistake. Why did Nanny Gong remind her? However, because it was difficult to explain, Jingwan decided to play dumb. Aren't pregnant people not allowed to wear makeup? She asked in confusion. This time, more than one person was paying attention to her words. Wan, who told you that pregnant women can't wear makeup? Jingwan frowned and pondered. I don't think I heard it from anyone. I should have read it in a book, right? Is that not the case? I thought that everyone knew about this. Wan, tell grandmother. Where did you read it? What book was it? Grandmother, this is difficult for me. When I was in Qian Manor a few years ago, I read a lot of books, and they were very miscellaneous. I thought that some things were well known, so I just glanced at it. How could I remember what book it was? I also don't remember when I read it. You're right. When she was in Qian Manor, other than those books that were absolutely forbidden for girls, she really did not control Jingwan much. Wan, do you still remember why pregnant women can't wear makeup? It had to be said that she had a great-grandchild in little Wang Shi's stomach, so Madame Luo naturally valued it very much. As for little Wang Shi and little Wang Shi, needless to say, they also valued this child very much. They could not help but look at Jingwan. It seems that it's mainly because there's something in the makeup that's not very good for people. It's fine for ordinary people, but if pregnant women come in contact with it too much, it may affect the child in the stomach. As for other things, I don't know if it's the same, so I didn't dare to give it to sister-in-law. Jingwan looked at little Wang Shi and covered her face with her hands in horror. I just thought that sister-in-law put on a little makeup when she went out and washed it when she went back. I occasionally saw sister-in-law before, so I didn't pay much attention to it. She then looked at Madame Luo. Grandmother, am I thinking too much? No, Wan, it's better to believe it than not. Maybe there really is such a thing. Servants, hurry and get water for eldest young madam to wash her face. Little Wang Shi hurriedly got up. Wang Shi subconsciously reached out to support her. At this moment, she was really anxious and did not care so much. She personally helped little Wang Shi to wash her face. When little Wang Shi came out after washing her face, Madame Luo's face was a little dark. Jingda's daughter-in-law. How much makeup do you usually put on? Little Wang Shi had put on makeup before, and her complexion looked good. But in fact, after washing her face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Not to mention Madame Luo, even Wang Shi, who saw her daughter-in-law every day, only thought that her complexion was good. Now that she thought about it, she was afraid that she put on makeup all the time. If it was really like what Third Last said, then wouldn't it be, Grandmother? Little Wang Shi almost cried out. Before she was pregnant, she used a lot of makeup. After she was pregnant, her condition was not very good and her complexion was even worse. She thought that if she looked like this every day, who knew if she would be pitied or disliked? Although her husband was still her cousin, there were beautiful and considerate maids by his side every day. And her complexion. So, she used even more makeup. Other than when she was sleeping at night, her face was always covered with makeup. Could it be that because of this, the child in her belly would be harmed? Jingwan saw that little Wang Shi was not quite right and hurriedly went forward to comfort her. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We still don't know if it's caused by this. Maybe it's not like this at all. If you're anxious, you might frighten the child. Don't worry. Jingwan gently patted her back. Little Wang Shi took a few breaths and slowly calmed down, but she held Jingwan's hand tightly. Third sister, tell me if it's really caused by the makeup, what will happen? This. Jingwan really didn't know what would happen to pregnant women with lead poisoning, but it was nothing more than premature delivery and miscarriage, causing the child to develop poorly. In serious cases, it might cause deformities. However, little Wang Shi only ingested it through the makeup, so it shouldn't be that serious. Sister-in-law, I'm not sure. However, it's useless for you to think too much. Besides, no one can be sure if it's really caused by the makeup. Why don't you stop using those things for a while? If it's really caused by this, it should be fine if it's stopped. If it's not, it won't be a problem. You should rest at ease. Don't let my words make you feel uneasy. Originally, there was nothing wrong, but then, isn't it my fault? Madame Luo's face also softened. Wan is right. Don't think too much. In fact, Wangshi was also a little anxious, but no one had heard of this before, so naturally, she couldn't blame little Wangshi. The main reason was that she covered her face with makeup every day, so she thought that even if little Wangshi went to the doctor and took medicine from time to time, it wouldn't be particularly bad. But who knew that little Wangshi's face was so pale? Now was indeed not the time to say anything, so she comforted little Wangshi with a few words. Third sister, I'm sorry. Yesterday, sister-in-law was the only one who didn't get the makeup. I thought sister-in-law had made you dislike her, but I didn't expect that you were doing it for my own good. Sister-in-law was gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Third sister, please forgive me and don't lower yourself to sister-in-law's level. Little Wangshi, who had regained her calmness, was still the well-educated young lady from a noble family. Jingwan didn't mind and smiled. This is human nature. If it was me, I would also think more. If it was me, I also didn't consider it thoroughly. This matter can't be blamed on you. Third girl, you're still a young lady. Your eldest sister-in-law is pregnant. How can you consider everything thoroughly? Wangshi smiled and said angrily. Jingwan also pursed her lips and smiled embarrassedly. Jingda's wife, go back and rest first. Today, the house is very busy, so you should take care of yourself. But if there's anything, you must not hide it, understand? Yes, grandmother. Granddaughter-in-law will remember. After little Wangshi left, old Madame Luo then talked about today's business. Soon, there will be guests coming. You must receive them well and not make the slightest mistake. Next afternoon, Duke Ding's Fu will send the dowry over. There will be a lot of valuable things. Showing off the dowry is one thing, but you must guard it well. If there's a short-sighted person who secretly takes something, our Luo family's face will be completely lost. Mother, don't worry. Granddaughter-in-law has already arranged everything that needs to be arranged. There won't be any mistakes, Wangshi said. And I'm not worried about you. As old Madame Luo spoke, she glanced at Zhangshi. Even Zhangshi couldn't help but feel her face burning. She was marrying a daughter-in-law, but she didn't really do much. Most of the things were arranged by old Madame Luo and Wangshi. At this moment, she felt very ashamed. Old Madame Luo had long stopped expecting anything from her. If she counted on her, she didn't know how the wedding would turn out. Soon after, old Madame Luo dismissed them and hurried back to eat breakfast. Even Wangshi didn't need to stay behind to serve her. Of course, Jingwan was still an exception. She basically ate her breakfast at old Madame Luo's place every day. She couldn't help but talk about the makeup powder. If it's really because of this reason, when the child is born in the future, it will have to thank you properly. There's no need to thank me. That's its fate. You don't want to take credit for anything. It was Jingwan who felt that she couldn't take responsibility for a life. Just as old Madame Luo said, guests came one after another. However, those who came today were basically close relatives, such as some of the Luo family's relatives who also lived in the capital, the married grandmothers, and the maternal families of the daughters-in-law. Of course, Zhangshi and Lu Shi's maternal families were not in the capital, and Luo Jingwa's wedding was too rushed. The Zhang family really couldn't make it in time. Although they sent a letter, it would probably take some time for the person and the gift to arrive. There were too many people, so Jingwan couldn't be lazy and came out to help entertain the young ladies. It was said that it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. This Yuan Xiao broke her leg, but she still came because of her mother. You're already like this, and you still came out to join in the fun. Can't you stop? Jingwan really wanted to poke her. I'm bored to death at home, and all of you are so busy that you don't have time to visit me. Of course, I have to come out to see such a lively event. You don't know how long I've been nagging my mother to come out. Just wait and see. You'll definitely see Ying Shuang tomorrow. However, based on her grandmother's relationship with old Madame Sun, she'll probably go directly to Duke Ding's residence and then come to the Luo family in the name of sending the bride. Yes, I heard that her eyes have recovered, but I'm really busy and didn't have time to visit her. We all know about your situation, so don't worry about it. However, it's a pity that we didn't get to hear you play the guqin. I heard that your song was amazing and stole the limelight. There's a price to pay for being in the limelight. Jingwan thought about her current situation. Alas, she had to face this troublesome reality even if she didn't care. Yuan Xiao didn't know the reason, but she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. However, Yijia's marriage in the end was really unexpected. She actually married cousin Jingbua. You probably don't know this, but cousin Jingbua is very popular. Let's not talk about other things. Just that person and her mother have always had designs on cousin Jingbua. Jingwan looked in the direction Yuan Xiao was secretly pointing at. Second aunt's house was Chang Lingshan, the one who was very close to Luo Jingying. However, maternal grandmother wasn't around at that time, and second aunt and your mother weren't on the same side, so they didn't get along. I heard from my mother that second aunt was so angry at your mother that she fainted several times, but your mother didn't have the self-awareness. She wanted to look for eldest aunt, but maternal grandfather didn't say anything, and your parents didn't ask eldest aunt to look for you. So she could only work in vain. She probably thought that there would be hope once maternal grandmother came to the capital, but in the end, Yuan Xiao laughed even more happily. Her gloating couldn't be more obvious, especially after cousin Jingbua's painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. She probably couldn't wait to strangle Yijia to death. In her eyes, if Yijia didn't exist, that glory should have been hers. Jingwan could only smile helplessly. Chang Lingshan was really wishful thinking. However, Jingwan was a little puzzled. She wanted to marry my brother, but why didn't she try to curry favor with me when she first met me? Why did she scheme against me? Who knows? Maybe she thinks that you, her sister-in-law, are not important at all. You're right. After all, I haven't seen third brother for several years. In her opinion, she probably doesn't have feelings for him, let alone affect him. If such a person really wanted to marry her brother, not to mention trying to break them up, she would definitely not educate her brother about the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. However, I see that fourth cousin's sister has lost a lot of weight. Is she really ill? What do you think? Forget it if you don't tell me. Anyway, I don't believe it. Seeing Yuan Xiao and Jingwan talking and laughing, many people felt jealous. In fact, they all wanted to talk to Jingwan, but it seemed rude to interrupt. Chang Lingshan almost had the same idea. She was not qualified to go to Great Elder Princess's mansion, but basically all the officials in the capital city knew about Jingwan's affairs. Although Sun Yijia was worthless, she still knew more nobles. If she could use her to make friends with those nobles, you'd better not daydream. Luo Jingying seemed to have seen through her thoughts and leaned close to Jiang Lingshan's ear. Our Luo family's third young lady is very narrow-minded. If you leave even the slightest bad impression on her, don't expect to be on good terms with her. What's more, I'm the one she hates the most. Do you think that you, who are on good terms with me, will be able to gain her favor? In her eyes, we are probably birds of the same feather. Chang Lingshan's eyes were like knives stabbing at Luo Jingying. Luo Jingying was still smiling. She seemed not to notice Chang Lingshan's eyes at all. In fact, Luo Jingying had been trained by Mrs. Liu for so many years, and it was very effective. It was only when she met Jingwan that she was more likely to lose control. Moreover, after this period of special training, her self-control had improved. Originally, she was a little inferior to Chang Lingshan, but now they were almost equal. Chang Lingshan's eyes only lasted for 2 or 3 breaths, and then he smiled as if nothing had happened. There was no barrier between the two of them. People who didn't know them would really think that they were very close. Jingwan, who had seen everything that the two of them had done, did not make any judgments at all. Jingwan also knew that Yuan Xiao was deliberately talking to her and didn't want others to interfere. However, she was a patient, so she naturally had to take care of her. Seeing that they weren't neglected, she let Yuan Xiao do what she wanted. After lunch, as time went by, The sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Today's main event was finally about to begin. One after another, people shouted, "It's coming, it's coming!" Then, the first red dowry was carried into the Luo family's gate, followed by the second. According to the usual rules, the first two items should be real estate and land. However, because Sun Ijia was of noble birth, her dowry was rewarded by the palace. Therefore, the first two items were a dazzling red coral tree and 12 jade rui of different shapes. They were all carved from high-quality jade. Just these two items were enough to make people click their tongues in admiration. If not, they would just say some sour words. The third item was a tile with the word happiness pasted on it. It was stacked up high, and people couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How much real estate did the dowry have? Then, they looked at the mud bricks wrapped in colored paper. They were so heavy that it seemed to be very difficult for the people carrying them. How much was there? Before they could recover from their shock, the big furniture behind them was carried in one by one. There were 6 double-sided embroidered screens, 4 color glass screens, and then there was a large bed, an arhut bed, a beauty couch, a dressing table, a zither table, a study table, all kinds of tables, a cabinet on the top, a bookcase, a multi-treasure cabinet, 3 horizontal cabinets, several pairs of chests, various kinds of chairs, and so on. They all came in pairs. There's a whole set of red sandalwood, a whole set of gold-rimmed phoebe, 2 sets of mahogany, rosewood, camphor, and other wood. These pieces of furniture made people's hearts tremble again. Then, there were all kinds of ornaments of different sizes, from large vases that were taller than a person to small cups, bowls, and saucers. There were all kinds of dazzling things that dazzled the two people. Then, there were whole sets of cosmetic products. Each one was exquisite. The bedding was made of top-grade materials, and the embroidery was exquisite. Not to mention curtains, and other things. Behind them were boxes after boxes of furs and materials. The originally large boxes were stuffed to the brim. It was likely that not even a finger would be able to fit all of them. Then, there were all kinds of jewelry. There were a total of 12 sets of head ornaments. Each set had 12 pieces and more than 20 pieces. There were rubies, sapphires, eastern pearls, southern pearls, top-grade jade, and the most inferior was made of gold. There were also jewelry boxes. There were at least 30 boxes filled to the brim. There were necklaces, bracelets, pearls, and even cat's eye agates. There was probably nothing you could not think of that was not in there. Then there were antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. The most special was probably the flat brocade box that was taken out alone. Everyone guessed that it should be Luo Jingbua's betrothal gift, the painting of 100 birds looking up to the phoenix. There were all kinds of jade and porcelain toys in the back. As for the calligraphy and paintings, because they were rolled up, they couldn't see what they were, but they were certainly not bad. Then, there were more than 10 boxes of books and several boxes of the 4 treasures of the study. Spices and medicinal herbs followed. Ginseng, Polygonum multiflorum, snow lotus, glossy ganoderma, and so on. Those boxes were one after another. Looking at them, one could tell that none of them were defective. There were a total of 128 boxes, and they were all real. Even if they were dismantled into 256 boxes, it was more than enough. One could imagine, when these things were all carried into the courtyard of the bridal chamber, how spectacular it would be. Not to mention reaching out to touch, there wasn't even room to step in. Jingwan looked at the dowry. She seemed to have met another big local tyrant. Chapter 114. Even though Madame Luo and the others had already seen the dowry list sent by Duke Dingwa's mansion in advance and had expected this situation, when these things were completely placed in front of them, they still couldn't help but sigh at how generous Duke Dingwa's mansion was. At least, for a short period of time, outsiders would definitely say that the Luo family would rely on Sun Ijia to support them in the future. Of course, Sun Ijia's dowry was enough to support a family like the Luo family for several generations, even if it ran out of money. Although the Luo family definitely wouldn't touch a single cent of Sun Ijia's things. If they had known that Duke Dingwa's mansion would give such a rich dowry to a disfigured girl, the people who wanted to marry her would have trampled all over Duke Dingwa's mansion. Wouldn't it be great to marry her as a decoration and raise a bunch of beautiful girls? Haha, what you said is very reasonable. She's disfigured. I don't think she has the face to be jealous. In my opinion, perhaps it has something to do with Brother Jingwa's current status. He created fine brushwork and is very likely to become a founder of a generation. Just based on this point, I don't know how many people are eyeing him. The dowry given by Duke Dingwa's mansion is thin. I'm afraid that the girl and his family won't have a foothold. They will feel embarrassed. That's right, that's right. The male guests outside were discussing like this, and the female guests inside were not much better. There were only two kinds of sayings. One was that Duke Dingwa's mansion wanted to boost Luo Jingwa's reputation. The other was that the Luo family had taken a big advantage. In short, no matter which explanation it was, no one was optimistic about the marriage between Luo Jingbo and Sun Yijia. When Luo Jingbo really became famous all over the world, Sun Yijia would probably only be able to wait for death in a corner. Many of these rumors fell into the ears of the Luo family, but no one refuted them. After all, many people in the Luo family had such thoughts. Some people even made fun of him in front of Luo Jingbo, but Luo Jingbo just smiled. Firstly, he really didn't care about Sun Yijia's face. Secondly, he didn't like beauty that much now, and he didn't believe that it would change in the future. Thirdly, he couldn't let down his little sister's expectations. If he married Sun Yijia, he would treat her well for the rest of his life, not because of her dowry, but because of his sincerity. Therefore, no matter how much he said now, it was useless. No one would believe him, so why should he waste his breath? Yuan Xiao, who her mother called a living ancestor, was being supported by a maidservant at this moment. Most of her body was leaning on Jingwan's body. When she heard the whispers of the people around her, she was extremely angry. Cousin Jingbo is not that kind of person. Jingwan, on the other hand, was calm and composed. What are you angry about? I've already told you that there's no point in discussing these things now. Let's wait another 20 years. My third brother and Yijia won't have to wait that long to see the results. Yuan Xiao nodded. Her anger was appeased. Wan, look at that person. She seems to be in a good mood. Something's not right. Jingwan glanced at Chang Lingshan. She's just another person who's willing to lower herself. Why do you care about her? What do you mean, little sister Wan? Without these things, she would probably give up on my third brother. But with these things, Jingwan sneered. Yuan Xiao understood and covered her mouth in disbelief. She wants to be cousin Jingbo's concubine and then take these things for herself? Isn't she being too whimsical? You may think this way, but others won't. I'm afraid that there are many people who have the same thoughts as her. At the end of the day, we're talking about the same thing. Sister Jia should be despised by my third brother, and the person who can win my third brother's favor will naturally be able to take these things for herself. Although these things are Sister Jia's dowry, how many married women can truly use the entire dowry for themselves? In order to win the favor of their husbands and in-laws, there are many who empty out their dowry, right? Sister Jia's situation is even more so. Hence, no one believes that Sister Jia will guard these things so tightly. Once these things are taken out, it's not up to Sister Jia to decide who will get their hands in the end. These people's calculations are too good. So what if they're calculative? It depends on whether my third brother will give them chance. Jingwan suddenly felt that giving her third brother a lesson to prevent women from re-educating him was too wise. Otherwise, if his third brother fell into a trap, he would have to accept the dowry even if he didn't want to. Jingwan was even looking forward to a good show. When the time came, all of them would be disgraced and embarrassed. Would they regret their actions? On the other side, Wang Shi was busy receiving the people who were delivering the dowry. Her feet basically didn't touch the ground, causing Zhang Shi to feel very embarrassed. Even though she wasn't good at it and didn't know how to deal with it, she still braced herself and went forward to help. After the dowry was exposed and people were addicted to looking at it, they naturally had to tidy it up properly. It was definitely impossible to just leave it in the courtyard like this. Fortunately, because they had expected this situation, they had already tidied up a lot of empty rooms. After Sun Ija married into the family, she would let her line of people tidy it up properly. At this moment, the dowry servants also came in handy. Although there weren't as many of them as marrying into the prince's residence, they were all carefully selected. They were capable, efficient, and loyal. These were the most basic qualities. The two leading maidservants led the others to express their willingness to help. Of course, Wangsha couldn't ask for more. These things were all Sun Ija's, so it couldn't be better if her people handled them. Jingwan also noticed that these two maidservants turned out to be Sun Ija's senior maidservants. Logically speaking, the 4 senior maidservants who were part of the dowry should come with Sun Ija tomorrow. Why did 2 of them come first? Jingwan didn't want to ask about this kind of thing. Perhaps there was a purpose for it. Anyway, Jingwan didn't think that they were specially sent to look after the dowry. Although many people would do this, Sun Ija wouldn't go so far as to do so. There were too many things. By the time they finished tidying up, the day would have passed. Yuan Xiao unceremoniously occupied Jingwan's bed. Jingwan didn't make a fuss when she slept, and she didn't have to worry about being kicked when she fell asleep at night. It was as she wanted. On the other hand, Yuan Xiao's mother, Luo Ronghue, was also helping out. She did not have the time to care about Yuan Xiao. So, she was assured that Yuan Xiao would stay with Jingwan. Then, Yuan Xiao unsurprisingly saw the dark-skinned girl. Ah, a dark-skinned person can also be so beautiful. The Qingju really didn't hesitate to sell out her daughter. Yuan Xiao was probably already impressed by Jingwan's various unusual abilities. She didn't feel surprised at all. She just pestered Jingwan for a long time and asked her to put on makeup for herself when she had time. Jingwan had no choice but to agree to her request. Yuan Xiao took advantage of the situation and wanted to do it now. Cousin, we still have work to do tomorrow. Calm down and go to sleep. Yuan Xiao looked at Jingwan sadly. Jingwan smiled and didn't bother to pay attention to her. She changed her clothes and asked Nanny Gong to do her daily care. Yuan Xiao followed to see what was strange. Her wet nurse also looked at Nanny Gong's skills and probably wanted Yuan Xiao to try it. Yuan Xiao saw that Jingwan's skin was as good as her hands and face. Her skin was so good that she couldn't say anything. She was very jealous and complained that Jingwan was unkind and kept half of what she said. Okay, let your wet nurse learn from Nanny Gong. Yuan Xiao was satisfied. She lay beside Jingwan and reached out to touch her from time to time. She was still envious and jealous. The servants laughed as they watched. Yuan Xiao's wet nurse was embarrassed at first, but after hearing Jingwan's words, she learned more seriously. Nanny Gong wasn't stingy and taught Jingwan as she did it. After the 2 of them fell asleep, Yuan Xiao wasn't willing to share a blanket and insisted on sharing a blanket with Jingwan. Her hand even touched Jingwan's clothes. Jingwan had been here for more than 10 years, including the previous 10 years, so she was used to sleeping alone. Suddenly, she met such a clingy person. Jingwan chose to forget about that night at the cliff of White Dragon Temple. She was really not used to it now. She grabbed Yuan Xiao's hand and said, "Cousin, don't move. If you move again, I'll chase you away." Yuan Xiao pursed her lips. "I'm letting you get used to it. When you get married in the future," she laughed sinisterly. "Wan, you're letting me off easy first." As she said this, she pinched Jingwan's waist. "Cousin," Jingwan's voice rose a bit. Her waist was itchy, a sensitive area. "I'm really angry." Okay, I won't tease you." Yuan Xiao hugged Jingwan and obediently closed her eyes. After Yuan Xiao fell asleep, Jingwan shifted to the side and gradually fell asleep. When Nanny Gong came in to check, she saw Yuan Xiao sleeping like a child and couldn't help laughing. As expected, her daughter was the most worry-free. However, it was because of this that people couldn't help but feel sorry for her. If His Highness sees you, you'll definitely suffer. Nanny Gong was just about to move Yuan Xiao further in. What do you mean by I'll suffer? Nanny Gong was shocked by this sudden voice. She turned around and saw a certain king of hell slowly approaching. There wasn't even the slightest sound under his feet. Nanny Gong also knew that there was a gap between her martial arts skills and his. If he didn't want her to find out, she would have to wait until he appeared in front of her. His Highness. At this time, Li Honyuan had already seen the situation on the bed. Although he had already noticed that there was another person on the bed, his face darkened when he saw the specific situation. He reached out to strangle Yuan Xiao. His Highness. Nanny Gong hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Li Hongyuan's hand. She knew that if this person saw Miss Yuan, he wouldn't have a good time. However, this person directly wanted to kill her. His Highness, please reconsider. Let go. Li Hongyuan's murderous intent was still lingering as he grinded his teeth towards Nanny Gong. Nanny Gong, who had always been calm in the face of danger, slowly let go of Yuan Xiao's hand. Her heart beat wildly, uncontrollably. Before she could say anything, Li Honyuan suddenly moved quickly and walked into a backlit area. Nanny. Jingwan's voice was a little hoarse because she hadn't woken up yet. Nanny Gong hurriedly gathered her thoughts. Miss, did I wake you up? No. Jingwan carefully moved Yuan Xiao's hand away and sat up. Tidy up the bed. I'll sleep on the bed. I'm used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep well if there's another person beside me. Nanny Gong secretly glanced at the place where Li Honyuan was. His Highness probably wanted to throw Miss Yuan out at this moment. Nanny Gong tucked Jingwan in. Miss, please wait for a while. Don't catch a cold. Nanny Gong quickly tidied up the bed and spread it out. She also quickly tucked a few hot water nannies into the bed. Although it was already spring, it was a little cold at night. Moving to a new place would definitely not be as comfortable in the beginning. Jingwan hugged her knees and rested her head on them. She slightly tilted her head and looked at the attentive Nanny Gong. In fact, there was no need for her to do this. It was just a little cold today. Besides, she had always been in good health. It was difficult for her to catch a cold. However, even if she told Nanny Gong would not listen to her. She would usually listen to her grandmother, but when it came to her grandmother's health, she would be stubborn. Nanny Gong, on the other hand, was just as insistent when it came to her health. When Jingwan was looking at Nanny Gong, Li Honyuan was also looking at her. Perhaps it was because of Jingwan's peaceful and happy smile at this moment, which made him extraordinarily calm in his heart. Therefore, he looked at Jingwan with extraordinarily calm and gentle eyes. It seemed that he would not mind guarding her quietly for the rest of his life. Therefore, let alone Jingwan, if Nanny Gong did not know that there was another person in the room, she probably would not have noticed it. Fortunately, although this person wanted to peep at Jingwan, he would not do anything to hurt her. After Jingwan fell asleep, Nanny Gong lit a soothing incense. Jingwan soon fell asleep. Li Honyuan walked out of the dark, went straight to the bed, and sat down. Since Li Honyuan hired Nanny Gong at the age of 10, Nanny Gong rarely saw Li Honyuan so calm from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, Nanny Gong swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. Since the first night's surveillance, Li Honyuan always appeared from time to time. However, today was not a good time. After all, there were so many people in the Luo family, and because of the wedding banquet tomorrow, many people would not go to bed so early. If they were seen by others, it would be terrible. But now, Nanny Gong really could not say anything. After all, she had watched this child grow up. Even if she did not like some of his actions, she could not help being soft-hearted to him. Li Honyuan quietly looked at Jingwan for a while. Then he took off his outer robe and inner robe, lifted the brocade quilt on Jingwan, lay in it, and then held Jingwan in his arms. Then, Jingwan subconsciously leaned into his arms. Jingwan's reaction greatly pleased Li Honyuan. Not only did he curl up the corners of his mouth, but even his eyes were full of joy. Earlier, she said that she could not sleep well with another person by her side. Now, she took the initiative to lean into his arms. What did it mean? It meant that he was special. It meant that she was slowly getting used to his arms. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that she was not startled because she was in a deep sleep and was subconsciously familiar with this situation. Li Hanyuan reached out to touch Jingwan's face and kissed her forehead. When she could fall asleep in his arms without the soothing incense, perhaps his goal would be basically achieved. Li Hanyuan was about to close his eyes and sleep for a while when he inadvertently glanced at the bed. "Throw her out for me. Your Highness, please reconsider. If you throw Miss Yuan out at this time, I'm afraid that others will be alerted." As Mama Gong spoke, she hesitated for a moment before walking over to the bed and lowering the layers of curtains. Li Hanyuan snorted coldly. "I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Other than me, no one else is allowed to sleep on Wan's bed. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Highness," Mama Gong replied. It was not that she was worried about what the King of Hell would do to her if this kind of thing happened again. But if there really was a next time, the King of Hell would definitely silence the person who slept on her bed. She definitely would not let him off so easily like this time. Mama Gong did not say anything else. She took out the lamp and quietly left. The night passed quietly like this. When Jingwan woke up the next day, she did not feel that anything was wrong. Because she had always slept well, she never suspected anything. Without any delay, she directly got up and started her morning exercise without any hesitation. After half an hour, Jingwan was sweating all over. Seeing Jingwan like this, Yuan Xiaoqiao's wet nurse could not help but ask Jingwan's wet nurse, "Is your daughter always like this?" "That's right. I had something to do today, so there wasn't enough time." Yuan Xiaoqiao's wet nurse could not help but glance at Jingwan's room. She did not need to look to know that her daughter must be sleeping like a little pig right now. It would take a lot of effort to wake her up. She could not help but sigh. Resigned to her fate, she prepared to wake her daughter. Jingwan took a comfortable bath. With the help of her servant girls, she changed her clothes and freshened up. Then she began to eat breakfast because she did not have to pay respects today. When Yuan Xiaoqiao appeared with a yawn, Jingwan was almost done eating. "Wan, you're up so early?" Jingwan did not respond. She only pointed at the seat opposite her, indicating for her to sit down. Yuan Xiaoqiao sat down with the help of her servant girls. Seeing the food on the table, she said, "Wan, you're eating something so simple." Jingwan finished the porridge in her bowl and wiped her mouth. "Eat something light for breakfast. It's good for the body." As soon as she finished speaking, the servant girls brought Yuan Xiaoqiao's breakfast. Yuan Xiaoqiao's nose twitched. It looks simple, but it smells so good. Jingwan told her to drink the bloodbird's nest porridge first before eating the rest. This was probably Yuan Xiaoqiao's first time eating such a simple breakfast. However, she felt that it was very delicious. At least she ate twice as much as she usually did at home. Because she usually ate very little, she did not have much of an appetite in the morning. Today, she ate so much that she did not feel bloated. However, even so, Yuan Xiaoqiao still found that Jingwan ate more than she did. "Wan, I didn't know you could eat so much. Aren't you afraid of getting fat?" Jingwan naturally knew that she did not have a huge appetite. She probably only ate 1/3 more than the average girl. "I won't get fat." She exercised every day. Although she usually only exercised in the morning, when she had nothing to do, she would exercise during the day and night. She did not have a body that gained weight easily. Naturally, it was impossible for her to get fat. A few years ago, because I was growing, I ate a lot. My flesh also grew. My mother made me abstain from eating. How painful it was to want to eat, but not be able to. I just need to move a little more. The table was cleaned up. "Miss," fourth young lady brought the other girls over. "It's so early in the morning. They're quite active." Chapter 115. You're so energetic early in the morning. However, her enthusiasm was annoying. It was like deliberately disturbing other people's good mood. For example, Yuan Xiaoqiao, who had eaten happily before and didn't feel uncomfortable, felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. It seemed that she had eaten too much and wanted to vomit. Jingwan was a little amused by her exaggerated expression. This mighty group of people poured into the Begonia elegant house. The place, which was spacious at first, seemed to become narrow all of a sudden. Some of these people had been to Jingwan's place before, but most of them were here for the first time. However, even if they were not here for the first time, they were still full of surprise and envy at Jingwan's campus. Then, some people, perhaps out of habit or because they really felt that the flowers were beautiful, reached out to pick them. When Jingwan just came to the capital city, this courtyard had been ruined once. At that time, Jingwan, as the host, didn't say anything, but Yuan Xiao couldn't stand it. She couldn't help it again. Wan, I heard that the 18 scholar flowers you gave to great elder princesses Wang Zhiyao last time were very precious. They were worth at least 10,000 taels of silver. I say, the flowers in your courtyard are so beautiful. Any one of them should be worth a lot of money. The girl who reached out to pick the flowers couldn't help shaking her hands. Those who saw her actions more or less looked at her with a different meaning. Perhaps they were worried that the flowers were also expensive, or they had a look of mockery on their faces, as if they thought that she was just a shallow person. However, many people probably felt lucky that they didn't do it. Jingwan naturally saw through Yuan Xiao's intention. She smiled and said, "It's not so precious, but I'm confident that it should be worth hundreds of taels of silver, at least if it's sold." Alas, Wan, you're probably the only one who can do this. If it were other people's flowers, they would probably think that it's just a flower. It's no big deal to break it. If it's broken, then so be it. It's not a big deal. I'll just repair it myself later. Yuan Xiao glanced at her. You're the only one who doesn't care. If it were me, my heart would ache. Gardening is about having fun. If it's mixed with other things, it'll be tacky. Yuan Xiao sneered at her. Wan, if you want to put it that way, why don't you cut some flowers for us to play with while it's still early? That way, we won't waste the good stuff. Sure. Jingwan nodded. When she asked the maid to get the scissors and other things, she glanced at Luo Jingying. If it were any other time, she would have come out to smooth things over and pretend to be a good person. However, Yuan Xiao mentioned 18 scholars and how the flower arrangement was lost. She was probably the last person who wanted to be mentioned. The girl who broke the flower before breathed a sigh of relief. However, the flower in her hand made her feel like a hot potato. It was hot to hold it, but it was even more inadvisable to throw it away. Jingwan walked to her with the scissors and took the flower from her hand. You have good taste. She trimmed it slightly and reached out to pin it on the girl's head. It's very beautiful. It suits you very well. She smiled faintly. The girl's cheeks reddened even more. She murmured, "Thank you." Jingwan cut another flower at the side and a small branch with 2 buds. She cut the extra branches and put them on the tray held by the maid. Then, she glanced at the girl's present and called the 2 sisters, one older and one younger, to help them put it on. "Ah, sister, you're so beautiful." The little girl, who was probably less than 10 years old, blinked her big eyes and said to her sister, "Sister, you're beautiful too." She reached out and pinched the little girl's face. Then, she squatted and thanked Jingwan. "You're welcome. What about the others? Is there anyone you like? Cousin, why don't you help us choose? I always feel that you'll choose more suitable for us." A little girl who was about 11 or 12 years old said to Jingwan with a smile. This was the girl from Third Aunt's family. Jingwan did not have much contact with her, but she seemed to be a very good girl. When the others heard her words, they all nodded in agreement. Most of them expressed that way. Even though she knew that some of them probably did not think that way, Jingwan did not intend to take care of their feelings. Just like what Yin Yang said, the most suitable flowers were the best. However, some people just liked the most expensive flowers. Some of them were probably the same. They would not look at the unknown flowers and would always stare at the expensive flowers and trees. For example, the Wei Zi in this courtyard. They did not think about whether they would be able to stand out if they wore that kind of flower. At this time, Jingwan was purely using it as a pastime. At the same time, she also prevented her courtyard from being damaged. Except for herself, every girl, including Luo Jingying, cut a living flower and a small branch for them. Everyone's flowers were very suitable, except for Luo Jingying, because Jingwan cut away Z for her, and it was the biggest and most beautiful one. I saw that 4th sister has been looking at this peony for a long time. I think she likes it very much. It's really beautiful. Luo Jingying's face was a little pale, but she could not say anything because her flower was the most expensive. It could be said that it was the best of the flowers. However, with such a big flower on her head, it completely covered the original hair ornament. It was as tacky as it could be. Many girls turned their heads and covered their mouths to laugh. Oh, fortunately, they did not think about that flower. Otherwise, they would be the laughing stock. Touching the flower on her head, it was really suitable for her to look good. It's really tacky for me to wear such a beautiful flower. I was looking at it just now, mainly because I think third sister is the most suitable one. Luo Jingying reached out and wanted to take the flower off her head, but then she found that there seemed to be thorns on the stem. If she took it off directly, her hair would be messed up. For a moment, she hated Jingwan very much. To be honest, the servants of the Luo family all thought that the fourth young lady was crazy. Now everyone in the Luo family knew that the third young lady and the fourth young lady did not get along well with each other. Since Great Elder Princess got married, they had completely fallen out with each other. The third young lady could not even save her face, but the fourth young lady insisted on getting involved. As a result, she lost face every time. Just like today, if it was not suitable for her, a large group of girls would not come here early in the morning. In the end, before she could say anything, she was shut up by 18 scholars. Now, she had embarrassed herself again. Fourth sister, do you think so? Okay, I'll have a try. Fourth sister, you don't have to take it off. Jingwan went to cut another flower. The size of the flower was not inferior to Luo Jingying's at all. Jingwan just casually moved the hair ornament on her head and put the flower on one side of her head. It's so beautiful. Yes. The fourth young lady of the Luo family is a little better than the third young lady of the Luo family. But why do the same flowers look completely different? It wasn't difficult to understand, but it wasn't. There are only two reasons: the position of the flower and whether or not one had the temperament to suppress it. Jingwan undoubtedly had both. Luo Jingying, on the other hand, had a lot of accessories on her head, and Jingwan had chosen the right position. Furthermore, she had been locked up for so long that she looked like a delicate flower. How could she be able to support such a beautiful flower like the peony? Therefore, when the two of them wore the flower, the effect was completely different. Then, a notice came from outside, asking the girls to go for breakfast. Today's breakfast was already late, so they were really a little hungry. Jingwan and Yuan Xiao, who had already eaten breakfast, prepared to go and put on an act. In fact, the servants of Begonia House also went to fill their stomachs while Jingwan was cutting the flowers. Although they did not eat much, they would not starve like the other servants. Seeing this group of delicate girls appear, many of the women laughed. Oh, where did they go so early in the morning? All of them seemed to have become prettier. Then, the attentive people found that the flowers on their heads were just right, making up for their previous shortcomings. No matter whether it was the big, delicate flowers or the small flowers, they all complemented each other. Who did this? They can see the shortcomings of others at a glance and make up for it so easily. Their eyesight is really good. The girl walking in front did not say anything, and her eyes fell directly on Jingwan. Jingwan had a patient beside her who was walking slowly. By the time she was discovered, many people's gazes were focused on her. Jingwan gracefully squatted down to greet them. She smiled faintly and allowed them to size her up. Then, she continued to walk. It was said that the more people there were, the more unique Jingwan was. Madame Luo is really good at teaching people. Is it because this girl has broken off the engagement? Maybe. Yes. The news that Jingwan broke off the engagement had slowly spread among these people. Naturally, there were so many people who want to take advantage of her. However, they did not know that Jingwan had already become a bargaining chip for some people. There was no possibility of them getting involved. After breakfast, they basically started to get busy again. Jingwan took advantage of the time when Yuan Xiao was ordered to stay by her mother to see Luo Jingbua. Luo Jingbua had already put on the red wedding dress, but there was a slight bruise around his eyes. It seemed that he did not sleep well last night, but his spirit was not bad. Because there were many people who were going to pick up the bride with him at this time, Jingwan naturally could not go in, so she asked someone to call him out. Luo Jingbo knew that his sister was looking for him. Naturally, he immediately left the people who might help him later and went out. Those people naturally did not want to. They flocked out, wanting to see who made him so anxious. Then, they saw Jingwan from afar and stopped one by one. Chen Jingmin looked at Jingwan, who was smiling and talking to Luo Jingbo. He resisted the urge to cover his chest, but there was really no way to ignore the pain coming from there. She was such a beautiful person. If he hadn't had the chance to get her in the first place, perhaps he wouldn't have felt so bad. However, he had been so close to her. He was only one step away from marrying her, but he couldn't take that last step anymore. Many of them were Luo Jingwa's classmates and friends. It was the first time they saw Jingwan, so they could not help but ask who this girl was. Then, when they found out that she was Luo Jingwa's biological sister, some people couldn't help but curse Luo Jingbo. This bastard had hidden such a good-looking and well-mannered sister in his family. They really didn't know it all. Why should I let you know? Chen Jingmin's eyes were sharp, and he said indifferently. Then, he turned and left. Before, this person who came in third, although he looked a little cold, his words were still gentle. Why did he suddenly turn hostile? A group of people looked at each other in dismay. On the other side, Jingwan teased her brother. Although she was not as unscrupulous as his brothers, Luo Jingbo could not resist. Little sister, do you really want to do that? Not necessarily. You see the situation, Jingwan said to Luo Jingbo rather roguishly. Although she said so, he always felt that if he did not do as she said, the back of his neck would be a little cold. And little sister is right. A real man should boldly express what he has. Even if the situation does not allow, create a situation and do it. He said very righteously. Jingwan smiled and nodded. She was very satisfied with her brother's awareness. After Jingwan left, Luo Jingwa's face suddenly fell and wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He was going to be teased by that group of people again. However, in the face of his little sister's abuse of power, his brother's ridicule was nothing. After he went back, everyone saw that his expression was a little strange. However, his brothers knew more about the inside story. Luo Jingming smiled and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Third sister gave you a difficult problem again? Second brother, don't be so obvious when you're gloating. Luo Jingming covered his mouth and coughed, but the smile in his eyes did not disappear. No, what did third sister ask you to do? He looked like he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Second brother, you'll get married one day, Luo Jingbo threatened. However, Luo Jingming did not care at all. Don't hide it. We'll find out sooner or later. Tell us now, so that we can be mentally prepared. When the time comes, we won't be too surprised and lose our composure. How do you know what to do in public? I didn't know at first, but now I know. Hurry up and tell us. Luo Jingbo was annoyed. When the others heard Luo Jingming's words, they were also curious and urged him to tell them quickly. Luo Jingbo thought for a while. Anyway, they would know when it was time to pick up the bride. Thus, he stammered and told them. Thus, everyone who heard was extremely surprised. Then, someone started to laugh. Brother Jingbo, I'm waiting for your performance. Time passed slowly. The people at the bridal party had all gathered, and it was almost time. Luo Jingbo flipped over and mounted his tall horse. He was filled with joy, anticipation, and a little uncontrollable excitement. Hey, Jingming, do you think your third brother will really do that later? He will, Luo Jingming said very confidently. How could his third brother go against his third sister's wishes? The people at the side could not help but click their tongues. That's true, but he's just expressing his admiration in public. The 10 miles of red dowry sent by the Duke Dingwa's mansion yesterday was really eye-opening and attracted countless people to watch. It was not much worse than the parade of the 3 people who passed the grand exam 2 days ago. Chapter 12. Yunting. How are the preparations for the wedding going? Li Hanyuan leaned back in his chair. His body was relaxed, with a bit of laziness. Coupled with his good looks, it was really pleasing to the eye. Even Min couldn't help but take a few more glances. Replying to Wang Ye, everything is ready. The wedding date is set for 2 months later. Unfortunately, Fu Yunting was determined to be blind. It's too long. The wedding must be held before the end of the month. His dark eyes stared unblinkingly at Fu Yunting. Yes, there were only a few days left until the end of the month. Fu Yunting really wanted to roar at him. What was he trying to do? According to the awkward position of Wuan Ho, he might not be able to marry a decent wife for the rest of his life. He wasn't worried, so why was his master so worried? Could it be that this marriage has something to do with your great career? Were you afraid that a long delay would lead to unexpected changes? Li Hanyuan casually threw a small flat box to him. A wedding gift. Many thanks to Wang Ye. It was so light that he didn't know what was inside. Fu Yunting's heart trembled. He didn't know if this was the king of hell's next move. He didn't know how many people had pledged their allegiance to Wang Ye. But among those who were familiar with him, who didn't say that he was Wang Ye's #1 right-hand man, some even said that he was Wang Ye's pet molester. Motherfucker, he would rather work harder than a cow, or even be a free laborer, just to avoid meeting the king of hell. As for the so-called pet molester, he was sometimes even willing to put down his dignity, hoping that it was true. At least, according to the character of this pet molester who would not last for more than 7 days. After 7 days, he would not be bothered with him anymore, which would be the best. Unfortunately, ever since this master secretly arranged a good marriage for him, this pet molester talk disappeared like smoke. It could be imagined how deep the damage Li Hanyuan caused to Fu Yunting. At first, Fu Yunting thought that this master treated everyone the same. Later, he found out that this was not the case. In private, he almost never showed any emotions. Even when he used bloody and cruel methods to deal with people, he was still as calm as an ancient well. No one could guess what he was thinking. Only when Fu Yunting met him alone, the gaze that fell on him was like a venomous snake staring at its prey, containing a violent storm that could tear him to pieces at any time. Fu Yunting thought several times that this person would take his life, but it didn't. Even if they sparred again and again in the martial arts arena, the bones in his body were broken one after another, and he fell into a coma no less than 3 times. In the end, he was still fine. He used the best wound medicine, and not the slightest bit of illness was left behind. If one was not careful, one might still be thinking about the previous couplet and miss it. However, he did not mention the most important rule. That was why this first young master was too annoying. Fortunately, Chun Jingmin matched the first half of the couplets as quickly as possible. He knew how to divide the work for the latter half. Therefore, this question was passed by a narrow margin. Chapter 116. Well, the third question was directed at the bridegroom. The others couldn't help even if they wanted to. Everyone was guessing what the bridegroom would show. This included the group of people who had helped him escort the bride. What was Luo Jingbo most famous for now? Naturally, it was his paintings. Could he paint on the spot? Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but be a little excited. Many people had only heard of the fine brushwork and had never seen it. But those who had seen it rarely didn't praise it. Luo Jingbo was not in a hurry. He seemed to be prepared. He stretched out a hand behind him, and something wrapped in red silk was placed in his hand. It looked like a relatively large book or something similar. Could it be a painting? Luo Jingbo opened the red silk bit by bit. Unexpectedly, there were books inside. What did he want to do? Luo Jingbo presented the book to Sun Yilin with both hands. Brother-in-law, please accept it. Then, everyone understood. Was this the bridegroom's way of expressing himself? Damn, actually bribed him directly? This was too treacherous. However, please note that your brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. He has seen all kinds of good things. You want to bribe him with just 2 books? Don't you think it's a bit too wishful thinking? Sun Yilin probably didn't expect to meet someone who didn't play by the rules. It was a talent competition. If you want to express yourself, you should just do it. But can you say that he was wrong? Absolutely not. Sun Yilin stared at the book in Luo Jingbo's hand and frowned. He seemed to be very conflicted. The people who were watching the fun at the gate of Duke Dinghua's mansion began to jeer. They asked Luo Jinghua not to do such a boring thing and quickly do something serious. Luo Jinghua didn't care. He just smiled and looked at Sun Yilin. Brother-in-law, do you accept it or not? Please tell me. Who was Sun Yilin? How could he marry off his little sister so easily just because of 2 books? He was determined. Yes. Anyway, his little sister was going to get married. Sun Yilin reached out to take the book. At this time, Luo Jinghua suddenly took back his book. Brother-in-law, you have to make way. Even Sun Yilin couldn't help but grit his teeth. He looked like a mellow and refreshing person, but there was actually a time when he was so slippery. She snatched the book away, and with a light flick of her wrist, she covered the book with the red silk again. She turned around and waved her hand behind her back. Open the door and make way. Her expression and tone were not very pleasant. This result was completely unexpected. The number 1 young master of the capital was so easily bought. Jinghua, what book did you give to Mr. Sun? Could it be that even young Master Sun couldn't refuse this unique book? Chen Jingmin narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered for a moment. Did cousin Jinghua give me the Kun Fong Xiao? Luo Jinghua smiled, apparently agreeing with Chen Jingmin's guess. Only then did everyone remember that Sun Yilin was famous for being a love-struck fool. It shouldn't be an ordinary beauty chart, right? Our young Master Lin wouldn't be interested in an ordinary beauty chart, right? Of course, it wasn't an ordinary beauty chart. That was a beauty chart created by Jingwan. Few people who love flowers could refuse it, let alone young Master Lin, who had ulterior motives towards Jingwan. When Sun Yilin saw the small fine brushwork on the cover and the 3 words Kun Fong Xiao, he had already determined who wrote this book. He had long heard that 2 extraordinary beauty charts had come out from Luo Shangshu's hands and had been shamelessly divided by the Grand Secretary and the Minister of Works. Whether it was extraordinary or Jingwan had made a move, it was impossible for Sun Yilin not to be moved. No matter how difficult it was for his brother-in-law, his younger sister had to go out. Why not accept the benefits? His younger sister would also understand. When the people waiting in Sun Yijia's small courtyard found out that the bridegroom had broken into the small courtyard, even Sun Yijia, who was worried that Luo Jinghua would be ruthlessly embarrassed, had the thought of how could it be so fast in her heart. According to Sun Yilin's ability, it didn't make sense for him to be defeated so quickly. Otherwise, why would there be only 2 obstacles? They had high expectations for Sun Yilin and were very confident in him. After listening to the servant girl's report, everyone was silent. 2 books were enough to send the bridegroom away. Was our young Master Lin too easy to send away? Or was his opponent too powerful? What kind of book was it? No one saw the cover, but some people guessed that it was a beauty chart. As soon as the servant girl's voice fell, laughter sounded in the room. It turns out that in young Master Lin's eyes, his younger sister isn't even worth 2 ordinary beauty charts. It seemed that they were criticizing Sun Yilin, but no one could tell that they were mocking Sun Yijia. Outsiders said that young Master Lin doted on his younger sister the most, but in reality, that was just the case. Sun Yijia, who was covered with a red veil, smiled. 5th brother was probably angered by Jinghua. However, when she thought that the person who would become her husband was already outside the small courtyard, she couldn't help but feel nervous, and her palms were faintly sweating. The people blocking the small door were basically all women. In comparison, they were more difficult to deal with, because there were some people who said that they were joining in the fun, but in reality, they were deliberately looking for trouble. It just so happened that on this big day, you couldn't reprimand them. The bridegroom's bridegroom was too stingy with all kinds of difficulties and teases. The bridegroom was too stingy with all the red envelopes on him. Even the smile on Luo Jinghua's face disappeared, not to mention his brothers. Each and every one of them was infuriated. However, this was a group of women. They couldn't do anything to them. However, some people acted as if they didn't see their expressions and still had a smiling look on their faces. This block lasted for nearly an hour. It was almost the auspicious time to go out. Sun Yijia was extremely resentful. In the past, they would find trouble with her. She had endured it when she saw that the big day was around the corner. However, today, they wanted to make it impossible for her to go out. She would record this account and slowly settle it after today. However, these people didn't dare to really miss the auspicious time. It was one thing to make things difficult for them, but it was another thing to make things difficult for them. When Duchess Ding came to settle the account after autumn, it would be enough for them to suffer. Alas, forget it. It seems that our bridegroom is really... Many people also covered their mouths and laughed. However, we are willing to let them go. I just don't know if the bridegroom has moved our sister Jia. Listening to Luo Jinghua being made things difficult for her, Sunny Jia would have stood up several times if it weren't for the old maid gently pressing her haircut. She was a bride and needed to be reserved. She couldn't appear to be anxious. Otherwise, she didn't know how she would be made up. Today, she had to take every opportunity. Second brother, give me the guqin. Luo Jingming took down the guqin case from his back, opened it, and took out the guqin. He closed the case and placed the guqin on the table. He and another person held the guqin at both ends, temporarily acting as a temporary guqin table. Everyone knew what he was going to do. It wasn't that he had never played the guqin at this time before, but it was still relatively rare. However, everyone was curious about what song he would play. Luo Jinghua looked very calm at this time. The anger in his eyes had disappeared. He lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the guqin strings. He suddenly felt that his sister was actually very right. If he had been a little embarrassed before, his heart was exceptionally calm at this moment. His wife was bullied, so naturally, he had to make up for it. Thinking back to the few times he met Ijia, his sister might have exaggerated, but it was undeniable that Ijia was really a good girl. Moreover, he seemed to have unintentionally fallen in love with her. His fingers began to slide on the guqin strings, and decadent music poured out. Accompanied by the sound of the guqin, his lips opened and closed. There is a beauty. I can't forget her. I haven't seen her for a day. I miss her like crazy. The phoenix soars, seeking the phoenix from the four seas. Unfortunately, the beauty is not at the eastern wall. Replacing words with guqin, I write my heart. When will I see Su Shi? She comforts me. Willing words match her virtue. We will go hand in hand. Unable to fly together, she causes me to fall. The lingering sound of the guqin, the cadence, and the bold and explicit lyrics. This famous song was basically known by everyone present. It was called A Phoenix Seeking a Phoenix. But who was the one who wrote that poem? Wasn't a little too. That's right, Jinghua knew that there was also a famous song called The Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix. The tune was roughly the same, but the only difference was that there were no lyrics. So, for Sunny Jia's sake, Jinghua once again went against her will and copied the lyrics of The Phoenix Seeking the Phoenix. At that moment, this person was all about being reserved. He paid attention to the artistic conception of hugging the pipa and covering half of his face. Not many people could write lyrics like this, let alone read it out in public. In the official circle, Luo Jinghua was definitely the first to do so. Perhaps after this, there would be people who would scold him for being improper and insulting to the refined culture. However, right now, everyone was stunned. Even those who knew that Luo Jinghua was going to play the guqin didn't know that there was an even bigger surprise. This person was also a person who amazes everyone with a single brilliant feat. In the room, Sun Yijia's face turned red, but her heart was filled with sweetness. It was obvious that Luo Jinghua's move helped Sun Yijia slap someone in the face, but it also helped her gain more hatred. As long as it was a woman, even if she didn't have vanity, when she was deeply loved by someone, she couldn't help but feel happy. They were born in the inner residence, grew up in the inner residence, and still lived in the inner residence after they got married. If they had an ordinary life, perhaps they would just pass it like that. However, when they were young, few people didn't yearn for love. At this time, someone had indeed obtained something that they might not be able to obtain in their lifetime. How could they not be jealous and hate? How could they not want to replace him? Many people might criticize him, but only these women would be deeply attracted to him. Sure enough, there were some women who looked at Luo Jinghua with infatuation in their eyes. The brothers standing behind Luo Jingbua looked at each other. All of them secretly thought that their brother, after today, would become the lover of most women in the boudoir. Not only that, the women in the brothel would probably line up to pour out their hearts to him. Those famous courtesans would probably be willing to throw themselves at him, hoping that he would become a guest. They only earnestly hoped that they could become the phoenix that he spoke of. Luo Jingbua's hands stopped moving. He raised his head and smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with endless gentleness. Even those young women who were already married couldn't help but blush, and their hearts beat faster. They were extremely uneasy, even though Luo Jingbua didn't look at them at all. The auspicious time has arrived. A loud voice interrupted all the charming and gentle atmosphere. Those who were blushing because of Luo Jingbua hurriedly looked away. However, they couldn't help but secretly size him up. They might be biting their lips or wringing their handkerchiefs tightly. Luo Jingbua entered the main hall in the courtyard. Sun Yijia's grandmother and 3 parents were sitting there. Obviously, they had heard Luo Jingbua's previous song. At this moment, they looked at Luo Jingbua with their own complicated feelings. Luo Jingbua was a little embarrassed at this moment. Fortunately, Sun Yijia was almost helped in walking in. Sun Yijia bid farewell and listened to their teachings. Luo Jingbua kowtowed and listened to their instructions. To Sun Yijia, it was nothing more than being filial to her in-laws and serving her husband. To Luo Jingbua, it was nothing more than being kind to Sun Yijia. Even so, Sun Yijia couldn't stop crying in the end. Luo Jingbua solemnly promised. At some point, Sun Yilin appeared again. He was going to carry Sun Yijia onto the bridal sedan chair. However, from the way he looked at Luo Jingbua, it could be seen that he had heard the entire song, a male phoenix seeking a female phoenix. When the bride got onto the sedan chair, the sound of gongs and drums filled the sky again. On the other hand, the Luo family was waiting anxiously. According to the estimated time, it was about time for the bride to return. If they missed the auspicious day of the wedding ceremony, it wouldn't be a good omen. However, at this moment, the Duke of Qin's carriage arrived at the Luo family. When Luo Peishan and the others heard this news, they couldn't help but want to pull their beards. However, it was useless to think so much now. It was more important to hurry and welcome them. Thus, the guests rushed to the main gate. They looked at the people coming in from outside the gate. Well, all the princes who had a place in the imperial court, except for Prince Kong and the princes who relied on him, came to the Luo family. Luo Peishan really wanted to say that the Luo family was too small to accommodate all these big Buddhas. However, on the surface, he had to smile and welcome them respectfully. That day at Aunt's residence, Lord Luo sincerely invited me. Naturally, I have to come. Li Honyuan said. Many people cursed in their hearts. Your Highness, you have the nerve to say this. Not to mention other things. Even if the emperor invited you, you might not even respond. You said so much to give Luo Peishan face. Who knows if he just came here to join in the fun because he didn't want to go to Duke Dingwa's mansion. However, when the people heard the list of gifts that Li Honyuan often gave, their expressions were wonderful. Not to mention that he directly gave tens of thousands of taels of gold as a gift. There was also a pile of good things. Moreover, just by hearing the name, they knew that some of the things were bestowed by the emperor. Was it really appropriate for him to give them out casually? Moreover, he was so generous. Did he really have no place to spend his money? Not to mention others, Li Hongming and the other brothers looked at Li Hongyuan strangely. When these brothers got married, he just gave some gifts as a token of appreciation. Now, he was so generous. What did he want to do? However, before they could continue, there was a noise outside the gate. It turned out that the bride was back. On a day like today, even the noble princes had to retreat and make way for the bride. Sun Yijia got out of the sedan chair and was stuffed with a piece of red silk. The other end of the red silk was naturally in Luo Jingbua's hand. Fortunately, the auspicious time was just right. Luo Jingbua held Sun Yijia's hand and walked into the wedding hall. These nobles who were willing to stay to watch the ceremony naturally quickly added chairs for them. Today, there was no place for them to sit on the main seat. As for those who were unwilling to watch the ceremony, there were naturally servants to lead them to other places. Li Honyuan stayed. Although this person was still considered gentle at this moment, his presence was still very strong. It made the lively and festive atmosphere drop a little. What was the meaning of watching his fiancée go through the wedding ceremony with another man? However, Li Honyuan did not have any self-awareness at all. He supported himself with one hand on the armrest of the chair. 3 parts laziness, 3 parts leisure, 3 parts indifference. And there was also a hostility that prevented strangers from getting close. No matter how strong Li Hongyuan's presence was, at this moment, he could only be ignored. In the loud and clear voice of the master of ceremonies, the wedding ceremony officially began. There were a lot of people inside and outside the wedding hall. They gradually moved their attention away from Li Honyuan and gradually laughed. They watched the lively scene and cheered from time to time. Li Hongyuan's gaze landed on Jingwan. That's right. It was because she was here that he had to endure this noisy atmosphere. The ceremony is done. Send them to the bridal chamber. Then, the newlyweds were escorted in the direction of the bridal chamber. Jingwan followed, but Li Honyuan was still sitting in the same place. It seemed that he had no intention of leaving. Luo Peishan came forward, but before he could get close, Li Honyuan waved his hand and sent him away. Well, even if this person was a guest in someone else's residence, he did not have the slightest self-awareness. You still had to follow his instructions. Soon, in the wedding hall, there were only Li Honyuan sitting and Eunuch Mu, who had been pretending to be a wooden stake behind her all the time. The closest person to them was the maid standing outside the door. "Where is Li Hongming?" He went to the garden. The 4th young lady of the Luo family also went to the garden. Li Honyuan sneered. He knew that Li Hongming would not let go of this opportunity. Chapter 117. No need for formalities. Li Hongming said gently, "Thank you, Your Highness." Luo Jingying stood up straight and slightly raised her head. She quickly swept a glance over Li Hongming, as if she didn't dare to look at him again. Her sickly face quickly turned red. Li Hongming looked at Luo Jingying. Compared to the Luo 3rd Miss, the only thing that was better was her face. Unfortunately, that girl wasn't the same as the average person. If possible, he wanted to directly make a move on Jingwan. Unfortunately, that girl didn't look like someone who would be easily tempted. This was just a pastime. It was just a chess piece to prevent the Luo family from completely switching sides to another faction. After all, it was still unknown who the Luo 3rd Miss would end up in. Therefore, it was very important to keep this chess piece in his hands. Compared to last time, Miss seems to have lost a lot of weight. "Are you feeling unwell?" His voice was very gentle and carried a trace of tenderness. It wasn't very obvious, but it was enough for Luo Jingying to feel. Luo Jingying's face turned even redder. She only felt that Prince Rue was really gentle. He should have a good impression of her. "Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. This subject's daughter just caught a cold. It's just that I haven't fully recovered and my appetite isn't very good. That's why I'm like this. Right now, I'm feeling much better. I believe that I'll get better soon." "That's good. This prince also." Li Hongming suddenly stopped talking. Li Honyuan was puzzled and looked up at him. Li Hongming's hand stopped in midair. Luo Jingying felt that his movements were a bit stiff. Then she saw him clench his hand into a fist and put it to his mouth, lightly coughing. At that moment, Luo Jingying's heart began to beat rapidly. Just now, did Prince Rue want to touch my face? That's right, that must be it. He really does like me. In Luo Jingying's opinion, Prince Rue was a modest gentleman. Under normal circumstances, how could he do something so impolite to a lady? The only explanation was that she couldn't control herself. "Your Highness." This discovery seemed to have given Luo Jingying unlimited courage. She no longer lowered her head and just stared straight at Li Hongming. The adoration in her eyes was not restrained at all. Li Hongming looked back at her. The gentle smile on his face slowly faded, and he slowly put down his hand. Luo Jingying saw his change, and her heart began to panic. The blood on her face quickly faded. "Your Highness, this subject's daughter." She didn't know how to explain. She was afraid that he would hate her. She didn't know what to do as tears quickly condensed in her eyes. Li Hongming reached out to take her hand and led her to the back of the rockery. Unless they walked in, they would never be able to see them. Li Hongming held her hand and didn't let go. His other hand gently wiped the corners of her eyes. "Don't cry. This prince's heart will ache." "Your Highness." She thought she had fallen into the abyss, but in the blink of an eye, she was lifted to the clouds. Her hand was being held. She gently tried to pull it back, but naturally, she didn't pull it back. "Your Highness, please let go of this subject's daughter." "Sorry, this prince was rude, but..." Li Hongming gently rubbed her hand. He picked it up and put her fingertips to his lips, gently touching them. This prince isn't willing to let go. No matter what, Luo Jingying was just a little girl with no experience in this field. How could she compare to Li Hongming, a veteran in this field? When he was gentle, it was enough to make people drown. Doesing are not like this prince. Li Hongming pulled her into his arms. Luo Jingying subconsciously reached out to push against his chest. Li Hongming didn't use any force. Last time, when we hurriedly met on the street, this prince couldn't forget Inger. This prince originally thought that Inger also had feelings for this prince. But was it just this prince's unrequited love? If that's the case, Inger can push this prince away. That's not it. Luo Jingying quickly denied it. When she met Li Hongming's gaze, she suddenly took the initiative. She reached out to hug Li Hongming's waist and leaned her head on his chest. "This subject's daughter's heart is filled with thoughts of your Highness. I don't eat or drink. I can't sleep at night. How many times I wish I could go find you. It turns out that Inger and this prince are the same. The girl you like also has this prince in her heart. That's great." Li Hongming held her waist with one hand and stroked her hair with the other. However, even though he said the most gentle words of love with a smile on his face, there was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if the person in his arms wasn't a person, but a toy for him to play with. It was only because this toy was still useful that he kept it for the time being. Luo Jingying's heart was as sweet as honey, but she still couldn't stop her tears. Li Hongming naturally felt it. He was a dignified prince. How would he look if his clothes got dirty when he was out as a guest? His eyes flashed coldly. He helped Luo Jingying up, held her chin, and wiped away her tears again. "Why are you crying? This subject's daughter is just too happy. If you're happy, then smile happily. This prince doesn't want to see your tears. Do you understand?" As he spoke, he naturally bent down and kissed away the tears on the other side of her face. At that moment, Luo Jingying only felt her mind go blank. She couldn't feel anything other than the touch on her face. Li Hongming kissed her gently, following the bridge of her nose and finally landing on her lips. Li Hongming felt her body trembling slightly due to nervousness and shyness. She even subconsciously closed her eyes. However, she didn't push him away. She didn't even struggle. The coldness in his eyes deepened. She was indeed a slut. Luo Jingying was kissed by Li Hongming, and her waist was also caressed and kneaded by him. This was the first time she had experienced something like this, so she was naturally very sensitive. Her body quickly went limp, and the hand holding Li Hongming's waist felt weak. Li Hongming let go of her. Her eyes were blurred, and she was dizzy. She probably didn't know anything at this moment. While he mocked her in his heart, he couldn't help but feel complacent. Perhaps in his opinion, no woman could escape from the palm of his hand. Li Hongming gently scratched the tip of her nose. "Silly girl." Luo Jingying gradually came back to her senses. When she heard his words, her face flushed red again. However, she didn't lower her head to avoid him. Instead, she looked at him with adoration. "Your Highness." Her voice was slightly hoarse. Li Hongming didn't spend too much energy on women, but that didn't mean he didn't like women. Luo Jingying wasn't good in other aspects, but her face was still very attractive. Li Hongming smiled. Since she delivered herself to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to eat it. Do you like it? Your Highness, tell me, do you like it? Li Hongming asked again. Luo Jingying could see Li Hongming's persistence. Perhaps all men were like this. Yes, I like it. It was almost inaudible. Do you still want it? Li Hongyuan asked with interest. Because Luo Jingying was shy, her gaze became somewhat evasive. Li Hongming pinched her chin slightly. Tell me, do you want it? Yes. Li Hongming didn't hesitate to crush her. Compared to before, he used a lot more strength and rudeness. Luo Jingying was trapped and couldn't extricate herself. Luo Jingying didn't wake up until she heard laughter from not far away. She subconsciously wanted to break free. Li Hongming was currently in high spirits, so how could he allow that? He just led Luo Jingying to the bottom of the rockery and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, they can't see. Jinger, just don't make a sound. He even maliciously pinched her body. Luo Jingying hurriedly covered her mouth and glared at Li Hongming with misty eyes. To Li Hongming, this was a temptation. He didn't hesitate to continue. Luo Jingying was very scared. She knew very well that if she was discovered, she wouldn't be able to get away with it. However, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. She even felt that it would be better if she was discovered. Then, she could legitimately become Prince Rui's woman. The voice gradually faded away. It should be a servant girl passing by the garden. Luo Jingying was half taken off by Li Hongming. Her outer clothes were hanging on her arm, leaving only her undergarment. On the other hand, Li Hongming's clothes were not messy at all. Fortunately, he still had some scruples and wouldn't go too far in the Luo family. Therefore, he didn't completely make Luo Jingying his woman. However, even so, Luo Jingying had tasted the sweetness of it. It wouldn't take long to scold Luo Jingying and wipe her clean. However, Li Hongming's mood wasn't very good. He was only satisfied with his mouth, but his body was burning. However, even if there were guards keeping watch, he didn't dare to let go. An accident could happen at any time. If he was discovered, it wouldn't be good for him at all. Therefore, Luo Jingying's appearance was almost done. He hugged her soft body and helped her put on her clothes. The traces on her body were completely covered. Other than her slightly messy hair and a little sweat, nothing else could be seen. However, in Luo Jingying's state, if anyone saw her for a short period of time, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to tell what had happened at a glance. Li Hongming let her lean on his body. However, during this process, he didn't feel very good. However, Li Hongming's self-control was amazing. When it was necessary, he was like this even for his own desires. When Luo Jingying was almost completely recovered, he took out a white mutton fat jade pendant half the size of a palm and put it in Luo Jingying's hand. This is what this prince always carries with me. The original knot was broken, and I didn't have time to match it with another one. Now, this prince will give it to Immerse. Luo Jingying held this expensive jade pendant. Was this the token of love given to her by the prince? Her heart, which was originally a little uneasy, completely calmed down. Immerse, it will match it with the most beautiful knot and hide it close to my body. Okay, this thing was indeed for Luo Jingying's heart and was indeed a treasure. However, it wasn't something that Li Hongming often carried. From its appearance, it didn't have any special features. Even if this thing was brought to his door, if something unexpected happened, Li Hongming could completely deny it, and no one would be able to catch him. Will you be able to go out in a few days? This prince will take you to the imperial plantation to play, okay? Luo Jingying thought about her current situation. If she wanted to go out, she would need her grandmother's permission. Naturally, she had to be obedient. In her grandmother's eyes, the most obedient thing she could do was to not provoke that slut Luo Jingying. Well, in order to be able to go out, she decided that she wouldn't appear in front of that slut for a period of time. It just so happened that this time, her mother was also very angry. Since she came out of the small Buddha hall until now, her mother hadn't said a word to her. It would be a lie if she said that she wasn't upset, besides paying her respects. So what if she didn't take half a step out of the third branch's courtyard? It would be good to coax her mother. Your Highness, can't be sure about this. Because my body hasn't fully recovered, my mother and the others don't allow me to go out, so it doesn't matter. When can go out, just send someone to inform this prince. After all, Ing'er's health is the most important thing. These words of coaxing came out of his mouth. At this moment, Luo Jingying felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Her choice was indeed correct. When she entered Prince Rue's residence, when she gave birth to this man's eldest son, the entire Luo family, including those two old farts, would be at her mercy. She wanted to see how arrogant Luo Jingwan would be at that time. Luo Jingying smiled unusually happily. By the way, why didn't Ing'er go to the bridal chamber to join the fun? Luo Jingying's face turned pale. She pulled up the corners of her mouth and smiled reluctantly. Third sister doesn't like me. Third brother is her biological brother. He certainly doesn't welcome me. I don't want to be disliked by them. Mrs. Lu had told her that even if she hated someone, she shouldn't make up bad things about that person in front of others. Instead, she should let others feel that she was good. Only when she was the best, others would naturally think that the person who didn't get along with her was the one who was at fault. Compared with simple slander, the effect would be countless times better. Ing'er is such a good girl. How can anyone not like her? I think there must be some misunderstanding between you two sisters. It will be fine if there's a chance to solve it. Don't be sad. Li Hongming wasn't very clear about the conflict between Luo Jingying and Jingwan, but he knew a little about it. He didn't know the specific reason, and there was no need for him to know such a trivial matter. Yes, Ing'er will. Then it will go back to her courtyard to freshen up, and then go to the bridal chamber to take a look. Ing'er will listen to Wang Ya. Luo Jingying reluctantly left. She really looked back 3 times with every step. Li Hongming had been watching her tenderly. When Luo Jingying completely disappeared, the expression on his face completely disappeared. However, the desire in his body hadn't completely subsided. He didn't leave for the time being. Without Luo Jingying by his side, he could stand here for as long as he wanted. It didn't matter who saw him. When Luo Jingying's maid, who was left outside, saw Luo Jingying finally appear, her anxious heart finally calmed down. She came to serve her after coming out of the small Buddha hall. She was originally a second rank, made by Mrs. Lu's side. She naturally knew Luo Jingying's temper very well. She didn't know when she would make trouble again. How could she not be worried when she went to the garden alone for more than a quarter of an hour? If something happened, they would be the unlucky ones. Although she didn't know what Luo Jingying did, she knew very well that the girl went to the garden when she heard that Prince Rue was in it. Before that, she had been a little absent-minded and restless. She was not completely ignorant of the affairs of the world. Originally, Mrs. Lu was going to be a tongfang for Luo romping. However, with the appearance of concubine Huan, this matter was dismissed. She didn't experience the matters between men and women, but she knew. When she saw Luo Jingying's appearance, her heart thumped. She carefully looked at the way Luo Jingying walked. Nothing irreversible had happened. Let's go back. Yes. The maid was simply looking forward to it. She didn't know whether Luo Jingying was guilty or not. Along the way, she tried to avoid people as much as possible. Her lower body was sticky and uncomfortable, so she directly asked someone to prepare water for her bath. At this time, who would want to take a bath for no reason? Luo Jingying's etiquette instructor was also old and shrewd. When she thought of Luo Jingying's appearance, she had some guesses in her heart. Without saying anything, she directly called the maid over. The maid knew that the etiquette instructor was very powerful, so she didn't dare to hide anything and told her everything. After listening, the etiquette instructor narrowed her eyes and didn't say anything. In fact, she was the 4th person in the 3 branches who knew about Luo romping's plan. Mrs. Lu trusted her very much, so she didn't hide anything from her. This etiquette instructor was actually one of Mrs. Lu's people. She was also wholeheartedly thinking about the glory of the Lu family. If it could be exchanged for the Lu family's revival, she would not hesitate to do it. After the water was carried into Luo Jingying's room, the etiquette instructor went in and sent all the maids out. At this time, Luo Jingying didn't notice the marks on her body. What's the matter, instructor? This servant will help Miss to take a bath. Although Luo Jingying felt strange, she didn't refuse. When she took off Luo Jingying's clothes and saw the marks on her body, she thought of Luo Jingying's attitude. There was intimacy, but she didn't lose her virginity. She put her hand on Luo Jingying's shoulder. She didn't rub it, but gently touched it. This man, when Luo Jingying first heard this, she was startled. But after listening to the etiquette instructor's unhurried explanation, she said, "Miss, you might as well close your eyes and pretend that the hand on your body is Prince Rui's." Luo Jingying obediently did as she was told. Her ears were filled with all kinds of shameful descriptions, and her mind was filled with all kinds of fantasies. With the two hands on her body, Luo Jingying gradually couldn't bear it. "Miss, you don't need to bite your lips. You can make a sound." The etiquette instructor explained to her in detail how to make the most pleasant sound. To put it bluntly, this etiquette instructor was nothing more than teaching Luo Jingying how to serve men. Chapter 118. Regardless of what was going on at Luo Jingying's side, the bridal chamber was bustling with noise and excitement. Sun Yijia's veil had been removed, and she was being teased by a group of people. However, because Madame Luo was there, even if they saw the injuries on Sun Yijia's face, they would only mutter a few words in their hearts. They did not dare to say anything. After all, they did not have the confidence of the people from Duke Ding's mansion and the Sun family. If their mouths were cheap and offended Madame Luo, it would definitely not be a wise thing to do. As a newly married woman, she only needed to lower her head and express her shyness. She did not need to pay attention to what others said. If she just ignored their words, it would not be difficult to endure. Luo Jingbua had been dragged out, and the people who were making trouble for Sun Yijia gradually lost interest. When the crowd dispersed, Sun Yijia still let out a slight sigh of relief. She touched her face with her hand. She was still a little sad. When she was in Duke Ding's mansion, no matter how unpleasant other people's words were, she would not frown. However, she cared about other people's words because of her. Luo Jingbua was the man she liked, the man who had already become her husband. The people around Sun Yijia also knew that she was heartbroken. When they saw her actions, they did not say anything. They were afraid that the more they said, the more upset she would feel. Today was a big day. They could not do anything that they should not do. Sister-in-law. A soft call pulled Sun Yijia back to reality. Sun Yijia looked at Jingwan, who had a warm smile on her face. She could not help but smile. Little Sister Wan. After becoming Jingwan's sister-in-law, this form of address seemed to be more intimate. Early on, when Sun Yijia and Luo Jingbua confirmed their marriage, Jingwan had already teased her more than once. Naturally, she would not say those things again. In addition, Sun Yijia's skin had become thicker. Jingwan moved a small stool and sat next to Sun Yijia. She looked at Sun Yijia and suddenly sighed. "What's wrong?" Sun Yijia was a little confused by her. Jingwan shook her head. "I just feel that fate is a wonderful thing." Sun Yijia couldn't agree more. She always felt that her life of more than 10 years was not as exciting as the days after she met Jingwan. It was full of ups and downs, but the final ending was so unexpected. At the same time, it was also a wonderful thing that she didn't even dare to imagine. It turns out that Sister Wan is my benefactor. She always felt that if it weren't for Jingwan, she wouldn't be where she was today. "You must be." Jingwan agreed shamelessly. "Third young lady, please have some tea." A soft and sweet voice suddenly sounded from the side. Jingwan tilted her head. She was a very beautiful maid. Her eyes, in particular, were filled with innate affection, as if they could seduce people. She had never seen her before. She wasn't the person who came with the dowry yesterday. She was one of the 4 head maidservants who left with the bridal sedan today. She glanced again. Sure enough, there was another unfamiliar face. In that instant, Jingwan understood why 2 of Sun Yijia's 4 head maidservants were replaced. Duchess Ding had really put in a lot of effort to prepare 2 beautiful bedwarmers for her elder brother. Instead of letting other vixens seduce them, it was better to prepare them herself. With the indenture contracts in hand, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Sometimes, Jingwan felt that this kind of thinking was really strange. In her opinion, there was no need to persuade a fickle man to stay. Giving the people around her to him was more disgusting than him finding other women outside. Put it down. I'm not thirsty, Jingwan said indifferently. Then, third young lady, do you want some snacks? No need. You can leave. If there's anything I need, I'll tell you myself. After all, she was Sun Ijia's head maidservant in name. If she flared up at this moment, it would only make Sun Ijia lose face. Jingwan knew very well what this person was thinking. It was nothing more than thinking that she would become her sister-in-law. There would only be benefits and no harm if she curried favor with her at this moment. However, wasn't this person too stupid? She didn't understand anything about the situation, but she rushed to curry favor? However, when Duchess Ding selected people, she probably chose them according to the standards of a vase. She didn't need them to have any tricks up their sleeves. Go outside and wait. I'll call you if I need you, Sun Ijia said faintly. When only Sun Ijia and Jingwan were left in the room, Sun Ijia smiled faintly and said, I didn't discipline them well. I'll let Sister Wan see a joke. Jingwan didn't say anything, but she already had a plan in her heart. After that, Jingwan accompanied Sun Ijia and chatted about everything. There was a banquet outside, and a small table was sent in from the bridal chamber. Jingwan didn't say anything. She directly pulled Sun Ijia up, and the two of them ate together. Sun Ijia wanted to refuse. Even Sun Ijia's wet nurse, nanny, and maidservant felt that it was against the rules. A newly married woman had to be aware that she would be hungry for a day. Moreover, from the moment she sat on the bed until the groom came back and drank the wedding wine, she couldn't get out of bed during this period. However, Nanny Gong didn't seem to be surprised. After Jingwan sat down, she put food in Jingwan's bowl. Jingwan usually ate by herself in her own courtyard. Now, her behavior was just to show her attitude. Sister-in-law, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Aren't you hungry yet? It's still early for my third brother to come back. Hurry up and eat. She moved closer. Rules are dead, but people are flexible. My third brother asked me to prepare this. He doesn't even mind. Besides, we're all family. If outsiders don't know, who will say anything? Jingwan's words made everyone who wanted to say something shut their mouths. Sun Ijia was very pleased with Luo Jinghua's thoughtfulness and Jingwan's understanding. Speaking of this banquet, it was a true banquet that lasted for several hours. If someone deliberately forced the groom to drink, almost everyone would collapse. Jingwan felt that it was very unlikely that her third brother wouldn't collapse today. Sure enough, Luo Jinghua collapsed in the middle of the banquet. However, Luo Jinghua still had some consciousness. He didn't ask the servants to help him back to the bridal chamber. Instead, he went next door. It had to be said that this action made Sun Ijia feel a little sad. Jingwan understood her brother's intention. Third brother probably doesn't want sister-in-law to tire herself out today. Moreover, if he vomits, it will make the bridal chamber look bad. It's still early. Let him wait for a while to sober up. After comforting Sun Ijia, Jingwan felt that it was not suitable for her to stay any longer since her third brother had come back. Jingwan had just left when a servant girl who served Jingwan tea and snacks was now standing in front of the door of Luo Jinghua's room with a bowl of hangover soup. However, she was blocked by Luo Jinghua's servant girl. One questioned and wanted to enter, while the other firmly refused to let her in. Sun Ijia's wet nurse was so angry that her face turned ashen. The first night hadn't even passed yet, and she was already thinking of causing trouble. Just because Duchess Ding's wife said to take good care of young miss and young master, she used a chicken feather as a command arrow. However, it was not good to do anything today. Logically speaking, Jingwan shouldn't interfere. Unfortunately, she didn't care about sand in her eyes. In the past, it was not good for her to interfere in such trivial matters. But now, she even wanted to interfere in her brother's courtyard. She directly walked forward and said, "Give it to me." Luo Jinghua's servant girl hurriedly bowed and pushed the door open. Then she stepped aside. However, the servant girl was still hesitating. "Third young miss, this is a small matter. Give it to me." Jingwan's face turned cold, and her voice became stern. The servant girl was shocked and quickly let go. Jingwan went in and saw Luo Jingbo lying on the bed, lifelessly. She could smell the unpleasant smell of alcohol from afar. She could imagine how much he had been forced to drink. Jingwan approached him. Third brother, wake up." Luo Jingbo heard a woman's voice in a daze. His first reaction was to think of his younger sister's teaching. "Get lost," he subconsciously blurted out and kicked at her. Jingwan didn't get too close, so she didn't get kicked. She smiled. Her third brother wasn't like this before, which meant that her teaching was very successful. "Third brother, it's me. Wake up." Jingwan persistently woke Luo Jingbo up. Luo Jingbo raised his head and stared at her for a moment before he saw who it was. "Little sister." "Yes, it's me." She went forward and helped him up. "Drink the hangover soup." Luo Jingbo took Jingwan's hand and gulped down the glass of wine. "Little sister, your sister-in-law. Don't worry. I've told her. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. Hurry and sleep." And Luo Jingbo fell back. Jingwan went out and handed the empty bowl to the servant girl. "Guard the door. No one is allowed to enter." Then she said to the people of Sun Yijia, "If it's late and third brother hasn't come out, I'll have to trouble Mama to wake him up and send him back to the bridal chamber to sleep. Third young lady is too polite. Serving young master and young mistress is this servant's duty." Jingwan's action was to express her position and attitude. There was nothing for her to do here. Jingwan didn't intend to join in the fun and directly returned to the Haitang elegant residence. However, just as she entered the courtyard, she found that something was wrong. Her wet nurse was anxiously waiting at the door. "Wet nurse, what's wrong?" Jingwan asked, puzzled. "Young lady, Jin Qinwang has been here for a while. It seems that he doesn't intend to leave for a while. He also didn't let this servant and the others go find you." Jingwan lightly frowned. How could this great Buddha come to her place? "I'll go take a look." Li Hanyuan stood in front of that Wei Zi. His eyes were malicious, as if he was looking at a great enemy. He wanted to tear that peony into thousands of pieces before he would stop. Jingwan's feet paused for a moment before she walked forward. "Greetings to Wang Ye." Li Hanyuan turned his head to look at her. Her upright posture, slightly bowed head. That smooth and white neck was so clearly reflected in his eyes. That scar was especially irksome. However, when he thought of the initial trace of that scar, Li Hongyuan's eyes couldn't help but darken and his throat moved. "Dispense with the formalities." Jingwan stood up straight. "Don't know why Wang Ye has come to visit." Her voice was a bit cold. There were so many guests in the residence today. If she was seen by others, she probably wouldn't be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into that river. Being disdained by Wan once again, Li Honyuan really wanted to properly teach her a lesson. "I don't see a single Haidang in your courtyard. Why is it called Haidang Elegant Residence?" Chapter 119. Li Hanyuan did not answer the question. Even if Jingwan was displeased, she felt even more helpless. Aside from his noble status, his temper was also difficult to deal with. Replying to Wang Ye, "When I was in Qianfu, China's courtyard was planted with many begonias and was named Begonia Elegant Residence. This courtyard is just borrowing that name." "You like begonias?" Li Hanyuan continued to ask. He naturally knew the origin of the courtyard's name. It was a pity that there was no painting master among his shadow guards and could not paint the beautiful scene of the blooming begonias. There was also the innocent and cute appearance of the little Wan standing under the tree, smiling and reaching out to catch the petals. "And I like it very much. In Ben Wang's opinion, as long as it's a flower, Miss Luo should like it." Clearly feeling that Li Hongyuan's mood had calmed down, Jingwan's heart was somewhat surprised. She did not show it on her face and smiled. "Wang Ye is not wrong to say so. What kind of flower do you want? You can tell Ben Wang. Ben Wang will send someone to find it for you." Jingwan's first reaction was that Jin Qinhuang was suffering from lovesickness again. Otherwise, why would he do such a thing for no reason? Thanking Wang Ye for his kindness. As the saying goes, one should not receive a reward without merit. Furthermore, there's a difference between men and women. You always speak so directly. Don't you know that it's easy to offend people? What's more, it's Ben Wang. You have to know, in the entire capital, no one can refuse Ben Wang. Li Hanyuan looked at Jing Wan expressionlessly. There was no way to know his mood. Wang Ye, don't you know that your words are very ambiguous? Moreover, according to your temper, if someone really provoked you, shouldn't you directly flare up? Would you say these things to a little girl like her? After interacting with Jin Qinhuang a few times, Jingwan always felt that he seemed to be much better than the rumors. What happened to being malicious, ruthless, and temperamental? Perhaps it was because he gave Jingwan a different feeling that Jingwan was the same in front of him as she was in front of other people. Li Hanyuan suddenly smiled. Jingwan couldn't help but glance at the peony beside him. If this flower was replaced by an ink peony, it would really be indescribable. It was mysterious, noble, elegant, beautiful, and charming. This wasn't the first time he felt this way, but perhaps because he was standing next to Peony, this feeling was especially obvious. Li Hanyuan naturally noticed the change in Jingwan's expression. What's wrong? Your Highness just said that this subject's daughter is too straightforward and unlikable. So, I don't want to talk about it now. Now you're taking this prince seriously. Speak. This prince won't get angry. Jingwan was a little conflicted. Generally speaking, men didn't like being compared to flowers. This time, Li Hanyuan was even more curious about what Jingwan was thinking. Hurry up and say it. If you can't say anything, this prince will have to stay in your courtyard for a while longer. With such a threat, Jingwan couldn't help but grind her teeth. Actually, it's nothing. This subject's daughter just feels that when your highness smiles, it's like an ink peony blooming. Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows with interest. This saying was really unique. What do you mean? Jingwan lightly spat out a few words, neither fast nor slow. Li Hanyuan gave a low chuckle. For a person who is crazy about flowers, to be compared to the king of flowers should be a very honorable thing, right? Li Hanyuan was greatly pleased by Jingwan. Naturally, his heart was also fiercely tickled by Jingwan. It was itchy, uncomfortable, and numb. However, Jingwan's words greatly shocked the person serving her. Was this something a woman in the boudoir should say to a man? Mama Gong didn't show it on her face, but she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Good girl, are you dissatisfied that this hungry wolf that is eyeing you covetously isn't restless enough? The tiger's den and the wolf's den are incomparably dangerous. Don't jump into it yourself. Li Hanyuan took a few steps closer to Jingwan and reached out his hand. Jingwan subconsciously took a step back. Li Hongyuan's hand moved again and placed it on top of her head, gently stroking it. Your words are a bit more straightforward, your personality is a bit more stubborn, and your bones are a bit more arrogant. However, it doesn't matter. You don't need to change anything for anyone. This is very good. This prince will always protect you. In the future, don't say similar things to other men, no matter what kind of flower they are. Li Hanyuan withdrew his hand and stared at her for a moment. Then he brushed past Jingwan and left. Jingwan turned around and looked at that upright figure. This man, why did he come to her place? Jingwan clearly felt the gentleness in his eyes and the doting and protective care under his actions. It was strange and inexplicable. Did he really think of her as that cinnabar in his heart, that white moonlight? But this attitude wasn't right. If he really thought of her as a substitute for someone, then according to his obsession and inability to obtain that person, when he met someone similar, he should directly take it by force. He had that power and that ability. Although this might make her hate him, but from his point of view, this was reasonable and reasonable. Jingwan always felt that something was out of control, and it was related to her. Perhaps it was related to Jin Qinhuang, but she didn't know the slightest bit and was completely deceived. This feeling wasn't good. However, the other party was a prince, a Qinhuang. Even if he had no power or influence, There wasn't a single courtier that could shake him, not to mention her, a small girl from the inner compound. The disparity was too big. She could only passively move forward with her eyes covered, unable to resist or struggle. Jingwan couldn't help but frown. Gong Mama looked at Jingwan and knew that she was already suspicious, but because she didn't know the source, she was afraid that she couldn't understand. She sighed again in her heart. The girl was extremely intelligent, and her ability was not weak. However, she was a girl and lived in the inner compound. She had no power or influence and needed to rely on the family to survive. Against such a sinful person, because she was in the light and he was in the dark, naturally she had no chance of winning. At this time, the wet nurse would take care of beating the maidservants. Gong Mama walked to Jingwan's side and gently stroked her back. "Girl, don't think so much. These days, how should be, you have to take one step at a time." Jingwan looked at Gong Mama. Gong Mama's words seemed to have a deeper meaning, or was it purely to appease her? "Mama, I'm fine." It was said that Jingwan was an open-minded person. If she really couldn't figure out something, she wouldn't keep holding on to it. Not long after, she put the matter aside. When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a way. Even if it was a dead end, it was also her fate. At that time, she would always make the most beneficial choice. However, this matter still planted a seed in her heart. As for the bridal chamber, whether Luo Jingbo, a virgin, would make a fool of himself on his first night was their own business. At night, Jingwan didn't forget to sleep so soundly. She always had a hazy dream. She seemed to be very intimate with someone, but it didn't seem like that. When she woke up in the morning, she completely forgot about it. However, it was strange that Yuan Xiao didn't come to see her last night. As far as she knew, Yuan Xiao didn't go back to the Yuan family last night. She didn't know that Yuan Xiao had already escaped from the gates of hell because she slept in her bed and took advantage of her. Even if Yuan Xiao came again, Nanny Gong would think of a way to stop her. Today, the bridal chamber's tea ceremony was the highlight. However, the Luo family was a big family. Naturally, the bride didn't need to get up early in the morning to make breakfast. Sun Yijia's work and rest had always been quite regular. Even if she was married and became a wife for the first time, it didn't change anything. Moreover, her newlywed husband was considerate of her last night and didn't go overboard. She had a good rest afterwards. Now that she woke up, there was basically no discomfort, although she was a little startled when she woke up because there was suddenly another person beside her. She soon felt an unprecedented stability and indescribable sweetness. Sun Yijia looked at Luo Jingbo for a moment, who hadn't woken up yet, and was about to get up quietly. However, as soon as she moved, Luo Jingbo also woke up. "Jingbo, did I wake you up?" Luo Jingbo paused and realized the situation. At first, he was a little embarrassed. However, should it be said that men were born to be self-taught in this aspect? In just a short moment, he naturally reached out his hands, hugged Sun Yijia, and kissed her. His hands were also not very well behaved. He was not as innocent as he was when Sun Yijia touched him in great elder princess's mansion. After all, this woman was thin-skinned. She couldn't help exclaiming when she saw Luo Jingbo's sudden action. "Young master and young madam, are you awake?" The nanny's voice came from outside. Sun Yijia grabbed his hands in a flurry and blushed. Jingbo, we still have to serve tea." Luo Jingbo hugged her for a while. "Get up." He held Sun Yijia's hands that reached out to dress him. "I'll do it myself. Ask the maid to come in and help you dress." As he spoke, he flipped over and got off the bed. He saw Sun Yijia sitting on the bed and looking at him without moving. For some reason, he seemed to suddenly have an epiphany. He leaned over and held Sun Yijia's face, kissing her lips again. "Let's forget about today. In the future, there will be plenty of time for you to help your husband dress, undress." Sun Yijia blushed again. Luo Jingbo stood up and picked up the clothes that had been prepared for him. "Come in." The servants came in one after another with water and towels. They were divided into two groups. One group served Sun Yijia, and the other naturally tidied up Luo Jingbo's clothes. seeing the servant girl's actions, not to mention Sun Ijia. Even the person serving her had an ugly expression on her face. Luo Jinghua took a step back. I'll do it myself. I'll just serve you, young madam. Young master, how can you do this kind of thing yourself? She smiled coquettishly and rolled her eyes. Even if Luo Jinghua didn't know that the Yu family prepared a private room for the son-in-law, he still remembered his younger sister's teachings. Moreover, this man was enlightened. Did he still need others to give him advice? He pulled a long face and slapped the maid's hand away. Get out. In the future, you will serve outside. You're not allowed to enter the room. That maid immediately felt wronged. Her eyes were quickly filled with tears. She looked at Luo Jinghua as if she wanted to say something. This is the first morning of this young master's wedding. Are you going to cry at a funeral? That maid hurriedly wiped away the tears that were about to fall. She turned around and ran away. Luo Jinghua put on his clothes, combed his hair, and washed his face. The whole process was very fast and didn't take much time. The two maids who were originally serving him were only there to help him. He looked at Sun Ijia again. She kept looking at him and smiling. Luo Jinghua was puzzled by her smile. What are you smiling at? Ijia, change that maid just now. She's so annoying. His little sister had said that regardless of whether he liked her or not, he had to be honest. However, his little sister seemed to have also said that everything should be discussed and that he shouldn't be too overbearing. If you like her, then keep her. Just don't let her appear in front of me. Sun Ijia smiled and nodded. I'll listen to you. Not many women would like a maid who was specially used as a concubine for their husbands. Luo Jinghua's attitude made people very happy. Sun Ijia's wet nurse and the others were also very happy. There was nothing better than the fact that the son-in-law respected their young miss and didn't succumb to the temptations of those little vixens. Moreover, since the son-in-law had already said that he wanted to deal with this person, that chicken feather arrow was useless. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy when dealing with this person. However, now wasn't the time. They had to wait until after the tea ceremony, because Sun Ijia had two mothers-in-law. The place where the tea ceremony was held was naturally in the main courtyard. Jingwan first went to the Falling Plum House to see her parents. Then, she went to the main courtyard with the other people of the second branch. However, it seemed that her grandfather wasn't resting today, but this person was at home. Could it be that Lu Qingdi specially allowed him to take a day off? Was Lu Qingdi too kind, or was it because of Sun Ijia's special status, the only former daughter-in-law who was still married? Well, no matter what the reason was, it was a good thing for Sun Ijia. When all the masters of the Luo family's backyard had arrived, Luo Jinghua and Sun Ijia appeared on time. Sun Ijia was wearing a red dress. Her hair was changed from the original girl's bun to a woman's bun. Her hair accessories and jewelry weren't very expensive. She didn't wear any of the 12 sets of expensive head ornaments. Excluding the scar on her face, she looked quite good. She was in high spirits, her face was rosy, and there was a bit of shyness in the corners of her eyes. Luo Jinghua also seemed to have shed his youth overnight and become a real man. Jingwan muttered in her heart. It seemed that she didn't make a fool of herself last night. Her third brother also knew his limits. Behind them, there were Sun Ijia's wet nurse, the nanny in charge, and 8 servant girls. Sun Ijia's original 4 head servant girls, 2 head servant girls, and Luo Jinghua's 2 head servant girls. Everyone's hands were full. There were cushions on the ground. Sun Ijia first offered tea to Luo Shangshu, an old Madame Luo. She was his granddaughter-in-law. Luo Peishan naturally wouldn't say anything. He took the tea, took a sip, and directly gave her a red packet. Then, Sun Ijia naturally handed over the things that she prepared in advance. However, old Madame Luo was very happy. Because of Jingwan, she liked Sun Ijia very much. Sun Ijia couldn't find any fault with herself. It's Jinghua's blessing that you can marry him. If he dares to bully you in the future, just tell grandmother directly. Grandmother will help you deal with him. Sun Ijia was a little confused. This wasn't right. Shouldn't she remind her to get along well with her sisters-in-law, take care of her younger brothers and sisters, and help the Luo family produce more offspring? Her sisters-in-law had all done this. Old Madame Luo handed her a makeup box with a smile. Sun Yijia came back to her senses and hurriedly said a few words before handing over the gift. Then, it was Sun Yijia's father-in-law and mother-in-law. Once again, she refreshed her understanding of them. Madame Zhang didn't say anything and just kept saying, "Good, good, good." Sun Yijia suddenly felt that she might have married not only a good husband, but also a good family. These four people didn't say anything, so the rest of the elders naturally didn't say anything either. Sun Yijia just served tea, received the red packet, and handed over the filial gifts. After repeating these actions a few times, it was done. It was unbelievably smooth, and she wasn't put in a difficult position at all. Sun Yijia knew that this wasn't because she was born into a noble family and the Luo family was all praising her. She wasn't that noble. The Luo family definitely wouldn't do this because of her status. They really accepted her and treated her well. Then, it was the people of the same generation. Little Wang Shi's expression was still not very good, but she insisted on coming out. Although little Wang Shi was born into a noble family, she wasn't a direct descendant. Her father wasn't a high-ranking official and had a generous salary. Naturally, her status was much lower than Sun Yijia's, not to mention her dowry. As the eldest sister-in-law, she was fiercely suppressed. It was definitely impossible for her to not have any feelings. However, it was also impossible for her to be so jealous of Sun Yijia. Therefore, some people didn't think that there would be a secret confrontation between the two sisters-in-law. First, it was the brothers. Then it was the sisters. They came one after another. Of course, she could only give away the items that were smaller than Luo Jinggua's. She didn't take them back. However, to Sun Yijia, these were really nothing. For those who had already entered school, Sun Yijia prepared the 4 treasures of the study in a paperweight. As for the smaller ones, there were some other things. However, they were all worth something. Therefore, everything she gave away was actually good stuff. Naturally, the things she prepared for the girls were also good stuff, but they weren't too excessive. It wouldn't make people think that she was stingy, nor would it make people think that she was a wastrel. Actually, when Jingwan received the box from Sun Yijia, she already sensed that Sun Yijia's things were different from other people's. Not to mention other things, just the weight of the box alone was not light. The things that her sister-in-law gave her were probably very valuable. Sun Yijia gave her a tacit smile. In fact, Luo Jingying was the most sensitive to Jingwan's matters. Moreover, she was right next to Jingwan. She really wanted to open Jingwan's box and see what was inside. However, in order to be able to go out, she couldn't do anything. If she did, she would be seen as looking for trouble. Therefore, she could only grit her teeth and bear with it. In fact, it was natural that Jingwan's things were more valuable than others. She was Luo Jinggua's biological sister. Before she married into the Luo family, the two of them were close friends. No matter how you looked at it, it was natural. Except for Luo Jingying, probably no one would be jealous of anything. After the tea was served to Jingwan, it was time to go and eat. Luo Peishan left with his son and grandson. The rest of the people followed Madame Luo. However, because there were still some guests in the residence, Madame Wang left first. There was also Madame Wang, so it wasn't appropriate for her to stay for long. As a bride, Sun Yijia was supposed to serve her mother-in-law. However, since Madame Wang wasn't here, Madame Zhang should serve Madame Luo, and then she should serve Madame Zhang. However, Madame Luo didn't want Madame Zhang to pretend and let them eat by themselves. As for Madame Zhang, even the concubines of the second branch didn't let them serve her, let alone her daughter-in-law. As a result, Sun Yijia didn't even put on an act this morning. She thought about her sisters-in-law. When they got married, they served her mother food and tea. After breakfast, they even listened to her mother's various teachings. She also knew that there were only a few noble families that didn't do this. The Luo family was a scholarly family for 200 or 300 years. Didn't they know these rules? Obviously not. In fact, in some aspects, the Luo family was more strict than the Ding family. Therefore, Sun Yijia told herself to cherish her fortune. Luo Peishan allowed his grandson 3 days leave for the sake of his wedding. What was the use of 3 days leave? As a newlywed, it was naturally to accompany his wife. On the way back to the second branch, Sun Yijia abandoned her newlywed husband and held Jingwan's hand, unwilling to let go. Jingwan was forced to be the third wheel. However, in this place, even if they were husband and wife, if they were too intimate outside, they would be gossiped about. Therefore, Jingwan was quite comfortable being the third wheel. Yesterday, Ing Shuang didn't come. I thought she would be among the girls who were sent off. Lord Chancellor's wife is sick. Jingwan immediately understood that this was a man who valued love more than friendship. Now their courtyard was close to Jingwan's. Sun Yijiao wanted to drag Jingwan to their courtyard, but Jingwan was determined to refuse. However, sister-in-law, I like these 2 beautiful maids of yours very much. Give them to me. Sun Yijia didn't expect that Jingwan would make such a request. If they were ordinary maids, she would naturally give them to them without hesitation. However, these 2 were evil and would lead sister one astray. What's wrong? You don't want to give them to you? Jingwan said with a smile. No, it's just that, third young lady, we are Duchess Ding. When a master is talking, it's not up to you as a servant to interrupt. Besides, once you enter the Luo family, you're a member of the Luo family. As sister-in-law's dowry, her life and death are up to her. As a servant, you don't even know your own master. What's the use of keeping you? Jingwan restrained her smile and said coldly. How could Sun Yijia not understand? Sister One clearly knew what these 2 maidservants were for. She wanted to help her get rid of future troubles. As a sister-in-law, if she asked for 2 maidservants from her sister-in-law, people would at most say that she was spoiled and unreasonable. Other than that, you really couldn't say anything about her. Even Duke Ding's mansion didn't have anything to say. Even if everyone knew the purpose of these 2 maids and Jingwan shouldn't have them, how could she explain it to her clearly? Third young lady, please forgive me. I just enough. Yijia, it's just 2 maids. Give them to third young lady. Luo Jingwa said. Perhaps he didn't know before, but his brothers all said that he had good luck with women. No matter how slow he was, he realized that it was better to give these 2 maids to his little sister. He didn't think that his little sister wouldn't be able to control them. Sun Yijia looked at the siblings. She seemed to understand something, so she nodded and agreed readily. It's your good fortune to serve Sister Wan. In the future, you must do your best. If you do anything wrong, you can deal with it however you want. I won't say a word. Sister Wan, I'll have someone send their indenture contracts later. She didn't care that a certain someone's eyes were red and her whole body was full of reluctance. Jingwan nodded. I won't see third brother and third sister-in-law out. She smiled a little ambiguously. Sun Yijia wanted to pinch her. Yijia, you go back first. I want to say something to my little sister. Sun Yijia left first. Jingwan also dismissed the people around her. Third brother, what do you want to say? I want to tell your sister-in-law about the fine brushwork and the lyrics of a male phoenix seeking a female phoenix. Little sister, didn't you always tell me that we should be honest with each other? I want your sister-in-law to know the real me. Even if I'm not as outstanding as she thinks I am and she'll be disappointed in me, I don't care. As Luo Jingbo spoke, he smiled. I also want her to know how good your sister-in-law is to her. She's so good to her that even I can't help being jealous. Third brother, if you think you should do this, I won't object. Thank you, little sister. Luo Jingbo was unprecedentedly solemn. Although it's very boring, there's nothing I can do for you. I can only say these 2 words. Jingwan wrinkled her nose and nodded seriously. I accept. Luo Jingbo smiled and rubbed her head. Jingwan's eyes suddenly flashed with the image of a certain man rubbing her head yesterday. She immediately pushed his hand away in dissatisfaction. You're not allowed to touch. Luo Jingbo looked at her cute little appearance and couldn't help but reach out his devil's claws. He quickly rubbed her head twice and turned to quickly leave. Hearing Jingwan's flustered and exasperated voice, he very proudly laughed out loud. Jingwan laughed in spite of herself. The way she was now was also very good. As for where she would go in the future, she never thought about it. However, the matter of Jin Xinhuang coming to her courtyard yesterday, no one should know. Otherwise, how could there be no news at all? Turning around, she stepped in her own small courtyard. "Miss, how do you want to deal with these two people?" The wet nurse asked. "Were the two of you called?" "This servant is Hong Lian. This servant is Lu Yi." Hong Lian was the one who started to be restless yesterday. On the other hand, Lu Yi had been very silent. Even when Jingwan took the two of them from Sun Yijia, there was no fluctuation in her eyes. This was the first time Jingwan heard her speak. If Hong Lian's eyes were the most seductive, then Lu Yi's voice was the most seductive. Duchess Ding really took a lot of trouble to choose these two people. "Hong Lian, go to the kitchen to help with the fire. For the rest of the time, help clean the courtyard. Third miss, if you don't want to, go to the main kitchen," Jingwan coldly said. Hong Lian shut her mouth. There were only a few small kitchens in the entire Luo family. The main kitchen was responsible for the meals of the entire Luo Fu. It was not an exaggeration to say that it needed to light the fire all day long. If she was sent there by the young lady, she would be trampled to death. Lu Yi, to tell the truth, there were more and more people in Haitang elegant residence. It was really not easy to arrange. "Miss, when Duchess Ding was here, this servant was responsible for taking care of the flowers and trees in the garden." Jingwan narrowed her eyes. "Why did you become third sister-in-law's dowry maidservant?" Fifth young master said that this servant took good care of the flowers and trees and rewarded this servant with something. "This servant's voice is special, so when I thanked him, someone heard it," Lu indifferently explained. Lu Yi's voice, even if she spoke with a cold face, seemed to be deliberately seductive. She approached Sun Yilan. No wonder she was suppressed and schemed against. Jingwan didn't care whether her unfinished words were consistent with what she thought. Sun Yilan's praise should be true. Then there was no doubt that she took good care of the flowers and trees. Then you take care of the flowers and trees first. As for the rest, we'll talk about it later. Yes. After Luo Jingbo went back, he directly pulled Sun Yijia into the study, saying that he wanted to teach her how to draw. Seeing that they had a good relationship, the servants naturally knew what was good for them and retreated outside. Luo Jingbo stood behind Sun Yijia, holding her waist with one hand and holding her hand with the other. "Yijia, did you know that the fine brushwork is actually my younger sister's? She was the one who suggested that I bring 100 birds worshipping the phoenix as a betrothal gift. She was the one who asked me to play a male phoenix courting a female phoenix. That poem was also written by my younger sister. I'm far from the rumors outside." Sun Yijia listened quietly and didn't react for a moment. Luo Jingwa's hand on her waist tightened. It was impossible to say that he didn't care about Sun Yijia's thoughts at all. He already had feelings for her. She was the person he wanted to spend his life with. Sun Yijia turned around. "Jingbo, I'm very happy that you told me all this. Really, although it's a little regretful, I believe that when you did that, you did it out of sincerity. What I really care about is you as a person." Luo Jingbo heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then, he smiled and pressed his forehead against hers. "Are you very happy?" Sun Yijia smiled and nodded. "Then I'll tell you something that will make you even happier." Seeing her expectant gaze, Luo Jingbo couldn't help but kiss her. "I promise my younger sister that I'll only have you in my life. Even if I don't have any children in the future, I'd rather adopt than touch another woman. For a lifetime, a couple." Sun Yijia subconsciously covered her mouth. Tears quickly gathered in her eyes. Hearing these words from the mouth of the person she liked, was there anything more moving in the world than this in the world? Even if there were other factors involved, if he wasn't willing, not to mention his younger sister, even his biological mother couldn't do it. "Don't cry." Luo Jingbo kissed her eyes. "I know my younger sister too much. In the future, let's treat her well together, okay?" Sun Yijia nodded vigorously. She was willing to give her everything to Sister Wan. Her current happiness was given to her by Luo Jingbo, but the source of her happiness was Sister Wan. Didn't she owe her too? Perhaps it was because they had opened up, but the feelings between the two of them quickly warmed up. Moreover, as newlyweds, when they hugged each other, the flames couldn't help but start to rise. The servant girl guarding outside the door heard soft sounds coming from inside. It seemed to be getting louder and louder. Was that her young lady's voice? She blushed when she heard it. Sun Ijia's wet nurse noticed that something was wrong with the servant girl and quickly thought of something. It was really unexpected that her young lady would do such a thing. She walked over to guard the door. It was better for these little girls not to hear so much. However, before Luo Jinghua's bad things officially started, he was forced to stop. Grandfather summoned him. Because Luo Peishan took out the first 50 books of the meticulous painting book yesterday, half of them had already been taken away. Today, more people came to visit, and there was even a painting master who wanted to see Luo Jinghua. Naturally, he had to show up. Sun Yijia met the people who originally served Luo Jinghua. To be honest, there weren't many of them. Those who were close to him were 2 head servant girls and a manservant. After he moved back to the inner courtyard, he had less contact with the manservant. The remaining people were all rough laborers. His wet nurse had stayed in chi and manner from the beginning. Therefore, Sun Yijia handled it very easily. Then, she arranged for the people around her to start counting and organizing the dowry. These things naturally didn't need her to do it personally. She prepared to look for Jingwan, but then, Madame Luo sent someone to invite her. She said that there were some guests in the manor and wanted her to meet them. After becoming the daughter-in-law of the Luo family, it was natural for her to meet the relatives of the Luo family. She had someone send the slave contract of Red Lotus and Lu Yi to Jingwan. The two of them split up and busied themselves. Jingwan was still very relaxed. She wrote, read, and arranged the flowers and plants. The Emolan plant had already borne seeds. One had to know that in her previous life, directly using orchid seeds to cultivate orchids had a very low survival rate after various treatments. Jingwan basically had 0 chance of success here. However, with the mentality of giving a try, Jingwan used all the methods she could use to treat the seeds and carefully plant them. The final result could only be left to fate. Jingwan had just cleaned her hands, and the water droplets on her hand were not dry yet. Miss, Madam wants you to go over. Oh, do you know what's the matter? Jingwan put down her handkerchief. Madam knows that you asked third young madam for 2 people. If my mother knows, then basically everyone in the manor knows. Let's go. Anything that was disadvantageous to Jingwan was a big matter to Madame Zhang. When she saw Jingwan, she did not wait for her to greet her. Wanwan, why are you so muddle-headed? Jingwan smiled unconcernedly. Mother only asked sister-in-law for 2 people. Madame Zhang tapped her forehead with a finger. Do you not have enough servants to serve you? Quite a lot. But I liked those 2 people when I saw them, so I asked for them. They are my sister-in-law. So what's the matter? Do you really like them? Forget about ordinary maids. Why did you ask for those 2? Luo Rongyan said. Jingwan was still smiling, but the warmth in her eyes subsided. Of course I like them. What else did you think it was? Moreover, those 2 maids are just 2 people. What's so special about them? Luo Rongyan looked into Jingwan's eyes and felt a chill in his heart. His daughter was not as close to him as she was to her grandparents and her mother. He originally thought that she was close to her grandparents because they were separated by generations, but she was close to her mother because of the nature of mother and daughter. Although he was her father, he was a man after all. After she grew up, they did not have much time to be close to each other. It was impossible for her to throw herself at him and act coquettishly when they met. Now it seemed that this was not the only reason. Wanwan, do you really not know that those 2 maids are special? Then, do you want me to know or not? Luo Rongyan suddenly understood. She knew, and because she knew, she did it on purpose. Why? Why? Because you're my father, and he is my elder brother. If he is willing, I can achieve my goal. If he is unwilling, I will not say a word. I see. I thought you didn't like them, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent. Father, let's put it another way. If you were in my mother's position and my mother was in your position, what would you do? What would I do? Luo Rongyin could not help but feel angry just by thinking about it. Mother was brought up to treat her husband as the heavens. She was raised very well. It's a pity that I wasn't raised well. Sister-in-law is my close friend, and third brother is willing. Naturally, I have to do something. Luo Rongyin looked at Jingwan. He really wanted to tell her that she was wrong. She was simply going against the norm. But when he met her cold gaze, he couldn't say a single word. If he did, the father and daughter would probably become strangers. Those two maids are really nothing special. Since you like them, you can keep them. Yes, his daughter just liked them. There was no other reason. Thank you, father. Jingwan's eyes gradually became warm. Luo Rongyin nodded. Go back early. Your grandmother might. Luo Rongyin suddenly stopped talking. His daughter grew up by his mother's side. No one knew her better than her mother. His mother probably knew what she was thinking, but she had never corrected her. What kind of attitude did his mother have? His mother and father had a good relationship. His father also doted on his daughter. Perhaps his father also knew. A few days ago, his father scolded him badly. He said that he was not a good father and did not spend any time on his daughter. At that time, he felt wronged. Now, it seemed that he was not wronged at all. Alas, he might be scolded again. Go back. I will take my leave. Madame Zhang was still in a state of confusion. She basically did not understand what her husband and daughter were talking about. Luo Rongyin looked at his wife. He treated his wife the same for many years because she was pure. She might be satisfied in her heart. However, in his daughter's view, she should be wronged. It was abnormal that she was not wronged. She was strangled by jealousy. Only when a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires were that part of them was considered complete. What are you talking about with Wan Wan? Madame Zhang asked. We're talking about the 2 maids. She just likes them. Since they are already with her, there's no need to care about them. It was said that ignorance was bliss. His daughter had always been protecting her mother in her own way and not letting her get hurt. I can't become a person like my son in this life. However, I will treat you better in the future. Although Madame Zhang did not know what her husband's treatment had to do with her son, she still could not help blushing. Luo Rongyin laughed in spite of himself. The roles of wife and daughter were reversed. He wasn't a competent father, and his wife wasn't a competent mother. It was all thanks to his mother that his daughter was able to grow up to be so outstanding. After Jingwan went back, she saw Yuan Xiao, who was full of energy. Wan Wan, what are you so excited about? I heard that cousin Jinghua played a male phoenix seeking a female phoenix yesterday. He also added lyrics. I heard several people secretly reciting the lyrics. They were all wondering why cousin Jinghua didn't play the guqin for them. In fact, I also want someone to play it for me. Yuan Xiao revealed a dreamy expression. There will be. Although Luo Jinghua's group of brothers knew in advance that he was going to play the guqin, they also thought that he wrote the lyrics after Jingwan made a request. Except for Chun Jingmin, no one suspected that it was Jingwan. If you asked Chun Jingmin why he suspected it, he could only say that it was a feeling. As everyone expected, Luo Jinghua's unique performance was now spread all over the streets and alleys. Many people were intoxicated by it. Many people were infatuated with Luo Jinghua, this affectionate man. Even if someone scolded him for being improper, it could not stop a pile of young girls' feelings. Chapter 120. However, even if Jingwan knew about it, she would probably just pat Luo Jinghua's shoulder with a smile and say, "Third brother, it's time to test you. Don't disappoint me." Regardless of what would happen to Luo Jinghua in the future, the painting master gave him a comment after chatting with him. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Luo Jinghua hurriedly said that he was ashamed. Wasn't he ashamed? His little sister had also predicted that today's situation might occur. She had helped him think of many problems. Moreover, regarding the fine brushwork itself, she had also very carefully and comprehensively explained it to him. If he still couldn't pass the test and was seen through by others, he could probably use his death as an apology. Luo Jinghua's situation was not bad. After today's step, things would probably be smoother and smoother in the future. However, Sun Yijia's situation was not so smooth. How should she put it? Sun Yijia had been in contact with the most distinguished group of people in the Qi Yuan dynasty for more than 10 years. In the past, she had a cold personality. However, because of Jingwan, she opened her heart and gradually came into contact with more people. However, this did not mean that she could easily accept anyone. The group of people she was in contact with now was completely different from her upbringing. As soon as she came into contact with them, Sun Yijia subconsciously wrapped herself up in a cold and arrogant manner. In her eyes, she was sick of their flattery and fawning. Moreover, their behavior was vulgar and their eyes were staring at her. If they were not looking at her jewelry, they were looking at her face. In the eyes of these people, she was a disfigured woman who had married into the Luo family. Why should she pretend to be virtuous? Moreover, she was from a prestigious family. In order to gain a foothold in the Luo family, shouldn't she take the initiative to show filial piety to them? After several hints, she actually pretended not to understand. What was this? Their upbringing, ideals, and pursuits were all different. They were people from two different worlds and could not get along. Sun Yijia's face was cold. There was only one person like Sister Wan in this world. At this time, she also realized that she had made a mistake in the past. A huge mistake. Of course, she wanted to pursue an ordinary life. However, how many families with the same upbringing as her could be accepted by her? The people present were probably all ordinary people, but what happened in the end? Sun Yijia felt a chill run down her spine. She was glad that she had met Jingwan and married into the Luo family. This was an ordinary yet extraordinary family. She had everything she wanted here, but it did not conflict with her past. Jinghua's family can go back first, old Madame Luo said faintly after watching coldly from the sidelines. Sun Yijia glanced at old Madame Luo. She didn't seem to be angry with her, so she heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, granddaughter-in-law will take her leave. One of Madame Luo's maids sent Sun Yijia off. Third young mistress, you don't have to take what happened today to heart. Madame Luo's purpose is to let you know what's going on. As for them, just give them some face. Some people, if you take them too seriously, they won't take you seriously. Sun Yijia understood. Thank you for your advice, mother. The maid smiled. Third young mistress is Madame Luo's favorite, a treasure in her palm. Sister Wan deserves the best in the world, Sun Yijia said sincerely. However, if Jingwan would hear her words, she would probably roll her eyes. All of them had been brainwashed. On the way back, Sun Yijia remembered that old Madame Luo used to have a noble status, not much worse than her current status. At that time, although the Luo family had a strong foundation, they didn't have a strong background. At that time, no one in the Luo family supported her. The situation she encountered was probably much more difficult than Sun Yijia's current situation, but she resolutely walked to where she was today. She wasn't assimilated. She was still noble and dignified, and she still had the wisdom that had settled down for decades. She wasn't worse than her grandmother, but she was more benevolent and humane than her grandmother. Most importantly, she was much more fortunate than her grandmother. However, at that time, old Madame Luo was only married to a scholar who came in third in the imperial examinations, while her grandmother was married to the powerful Duke Ding. None of the relatives in the Luo family dared to disrespect her. They even respected her from the bottom of their hearts. Old Madame Luo taught Sun Yijia a good lesson in her own way. Not long after, Jingwan also found out about Jingwan's request. However, in the end, it only caused a small ripple. Soon, peace was restored, and no one mentioned it again. As for Jingwan's father, Luo Rongyan, just as he expected, after Luo Peishan sent the guest away, he called him to the front study. He didn't scold him, but just looked at him calmly. For the first time, Luo Rongyan realized that sometimes calm was scarier than violent storms. His scalp was numb, his back was cold, and a chill ran up from the soles of his feet. Instead of a sharp sword hanging over his head, it was better to stab him with a knife. "Father, whatever you brothers want to do, as long as it doesn't harm the Luo family, I won't force you to do it. You don't like officialdom. You like to be free and unrestrained. You want to be like a banished immortal. I'll let you do whatever you want. You used to spend all your time with your wife. Now, all you think about is your toys. You've never taught your children well. You've never thought about your children. Since that's the case, it's best that you don't care about them." Luo Peishan's words were not harsh, but for the first time, Luo Rongyin felt the deepest guilt. "Father," Luo Peishan waved his hand. "I don't want to hear what you have to say. Among the four of you brothers, you're the best in all aspects, but you don't want to be an official. Your eldest brother is only at the 4th rank of the secondary class. Even if I retire, he won't be able to climb to the 3rd rank in his lifetime. However, the current situation is special. It's not a good time for him to go further. Besides, you're just brothers. Without me, no matter how high he climbs, the honor and glory will belong to his wife and son. How good can your children get?" Now, in the eyes of those people, the third girl is a piece of delicious fat meat. Everyone wants to eat her. If you, as her father, could be a little more reliable and give her something to rely on, she won't have to wait for others to make a decision. Luo Rongyin's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. "I've been working hard to keep our family in a neutral position in this fight for the throne, but it's very difficult to do. Even if Jingguo's wife doesn't marry into the family, the Luo family will be involved in the quagmire sooner or later. No matter how unimportant the position of minister is, it's still the head of a department. Now, on the surface, we're on the side of the Empress and Prince Kong. Noble Consort Su and Prince Rue won't let it go. They'll definitely think of ways to pull the third girl into their hands. If something goes wrong, the third girl may be destroyed by them. Those in power all have the same idea. They can't let an important chess piece fall into the hands of others. The best way is to make it disappear completely." Luo Rongyin took a breath and clenched his fists. He didn't pay attention to it and didn't expect that his daughter had been in such a dangerous situation. "Father, what should we do now?" Luo Peishan glanced at him as if to say, What can you do?" At this moment, Luo Rongyin's handsome face turned red. If Ming Gear didn't have that accident, it wouldn't have been like this. Otherwise, if the accident happened before Great Elder Princess' birthday, the third girl wouldn't have been in the limelight. In the final analysis, it's God's will. Luo Peishan sighed. "Tell me, what do you think? Even if you're not an official, you're not a blockhead in this aspect." As his father, Luo Rongyin was not polite at all today. Even if he was choked, he could only endure it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Either we completely side with the Empress and Prince Kong, or we stand on the side of Noble Consort Su and Prince Rue. We'll continue to be neutral." What he said was equivalent to not saying anything. However, those people would not give them a third choice. So what's the specific choice? "Father, do you prioritize the Luo family or Wan Wan? I'm asking you." Luo Peishan suddenly roared very angrily. This was the key to the problem. Whether it was the Empress or Noble Consort Su, in order to show enough sincerity and let them take the initiative, Luo Peishan could basically guess who would be chosen by marriage. From Jingwan's point of view, in the case of having no choice, it was best to choose the one who was the best for Jingwan. And this person, except for Sun Yilin, was the only one who was the best for Jingwan. However, Luo Peishan was not optimistic about Prince Kang's ascension to the throne. In the future, if other people ascended the throne, those who were on Prince Kang's side would definitely be purged. The Luo family would inevitably suffer, and Ding General Manor would probably be destroyed. Naturally, Wan Wan would also suffer. Prioritizing the Luo family? Prioritizing Jingwan? Looking at the present or the future? In fact, if it were other families, this would not be a problem at all. There was no need to even think about it. Could a girl be more important than the family? However, Jingwan was different to them. They truly doted on her, like she was the apple of their eye. Furthermore, Jingwan's usual cleverness made their hearts ache uncontrollably. They clearly knew that she would not be happy after marrying that person, yet they could still helplessly watch her fall in the fire pit. The angry Luo Peishan frightened Luo Rongyan. He had never seen such a father. Was his daughter so important in his heart that she could be compared with the entire Luo family? Luo Rongyan had always thought that his father was actually a qualified scholar official. At this moment, he knew that he was not. In the heart of a qualified scholar official, the family would always be the first. Everything else could be abandoned. Even the most precious thing he cared about, he would be willing to give it up without hesitation. Luo Peishan originally just kept it in the bottom of his heart as if nothing had happened. But once he spread it out, he felt powerless and tired. You can go back. I need to think about it. Your son will take his leave. Luo Rongyan walked out of the door and looked back at his father, who seemed to be in the shadows. It turned out that not only was he not a good father, but he was also not a good son. His daughter was standing at the edge of the fire pit. His father was anxiously pacing back and forth, and he could only watch with folded arms, unable to help at all. What's more, before this, he was very leisurely and did not notice at all. When Jingwan was trimming the flower branches to make a vase, she accidentally pricked her hand by a thorn. A dark red blood bead quickly appeared. Jingwan paused. She was obviously very careful. How could she prick her hand? Ah, it's bleeding. Mama, Wanwan pricked her hand. Quickly bring the medicine. Yuan Xiao hurriedly said. It's okay. Don't make a fuss. Jingwan pressed her thumb and crushed the blood bead. The blood bead condensed again. Mama Gong, who had already been alarmed, naturally would not ignore it. This day, as usual, passed peacefully. The guests of the Luo family also left one after another. However, Yuan Xiao shamelessly insisted on staying. Her mother could not do anything about it, and Madame Luo also happily agreed to let her stay. Therefore, Yuan Xiao openly stayed at the Begonia house. Mama Gong directly asked the servants to prepare a room for her. A certain someone who originally wanted to continue squeezing into Jingwan's bed was too embarrassed to mention it. The next morning, after Jingwan got up and was about to do morning exercises, her grandmother sent someone to call her to the main courtyard. What was it that needed to be done so early? At this time, her grandfather had not gone to the morning court. Jingwan paused. Her grandfather was looking for her. Sure enough, Jingwan went to the main courtyard. Her grandfather and grandmother were sitting together waiting for her. There was no one to serve her. However, there were some bruises under her grandfather's eyes, and her grandmother's spirit was not good. They did not rest well. Jingwan greeted them. Grandfather, what is so important? She asked curiously. Girl, what do you think of Sun Yilin? Jingwan lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Wan, you understand what your grandfather means, right? Madame Luo said. Of course she understood. Even Jingwan, who had not cried much when she was a baby, could not help but tear up. She hurriedly wiped her tears with a brocade handkerchief. Seeing her tears, Madame Luo instinctively wanted to comfort her. However, Luo Peishan reached out to hold her and shook his head slightly. Jingwan calmed down and said, Grandfather, you don't have to go to this extent for me. I'm fine. It seems that you understand everything. So, how can it be that you're really fine? Even if you really think it's fine, your grandmother and I will be distressed. But gambling with the Luo family and messing up your plan in exchange for a better outcome for my granddaughter is not worth it. Besides, if Uncle and the others know about it, they will hate me to death. Luo Peishan laughed. You know about your grandfather's plan? As a subject, it is very difficult to be independent in the fight for the throne. You have to be prepared. Wan, how would you know that grandfather did not choose Prince Kong as planned? From the perspective of the Qi Yuan dynasty, Prince Rui is more suitable for that position. Judging from the current situation, Prince Rui has a better chance of winning. In front of the two of them, Jingwan did not hide anything. Prince Rui just has a better chance of winning, but he is still far from being able to settle the situation. Otherwise, there would not be so many people standing on Prince Kang's side. Therefore, putting all the chips on Prince Kong will only reduce the chance of winning temporarily. You may not lose. So, girl, you don't have to blame yourself. I made this decision after careful consideration. If Prince Kong really has no chance of winning, I'm afraid I can only give up on you. Having said that, Jingwan was still very grateful to Luo Peishan. If it were someone else, they would definitely choose the most advantageous path. But, girl, do you think that Prince Rue will win? After Ming Ming came to the capital, she read a lot of court newspapers, but she did not express any opinions. However, even so, she should be aware of the situation. Rationally, yes, but what? Luo Peishan asked curiously. I feel that Prince Rue will not be the final winner. Luo Peishan became interested. So, Wanwan thinks that Prince Kong will have a last laugh? Jingwan shook her head. I don't know. Feeling was a mysterious thing. Besides, Jingwan had never relied on her feelings to confirm anything. Who knew why this feeling came inexplicably this time? In that case, Wanwan, just say that Sun Yilin is better. Now we still have a choice. Jingwan frowned. Grandfather, isn't it too early to make a decision now? Girl, you know that the sooner this matter is settled, the better for you. After all, she was a girl. If she was always criticized by others, her reputation would not be good. Moreover, once he was engaged, as the fiancé, he had to protect his fiancée. In this way, he could minimize the potential threat as much as possible. But if we take the initiative to choose now and passively accept it later, it's two different things. The former will make Prince Rue target our Luo family. The latter will only target Prince Kong. It was definitely not a good thing to be hated by a powerful prince. Jingwan did not want the Luo family to be in the teeth of the storm. This matter can't be settled in a day or two. My goal is to speed up this matter. Don't worry, girl. I'll find a way to get myself out of it as much as possible. Jingwan was silent for a moment. My third sister-in-law is coming back today. Let her tell young Master Sunday, huh? Luo Peishan did not understand what she meant. Young Master Sun likes me, Jingwan said lightly. Not to mention Luo Peishan, even Madame Luo was surprised. What do you mean? He said it himself. Although it's not kind to let him take all the responsibility at this time, it's better for him to take all the risks than to let grandfather do it. After all, he's on Prince Kang's side. He has Ding General Manor and the Empress behind him, and even everyone on Prince Kang's side. Prince Rue can't do anything to him. What she owed him now, she would pay him back in the future. Well, that brat actually ran to you and said those words. Where's his gentlemanly manners? Since that's the case, let him take all the responsibility. Luo Peishan was very unhappy. Previously, he thought that his good granddaughter was taken away by that brat Shin Jungmin. In fact, there was a wolf cub eyeing her covetously. Now, he wanted to send his good granddaughter to the wolf cub's mouth. Did he want to eat for free without doing anything? Dream on. If he didn't do it well this time, he would kill him. Li Ryu did something stupid. In a sense, he did not wrongly accuse the third girl. However, between Sun Yilin, who might be her future husband, and him, her grandfather, his good granddaughter chose him. Regarding this, Luo Peishan felt very happy. Jingwan originally felt very guilty about using Sun Yilin, but when she saw her grandfather's matter-of-fact attitude, she was quite speechless. However, what did she say to Sunny Jia at that time? She didn't want to be involved in the quagmire of Ding General Manor. Now, she was the one who jumped in. How ironic. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.